caos e digo pra você que isso é viver. Eu não vou negociar a minha liberdade por um destino frio sem verdade. Você chama isso de perder. Eu admiro o caos e digo pra você que isso é viver.
Stop shouting over my music. Hello, everyone. You're probably wondering what we're doing. Yes, I've appeared. I'm officially done work now. I had a couple extra days unexpected to do. Some little, as it is with any project, whenever you're like, this is the end date, you get to the end date and then you're like, you like hand it over and then they're like, can you do 4 more things? And you're like, sure, that won't take long. My voice is quiet. I know. I don't know. I've been fighting with my fucking piece of shit Yeti for too long and it just won't fix. I don't know why. If anyone's good at sound stuff, How about this? Is this a little bit better? No, it's still pretty quiet. How about this now? It's better. I'm not getting much. I'm a little bit louder. I just have to talk loud, I think, right now. The last 10% project time. I know. I worked unironically like 50 hours in like 4 days. Okay. I'm fighting with my sound as always. Man, I fucking hate this stupid piece of shit. I really hate this mic. I don't know why it's been such a nightmare. It has been like I am at minus 40 decibels just talking normally. Like I'm so fucking quiet all the time. It drives me crazy. And then everyone I have on, I have to turn them way the fuck down because my voice is quiet as shit, even though it's not that quiet. And I just hate it. I hate this mic. It makes me angry. But if it's too sensitive, then that's a problem too. Means overtime pizza night? Yeah. What do you think of taking professional pictures for e-dating? Ooh. I mean, like for your own account? I think if you want to. I think there's no problem with that. Here, I'll give you guys a view of what I'm looking at so that you don't think I'm doing crazy stuff. Okay. So what you're looking at is my mic settings. I'm trying... So I had a guy help me set this up, which is very nice of him, but I don't actually know how it works very well. So then one day when my mic decides to be like as quiet as fucking possible, I basically have no idea how to fix it. I kind of know what the gate and comp do now. I don't know what this one does at all. Anyone knows this system. Ryan, why are you screaming? Go to bed. Isn't it like 2 a.m. for you right now or something? Go to bed. Ba ba ba. No, it's still quiet. Still fucking quiet. Why? We tried the noise suppression filter. It makes me sound like I'm literally in a tin can. It's terrible. It sounds really bad. Have you tried turning it off and back on? I have not. Last time I did that, it fucked up the whole system. And it's been fucked since then, and it's still a little bit fucked. I guess I can just yell. I don't really want to have to do that, though, because that is not my natural talking at all. I guess I'll have to look it up while we're doing other stuff. I'll try to figure it out while we do other stuff. So... Okay. So what I'm actually trying to do, I don't know if you guys follow me on Twitter. And if you do, appreciate that. And if you're like, I will never go on that godforsaken app, wise choice, to be honest. Wise choice. The mic does sound fine, but I have to yell. I'm watching my decibels and I have to like be half yelling for it to be hitting a reasonable decibel. Okay, so what I want to do is get an idea of basically like the e-dating that is out there, because I'm going to do like an educational e-date. So I don't know if you saw my ad.
Type of eel. Okay.
Thank you for the gifted sub. No, for the Prime. Thank you for the Prime. Here, we'll read
There's
it
only one type of eel.
so we can all hear it.
Okay.
So what I want to do basically is get an idea of basically what e-date girls are already doing. Because why reinvent the wheel? But what I want to do is do an e-date that's somewhat educational. So I called it KDA. What is it? Kill, Death, Assist. With the idea of like, let's improve your win-loss ratio through dating advice. KDA, Kyla's dating advice. it's funny, right? It's from I can't even take credit for the name. A community member named Craig came up with it, and I thought it was fucking hilarious. Your fellow Canadian psychologist rage quit Twitter. Did he actually? Let's see. I saw his post recently about with the bigger women and stuff like that. Jordan. It was pretty cringe. Not a big fan. He's still here. He's at least still got an account. I don't see anything saying that he's rage quit Twitter. This is his latest post. Thought he's just getting some exciting projects going. But yeah, I don't know. I have not been a big fan of his recent tweets. I've already kind of said that like pre-brain injury Jordan Peterson and post-brain injury Jordan Peterson seem to be very different individuals. And his latest post really confirms that for me. It's the swimsuit model for Sports Illustrated. She's pretty overweight. And he says, no, this is not beautiful. Quit trying to use like authoritarian means to like force us to think so or something like that. I don't know. It's just weird. Like, it's kind of mean. Because there's this tricky thing where like the reality is like, yeah, being obese isn't really the beauty standard. And it is kind of weird that Sports Illustrated chose to do that. They were doing that obviously with like a body positivity thing in mind, which I don't know if I care that much about, as long as like body positivity isn't encouraging like unhealthy lifestyles. But it's also like weirdly mean for him. Like, I feel like that's not something I would have expected him to ever post, of just like calling a woman not beautiful. I don't know. That's just not at all what I've like come to like know from him, but I really only have consumed his pre-brain injury content. So yeah, that's weird. Hey, Jordan Peterson. I don't think he's rage quit Twitter. I saw Hassan boasting about how he caused Jordan Peterson to rage quit. But I don't actually think he has. Having obesity glorified is not a good thing to do. I would agree, right? The issue is like the critique. First of all, I don't think it's like authoritarian to like have body positivity. That seems like a really extreme claim that I cannot at all get behind. And attacking like the woman as not being beautiful isn't really the approach that I think makes the most sense when you want to talk about like body positivity. I don't know. Like, it's just like, I don't know. I don't love it. The reality is that like beauty for women is like pretty intrinsically attached to like some level of value. It shouldn't be, but it is. So it's like, I don't know. It's just weird. Post brain injury, Jordan Peterson has said some wacky shit. Like his stance on like COVID stuff too is like very, I was just like, what? It's sad. He needs to stop doing political stuff. It seems like it's terrible for him, and he's terrible at it. It's mushy. Yeah, I agree. People can be brilliant in specific aspect, but still be dumb or mean with other things. Yeah, I feel like I would have never expected him to say or post something like that pre-brain injury, like saying that someone's not beautiful. That was the weird part. The super wasn't really necessary for him to announce to millions of his followers that this model was not beautiful. He must be aware of the directed hate her way. Plus, like, I feel like with all of that Amber Heard stuff, there's been like a growing level of like unironic misogyny that's been making even me really uncomfortable, where like I'm getting to the point where I'm like, I don't actually want to hear even misogynistic jokes that much right now, because like so much, like I don't even like Amber Heard, and I'm mad because I think that she's levied false allegations, and I'm still uncomfortable with how people are talking about Amber Heard. Like, it's just like, holy shit. And so like knowing that that is going on right now, and probably lots of his followers are probably like in that view mindset, to then like add by like calling this woman not beautiful, it was just strange. It just feels like, it feels antithetical to, I can't like find a specific thing that he said, right? But it feels antithetical to like what I came to understood his like psychological and like human interaction ethics were. Pablo Escobar is going to dissolve you for those comments. I honestly don't know how to feel about it when Victoria's Secret has a Down syndrome model. It's like, do you want us to sexualize, or is it like fucking, or like any thoughts on a Down syndrome model? I don't know in general. The issue is like beauty in women is so intrinsically tied to sexuality as well, right? And so like the moment that we're beautifying something, we're also inherently sexualizing it. And so it's like, but the issue is that for a woman, you can tell, especially like a young girl, right? If you tell a young girl that she's really beautiful, and somebody who has Down syndrome is often operating at like a much younger cognitive age, I want a Down syndrome woman to feel like she's beautiful. Like, of course I do. But when you're putting her up on stage in lingerie, you're also inherently sexualizing her, which might not be like, that might be what she's consenting to, but it might not be. I don't really know. So I don't know how to feel about it in general. Because like the idea of like allowing different things to be viewed as like attractive, like trying to broaden the scope of like sexual attraction is an interesting idea. Oh, wow. Fresh and Fit podcast just came live. Didn't even know that they were on Twitch. They are on Twitch now, guys. Why crypto is plummeting. Why am I losing all my money? Sorry, I should be laughing. I'm sorry. I know lots of you are in crypto too. It's just so classic for Fresh and Fit to be like crypto guys too. Sorry. Yeah. I want to go the other way. It's okay to be ugly. Are mentally handicapped people allowed to be sexually attracted to another? Yeah, no. Like, of course, mentally handicapped can be attracted to each other. I'm saying there's a difference between somebody consenting in like a partner relationship to be sexualized and then putting them up on stage in lingerie, inherently sexualizing them. There's a difference. It's the same reason that, like, for example, I'm very opposed to pageants for young girls. I think it's fucking creepy. I don't like it. It makes me uncomfortable. They make them let's look at pageant girls. Pageant girls. Hopefully that I come up with children. Yeah. Okay. Like, look at this. She looks 16, but she's 6. It's so fucking weird. It's so weird. And it's like, I want people to feel beautiful. I don't inherently necessarily want them to be sexualized. And the problem is that when it comes to Victoria's Secret, it is obviously sexualizing, which is why I'm saying, like, if the Down syndrome was able to give, like, the Down syndrome girl was able to give full informed consent and was okay as well with being sexualized, cool. That's fine with me, especially if she's over 18. But like, can you really say this 6-year-old is like agreeing to some extent to like being sexualized? I don't know. It's really weird. It just makes me uncomfortable. Like, this is fine. Okay. This type of pageantry is fine. It looks like a little girl dressed like a little girl. Fine. Normal. Not a big deal. But like this stuff, she's a toddler. Or this little girl, it is hashtag cutie style. Like, it's uncomfortable, right? Like, it's I would argue it's wrong. She's in a fucking bikini. She's in a bikini. Why is she in a bikini? Another one in a bikini. Why? I think of beauty as, I don't know if you're actually Brittany Simon, because I also have a Destiny in my chat who's not Destiny. So I don't know if you're actually Brittany Simon, but if you are, welcome. And if you're not, welcome. I think of beauty as a whole concept of a person, and hotness or attraction as physical. Maybe that's just my brain. Beauty is a whole concept of a person. I agree. So the issue is, if we're trying to broaden beauty standards so that individuals with different bodies can feel beautiful, which I'm for, should we be doing that through things that seem overtly sexualized as well, like a Victoria's Secret runway? Why do these girls all look like Dolly Parton? We're headed for Mr. Girl territory. Yeah. I mean, like, Mr. Girl has a good point. I don't think I wholly agree with, like, the idea of, like, everyone has been attracted to children at some time and stuff like that. I would disagree with that. But I think, like, he brings up a cogent issue of, like, we have this thing with media. Like, Cuties was an intentional... It was intentionally criticizing this. Like, we literally are sexualizing young girls and we're making them look in a way that is sexually attractive, even to men who are non-pedophilic, because we make them look post-pubescent and older than they actually are, which is fucking weird, right? I think that's a really good point. Like, this stuff is weird. Is it wrong to flatly not be attracted to obese people? I don't think it's flatly wrong to not be attracted to pretty much anything unless your reasonings behind it are, like, problematic, right? So, like, for example, if you really hate a certain race and so you just refuse to allow yourself to even consider members of this race to be attractive, I would say that's a really big problem. But if you just, like, overall have certain preferences and stuff like that, I don't think that that's a big issue. And I'm really tired of people, like, tone policing people's sexual preferences. Like, it's just, you have to be aware. Like, the more you limit what your preferences are, the less of a dating pool you're going to have. And if you have preferences that kind of offend people, you're not, just because you have these preferences, it's not like me saying you can have whatever you want also means that people can't be annoyed at you.
There's
for
only
having
one
them.
type of eel. Okay.
Just as much as you're allowed to, like, have whatever preference you'd like, people are also allowed to be like, that preference is kind of shitty and it makes me less attracted to you. People are also allowed to be, like, have that preference. So, yeah, I don't think it's wrong to not be attracted to anything in any way, right? If you're not attracted to someone, that's fine. But again, if you have really bigoted reasoning behind it, I would argue it's not that you're not attracted to this race or anything like that. You're just racist. And I would be curious, maybe you are a little bit attracted to them. I don't know.
There's only one type of eel.
This is so far from what I was planning to do. I apologize. It's fun too. To be honest, I think dudes need to stop rating and ranking women in general. We can have our preferences, of course, but the number of times I've sat at the lunch table with my colleagues and go down that road and think to myself, can we just not? Yeah, I think it's
There's only
tricky
one type of eel.
Thank you guys for all the subs. I think it's morally wrong to not be attracted to Nick. I would agree with that, to be honest. Nick is hot. Hot. Yeah, but the number of times it's at lunch, and it's this tricky thing of, like, people value aesthetic. We find aesthetic kind of intrinsically interesting and tempting. And so to what extent should we, like, joke around like that with a group? Because I get the inherent, like, it's kind of fun. And to act like it's not fun is I would say dishonest, right? Like, it's fun to rank people and talk about who's more attractive and who's less attractive. But there's also, like, in doing that all the time, there's also this, like, shitty piece that comes in, like, a fixation of, like, ranking. Here's the thing. If we're ranking women by numbers, we should be ranking men by numbers. I'm trying to think. I'm not sure. I know that I'm in a weird mood. I've had, like, 2 to 3 personal things come up last week on top of, like, the job ending and stuff. So I think I'm still emotionally processing that, which means a lot of my opinions are going to be not actually potentially my fully formed opinions. And like I said, like, I've been, like, a little bit, like, ooh, about certain misogyny. So I'm worried that I'm going to, like, yes man what people are saying, like, opposed to that, just because I'm so annoyed with it right now and not because it's my actual opinion. Yeah. Do you think sexuality is societally influenced such that child beauty pageants can create more pedophiles, or Zootopia can create more furries? I would need to look into the science on that a little bit. I've heard a bunch of OG psychologists try to argue that sexual attraction is fundamentally biological. But I'd be lying if I've looked up studies on this. And I guess hearing them say that, I'm dubious, because most things in psychology aren't just fundamentally biological. So I'd probably just need to research it a little bit more. But hey, now that I can full-time stream for the next couple of months, we can just add things to the list of stream activities that we'd like to do. So if you guys want to have a day where we just dig into research on beauty standards, we can do that. Women rate men. 2 is just that 80% of them are 4s. Damn. There's only one type of preference, okay? I agree that it's probably wrong to have bigoted sexual preferences, but I fall in the extreme that it's not really worth it to interrogate people on them. I mean, I agree for the most part. Like if for example, I was dating somebody and it came pretty clear that, for example, they like if somebody's bigoted in their sexual preference against a race, I'm going to guarantee you they're going to be bigoted against that race in multiple other areas. So that flag will hopefully be caught regardless of whether you've asked them about like preferences of race and stuff like that. But like you can ask it. I don't know. I don't think it's wrong. Like the idea of like interrogating people. I don't know if somebody's like, especially if you're looking for more of like a long-term serious partner, I wouldn't really call it interrogation. Like asking a future potential long-term partner what their sexual preferences are is actually like pretty reasonable. I just think like do it intelligently. Okay, I'm gonna jump to now. We still don't know if this is the real Brittany Simon. Yes, girl. Oops. On a first date. Okay, is this Brittany Simon? Like the Brittany Simon with the red hair, the cute red hair? Vibes? I'm feeling like it is. I'm feeling very confident now that it is. She just yes girled me, so I'm feeling good about it. But it could be somebody that just made their name Brittany Simon on... Wasn't PewDiePie like number 12? What is this? Okay. Mr. Girl's Little Girl. There's a lot going on in this chat. There's a lot. I feel like I'm behind. Are you helping Destiny with his anti-misogyny arc? No. I heard that he's on an anti-misogyny thing. Mostly I had something kind of in my personal life happen that's I think made me a little bit primed right now for like misogynistic stuff. So I like fully recognize that I think I'm a little bit trigger happy with it, where I'm like getting kind of butt mad about things that I don't think I normally would. So I'm trying like, especially publicly, to be like, I'm giving that caveat of being like, I might be butt mad about some of these things, but then also the Amber Heard stuff specifically has made me really uncomfortable culturally. Really uncomfortable culturally. I spent and continue to spend my time pondering why I find specific people or energies attractive, and I find it very helpful. I find I'm more open than I think, but also closed off to specific people. Yeah, it's interesting. I've heard, again, I haven't read the research, but I've heard some researchers talk about how like women actually in general tend to be a little bit more sexually open and like they can change more so by their environment, their preferences, whereas men seem to be a lot more fixed. Again, I could be wrong. I've heard this from a couple of different researchers, James Cameron being one of them, and what's the other guy's name? It's not Robert Sapolsky, before somebody tries to be like Robert Sapolsky. It's not Robert Sapolsky, but it's another guy who talks about psychology on the internet. I think it's Dr. G off of TikTok, actually. I feel like I've heard him say that. I could be wrong though. Would you say ranking girls by looks is as bad as ranking guys by income? Ooh. It's similar. It's very similar in kind of like surface level attraction rankings, right? Because like there is a reality that like it seems like women still broadly care more about income, and broadly men seem to care a lot more about physical attraction and stuff like that. The issue is like you're comparing a physical aesthetic piece to income, which is way more flexible, right? And arguably, actually, if a woman has a higher income, even if you find her less attractive, you can be like, well, she could get plastic surgery and become really attractive. So attractiveness is less flexible. But that depends on if you have the money. Whereas income is likely going to change and increase over time. But yeah, I'd say they're similar enough. I'd be comfortable with that. And then if somebody really wanted to push me, I'd probably give it more nuance. Here's the thing. Why are child beauty pageants such an American phenomenon? They're not really a thing in Europe. They're not a thing in Canada, like really at all. Like anime is the global sussy pedo thing that caught on, but pageants just didn't. And most people in other countries are instantly cringe at it. I don't know if that's true. Pageants are huge in a lot of, like, Brazil is huge into pageants. What has been Miss Universe? Is it Iran? It's a Middle Eastern country that has like multiple Miss Universes in a row. Country with the most Miss Universe. Venezuela. Okay, it's Venezuela. A lot of Latin American countries are really, really into pageants. I could be wrong about the Middle Eastern. I thought it was Iran or something like that, but I guess I'm stupid. Now this one's saying it's United States. Oh, but this is old. What's more recent? This is 2021. So it seems like Venezuela's just beat out America. Puerto Rico, Philippines, Sweden, Australia, Brazil, Canada. Yeah. Canada's just floundering. Oh, Brazil doesn't have as many as I would expect. It's the United States and Venezuela, which you could maybe argue is Venezuela being influenced by American culture potentially. Sexual plasticity is actually super interesting. Studies have shown that males' interests are more concrete, but females' interests are more malleable over time. Aptitude, can you send me a study on that, even just to my DMs? Because I genuinely am going to do a research on beauty standards one day. We're going to do it. Ba-ba-ba-ba. All right, I'm jumping all the way to the top, so I'm caught up. Okay, I feel like Brittany Simon now has talked about energies. She's talking about bi men and women. I feel like this is the real Brittany Simon. You should change your name to the real Britney. I'm just kidding. You can do whatever your heart tells you. Okay, they don't have food in Venezuela, so everyone is in model shape. I don't think that's why they're competing in pageants. I think pageants is an extremely luxury thing, so I'm surprised actually that Venezuela is still has so many pageant winners with the economic state that they're in. Okay. Also, I never said men doing it was toxic. Okay. You guys are talking about something else. Bro, I remember when PR Puerto Rico won Miss Universe when I was a kid. Never seen more people happy. Yeah. A lot of Latin American countries are really into pageants. Country with the most beauty pageant crowns from Statista. Oh, we can't get it nice no matter what we do. Okay, sorry guys. We're going to blast our eyes. Blast off. Blah, 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 blah. Venezuela, Philippines, and then U.S. Yeah, Venezuela. It's huge in Venezuela. So I'm going to guess that there's probably child stuff. So it sounds like your guys are, somebody said Europe, like people in Europe kind of like raise their eyebrows at it. I would believe that. Seems like UK is like the main one that's competing regularly. I saw in Sweden, whereas it's more the U.S., Philippines, Venezuela, Puerto Rico. I was completely wrong. I thought there was a Middle Eastern country that was really into pageants. I am clearly stupid, which is fine.
There's only one type of eel, okay?
Thanks for the sub, Siddhartha. Siddhartha? I don't know why I said it weird, but there you go. A lot of sexual preferences seem to be fixed before one is really thinking about sex or even consciously sexually aware. I'll bet there are a bucket of research out there. You know what? Okay, I'm just going to bite the bullet. I haven't actually watched this one, or if I have, it's been a long time. Human. I feel like he's got one on human sexuality. Yes! Do you guys love him? Wow, he has way more than I've realized. Oh, he's got 2 of them. Oh, guys, we're going to watch all of these. I love Sapolsky. He's so informed. Like, he is up on his research. These are old, though. Okay, we're going to add this to my list of things to watch. We're adding it. Want it. He has a gazillion videos. You should invite me in. I can give you some good feedback on pageants. Brenda. You guys just co-opting my stream. You know, come on my date stream, okay? You should invite me in. Invite you in. Are you in my Discord? Join my Discord. That'll be the easiest way. And then message me what specifically you want to say, because I don't like just streaming people on stream, because sometimes I've noticed that people are not concise. I have a couple of like rules now about people who come on stream, I don't want to be like a big meanie and interrupting you all the time, but also like there has to be some level of presentability. 65-year-old trans women, so I know some history. Interesting. Women do it because of internalized patriarchy. That looks like a lull, so I think you're joking. Internalized patriarchy. Oh, it's on Siddhartha. Oh, Siddhartha. Okay. Do you guys know what Siddhartha is? Are you talking about the novel? That's the one that's what I'm familiar with Siddhartha. I just obviously didn't jump to it. Or are you talking about something else? Like the Buddhist teacher or something like that. The founder of Buddhism. You ever watch this? Is it going to be a troll? I'm 90% confident this is going to be a troll. So what? It's not.
Surely most
Neuroscientists explain why straight men like trans women and why straight women like Edward Cullen. It feels like a bit of a troll still. It's less of a troll. What the fuck? Is this a TED Talk?
So today we're going to answer a question about sexual desire that you probably never asked with an explanation that you probably never imagined. But it's a question that gets to the very heart of the difference between the male sexual brain and the female sexual brain. Here's the question. What does women's erotic interest in Edward Cullen, the fictional vampire from the Twilight novels, have in common with men's erotic interest in shemale porn? Yes, folks, we're going to be talking about shemale porn.
So we put together the largest sexual data set ever assembled.
This must be old. Okay, this is 2014. I was going to say, shemale is not typically the word used anymore. It's from 2014, that's why. Oh boy, that was a bit loud. Oh, sorry guys. It's turned way up.
We analyzed 1 billion web searches, 500,000 search histories, 1 million erotic stories, 1 million erotic videos, millions of online personal ads, the 1 million most popular websites on the internet, and much more. We like to call this the digital footprints of humanity. Here's one such set of footprints, the search history of an anonymous user on America Online.
An AOL user. Cringe. Christian advice on lust. Oh no. Oh no. College cheerleaders. He's like looking and then he's like, oh no, I'm masturbating. I'm sinning. And then he like keeps going. And then he's, I don't know if I believe no is there, but that is a hilarious. Strophim. Either way, it's weird to use that term. It's interesting too because he doesn't talk about trans porn. I think he specifically focuses on like futa porn. Oh, really? It is from 2014 though. So I feel like a lot of people who were normies really conflated all forms of trans porn just with futa porn because there wasn't really the I could be wrong, but I feel like the nuance of like trans identity wasn't really teased out until a little bit later.
So for our research, we combined this massive untapped set of online sexual data with neuroscience, animal studies, psychology research to come up with a new and comprehensive understanding of sexual desire, and in particular, an explanation of why men and women like the things they do. And men and women certainly like a tremendous diversity of things. So I'm going to show you a list of searches made during a single hour on a search engine from our online data set, made by different people. And as you can see, it's extremely diverse. In fact, our natural reaction when confronted with such sexual diversity is to think, how can there possibly be a simple explanation for this? Surely most of this must be due to the vagaries of culture. There can't be some simple biological explanation. But consider the food that we eat. Human beings like a tremendous variety of food. Oysters, zucchini,
Research, yeah.
anchovies, Big Macs.
This isn't even what I was meaning to do.
Here in Toronto, they eat poutine, which I tried last night, and I can tell you it is the female porn of international cuisine.
What the fuck? I'm so uncomfortable with this talk. I don't know why. This is making me uncomfortable.
So, yet all of the diversity of the food that we eat can be
feels-
reduced to 5 universal taste cues: sweet, salty, sour, savory, and bitter. All the food that we eat is made up of different combinations
But mommy, you love mommy. I don't know. I'm very dubious. Something about this feels methodologically strange already. It kind of relates to it, I guess. Gives me conversation topics, I suppose. For those of you who don't know, I'm starting an e-dating show called KDA, where we improve your win-to-loss ratio. So you can come on, you can chat with me, and then what you do is you have an e-date with me or another girl, you know. Brittany, if you're still here, if you ever want to come on and do e-dates with me, I'm looking for not just me to do this, obviously. Some lovely ladies. I wonder if Tash would be into this. And then my husband's going to be listening to it. And at the end, he's going to give you guys like feedbacks and pointers. And if at any point the e-date gets awkward, rather than trying to embarrass you ruthlessly, like a lot of e-date girls do, we're going to I might pause it and be like, hey, this is how I'm feeling. This is why I'm feeling this way, to give you like actual constructive feedback of like how to improve your dating and like flirting skills and conversational skills with women like live. So you do have to be willing to come on live, but I'm not really here to roast you. All I say is if you're on KDA, probably don't look at chat until afterwards because chat can be sometimes brutal. I'm not selling dates. They're free. You can come on for free. What's an e-date? Boomer here. Oh, Brittany, I should just DM you. I don't actually have your Discord info, but I should DM you. I think you'd like it. It's basically, we're going to watch it. I'll show you. This is an e-date. This is a girl who does e-dates. I just found her. She's just a random one that I found. That is not an e-date. Here we go. Okay, so basically people will come on and they'll just chat to you. Cutebot's probably the most popular one for this, where she does more like speed e-dating. So basically what they'll do is they'll have, so there's two that they're speed dating here. There'll be a guy that comes on. In Cutebot's version, chat basically votes to keep them or eliminate them. And they get to just like chat and flirt with the girls for a while. And then people like roast them and that's about it. What I want to do instead though is not just flirt with people. So like I need good women who are good at, you sent me a DM on Insta. Perfect. Excited. A lot of this is kind of like roasting and like making fun. What I want to do is help like a bunch of men or women or whoever wants to flirt. If there's enough women that are interested and like, I'll try to look for varying genders and mixtures of orientations and whatnot, because it doesn't just need to be me. But we'll basically like listen to you. We'll tell you a little bit about like, hey, this is what went really well. This is what I appreciated. This is what I didn't appreciate. And then my husband's going to be listening, and he's very charismatic as well. And he's going to be like, hey, this is how I would have handled this situation and this. And it'd be really cool to have more girls than just me, because I am a one-trick pony, okay? My style of flirting is one and only, which is very tsundere. That's basically all I do. I wish I could do other styles of flirting, but I am not very sophisticated. I am not an excellent flirter. I'm an okay-ish flirter, but I'm really good at tsundere. So if you like tsundere, that's good. But I want other girls and men as well to come on so that we have a bunch of varieties of styles of flirting. The ideal is the person that they're e-dating is going to be pretty charismatic, and they're going to be actually pretty nice about it. So they're not going to try to like roast them or anything. So what I've been doing today is I've been watching way more e-dating than I would have ever expected, just to get an idea of, not so tsundere, yes, just to get an idea of kind of what's out there, that she can come flirt with Erudite. Oh, Melita's in my DMs, okay? She can flirt with me at any time. I actually want Melita to come on and be one of the daters. I think she'd be really good at it. Sundari, what a weeb. What is this type of flirting? Never heard of it. Never heard of Sundari and never heard of flirting. Yeah, so if you guys want to come on, I'm looking for people to come on. Obviously, I'm married, so, you know, if there's any hopes of becoming my future husband, there are none. It's to help you guys improve your skills. So, yeah. I'm not a woman, but I'm good at flirting with men, apparently. All right, based. So, yeah, if you guys want to come on, I'm starting it Thursday, so don't leave me high and dry. It's going to be really awkward if I go on my E-Date show and then nobody shows up to E-Date me. Oh, it'll be like being left at the dinner table. And they're like, are you sure? Are you sure you don't want to leave? And you're like, just 10 more minutes, please. Yeah.
Because I loved it growing up. It was so fun.
Yeah.
Like, I always had a good time.
Yeah.
And there's always things to do. So it's always good. And, like, even, like, me and my sisters are, like, me and my oldest sister are, like, 14 years apart. And we're fucking close as all hell. I'm kind of the same. I'm literally just...
So she talks to this guy for a while, it seems like.
Working a bunch of different jobs. Originally, I wanted to travel a lot more throughout, like,
I'm really excited to see one of you motherfuckers in the chat. And then we're just actually going to spend the rest of the time just reading what the chatter says in the chat.
And that's something I want to ask if you travel as well a little bit later. But I do want to, like, do music still. I do want to do a lot more content creation because I'm also a Twitch streamer, as you know already. And but for job-wise, just something more consistent and stable so I can actually start marriage and have kids.
Exactly, there we go.
Pretty simple. It's a pretty simple answer.
Does anybody know of any other E-Date girls that have a bit more of a structured system? Her system's pretty chill. Like, she just...
My goal is I want to make content creation full-time.
Brings people on.
Yeah,
and when do you, like, is it like when you hit partner, is that when you're going to, like, quit your job?
When I'm getting... Excuse me.
Does anybody know any other E-Daters that, like, is between CuteBot, which is, like, very structured, got a very rigid system. Yeah, no, I've watched already CuteBot once or twice now. I don't find the streams very interesting, so I definitely skip around.
So you probably clicked this thinking,
but she's really small, so I wanted to get, like, a really small E-Date girl because I'm also probably gonna reach out to some of them. You guys just want me to watch CuteBot? Okay, we can just watch CuteBot. But there's got to be other girls because I'm going to reach out to some of them to see if they want to come on and do e-dating, but educational for a purpose, for meaning. I don't know if they'll come on, but what's the chance of becoming Nick's future husband? You know? I don't know. Brittany just help out. Awesome. I know. I'm going to check my Instagram in a little bit. Sup, Caitlin. She does that kind of stuff. Okay. Sup, Caitlin. Bait with me. Shh. Don't play your music at me. I do not want to know. Looks like she doesn't have any e-dates. Let's see. Yeah, I don't see any. Doesn't look like Sup Caitlin's been doing e-dates for a little while. Bra 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 bra. Oh, dating show. Ha, we found one. Bra! Watch, she's going to review a dating show.
Yeah, how many...
Oh, okay. No, it's real.
That's just how it goes.
Okay, let's get to the beginning so I can see her structure.
Or he's just offline. I'm not really sure. Hello, Jungie. How have you been? Kyle, do you want to be a mod? Kyle will be a great mod. If you want it, let me know. We can only be VIP or mod. I wish we could have both, but you can't. Yeah,
that's true.
So apparently,
why can't you VIP a mod?
That's reporting Idiot Man. I actually don't know who it is. He accused me. I'm not that petty. Hello, Warm Lettuce. Jack Mac, no. Tips are obviously not banned. What do you mean? Polar, actually, if you're
might be too bigly. I just want to watch some to get an idea of how they do it. Are you talking about teaching things like small talk or more like teaching conversation?
Like know what's appropriate, what's a joke, and what's
specifically. So I'm not teaching just social skills in general. I believe there's basically kind of, at least at this point that I've identified 3 styles of social skills that people need to have, and I don't think that they inherently correlate with one another. Like, if you're good at one, theoretically you should be good at others, but you can also be really good at like small talk and normal talk and really bad at the other two. So I think that there is basically normal social engagement, and then there is confrontation social engagement, and then there is sexual dynamic sexual engagement. And just because you're good at like normal social engagement doesn't mean that you're good at the other two, in my view. This is for sure my theory This is not based in science or anything like that. And so what I want to do is specifically help people build on like building some level of like sexual tension and energy between people. That's specifically what I want, which is why I want people who are being the daters. I'm willing to be one. People who are really comfortable with that and can engage in sexual tension well and some level of like
No, I feel like Kyle gets it.
appropriately as
well.
well.
Personally, I mean, not personally. If I talk to all of them, hi, Cowty. Where's Gra? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're waiting on 2 people, and then we can start the show. Gamble your. So that's like the flips tonight. I don't think the dating show will go for
She
that
is
long,
cute.
So we can do prime sub. Yeah, 500K isn't that much. I know some channels have the same amount of points, and you're only VIP for 1 month. But this is forever. It's a permanent spot unless you just don't show up
Seems to
anymore.
me just
That's
some
the only way I'll
hopeless
ever
shit.
un-VIP or unmod.
So the goal is in this one, you're obviously not trying to date me literally because I'm married and not super interested in open relationships at this point in time. So the goal is to practice on somebody who is safe, who's not going to just reject you outright, and to get feedback on what you did well and didn't do well so that you can take these skills and practice them elsewhere, because this is basically how social skills class works anyways. I'm a master dater. You think she has too much makeup?
Hello, Matskis. Scoot, you are so sweet and so sexy. Hope you have a great night. Polar, that's called gambling. Hello, Alicia. Hello, Angel's Cursive. You stayed in tonight for this. Rainbow, what did you not do? And thank you, Seal Gamer, for 7 months. If we hit my sub goal tonight, which I don't think we will, it's so far away, I will wear the
You
outfit
can do
tomorrow on
Tinder,
stream.
Bumble, Plenty of Fish. There's structure in that.
Let's
Not
just
really.
Google it.
Like a
Or click-
lot
oh
of
my
guys can't even match with girls and have actual conversations. So I wouldn't actually like Tinder and whatnot is a okay practice area. I mean, also if you don't want to come on, you don't have to come on. I think it's a good idea, and if you don't like it, that's fine. We'll see. If it's a bad idea, it'll just flop. But I don't really think that online dating is actually it is a good venue to practice. But what if you're so bad at it that you're like too socially anxious to even do flirting in that venue? Or what if you're bad enough at flirting and like dating and stuff that you basically like never actually get anyone to like stick around or comment back with you? That's particularly people that I'm wanting to target, is like guys who are really, really struggling. But obviously it's just fun too. Like if you just want to come on and have fun. I think some people have asked if they can just come on and ask a couple of questions. I've said like broadly yes to that. We can like talk about like dating stuff. The issue is like, yeah, we just have to figure out, I can't really give like specific advice to people's like briefly described situations.
Are you guys trolling with the questions? Oh, what did you guys all do coming up? Is actually just, yes, I'm pregnant, guys. I'm becoming a family Twitch channel, family friendly. So every day on Twitch, it'll be like me taking care of my baby. You still sound sick? Yes, I'm still sick, but I feel a lot better. Just kidding, I'm not pregnant. In case you didn't know that. I thought it was obvious I was joking. Me and Josh have never had sex. I'm not. How old am I? I'm a kid, you know? It was just there. I feel like the only reason why I want to fun playing with you yesterday. Yeah, it's crazy to me disgusting. I want a dog so bad.
Where's the
If I
sign
had
up
a
for
house,
this?
I'd
Just
get a dog. If I had an
on
apartment,
Thursday,
starting with the
pop
best
into my
things
Discord.
ever,
I'm
you
gonna
know?
have
I've only
a
never
mod
seen-
moving
I don't know.
people
Yes,
in and out and
Kevin,
chatting
happy
to you
weekend.
briefly
How was
before
your
you
night?
come on.
Overpopulated? I don't
So
know
you
if
just
true.
have to be in my Discord to sign up. That's it. Just be on my Discord. It's gonna be kind of first come first serve walk on show. This is my first time doing it, so we might get a little bit more structured in the future of like specific people signing up. If there's like a huge, like if like 40 of you show up, because I'm trying to give everyone about 10 minutes of time. Am I gunning for Cupid's? No, because she does a totally different thing than I'm going to. And this is only one thing that I want to do. I'm trying, like, I have the like lens of like, how do I help people with my stream as much as possible? It seems like the dating streams that I do are really, really well received, and people are like literally frothing at the mouth for good dating advice. And I thought, what if we practiced it? And we once did like a little mock practice of like how to say something flirty in our Discord, and it was super fun. And I just thought, it seems like there's a need for this, and I think it would be fun to do. It would be a nice break from my typical content, which is a lot more like politically heavy or like topic heavy. So it's a little bit lighter, funner, something that we can all look forward to every week to just be lighthearted and enjoyable. That's the goal.
Population is actually going down, I think. I've never jerked to Twitch. Yeah, I don't know how anyone jerks off to Twitch. Like how? Like, I just don't get it. I'm having a great day. Hope you're having a great day soon. Okay, let's start the dating show.
There's
what are you doing?
only
Therapy
one
stream? I'm
type
doing it
of eel.
tomorrow. I feel like
Okay.
the only way to get TikTok clips is from therapy stream, so we're doing that tomorrow. Hello, Gretch, and thank you. I hate my hair today. It's like flat and like.
Oh,
Hello,
sorry.
Diamond.
Thank you, Fetch, for the sub.
Yo. What's
Hello, are you excited to be here tonight?
good? Not really, no.
Why? Why not?
I'll be honest with you, I don't know how many more of these I could do, Caitlin. I'll be honest.
What?
I'm sorry.
What did he say? Okay, he talks really fast. Sorry, we gotta slow
It's been
down.
2 years.
No.
Bro, I'll be honest with you. I don't know how many more of these I could do, Caitlin. I'm gonna be honest.
What?
I said, I'm sorry. Listen, it's been 2 years. It's been 2 years. It's an NBA contract at this point, bro.
All right, hold on that. Thank you so much, A, for $50. I'm not pregnant.
Wow, 2 years. I don't know what this means. Uh-oh.
That was
Ayo.
a joke. But thank you for the $50. That will go towards my food baby. So why do you know? What do you mean you can't do it? It's only for like 3 hours a night once a month. What's
Listen,
wrong
man,
with that?
I'm just kind of burnt. You feel me? Like I don't know. It don't feel like I'm needed anymore. It's like I don't feel like I'm providing. You know? You feel me?
Chat, don't you think Diamond's a great co-host? He provides so much. I thought it was I thought you needed the cash. You're rich
Okay,
now?
listen. Hey, listen, man. I sat down with my dad.
This is really weird. It's very weird. I hope, is this scripted? Why are they talking about this makes me uncomfortable for him to be like, hey, I think I can't do this work anymore. And she's like, his boss is basically like, oh, come on. And it's like, what? This probably is a better conversation off stream, right? Question mark? I don't know.
Talk about the future, bro. I don't need the cash, bro. We good.
Oh, you want to inherit your family gas oil money.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
See,
Bag
I knew
secured.
it. He got the
Bag
bag.
is
He
secured.
doesn't. Diamond Bankroll had his own mod dating show, I guess like 2 months ago.
It was dope.
Did you? And yeah. So one of my business ideas is that I'll do like donation incentives, right? Like $500, they'll kiss. Except I cash all the money,
yo.
and you guys still have to do it.
Hey, yo. Hey, listen, man. If it's, you have to give me at least half of that. I ain't kissing nobody for free, okay?
You would kiss her. You would pay to kiss her.
Hey, no.
You
I
would
ain't that
actually
down bad. I
donate.
ain't that
You
down
would
bad.
use
No.
your new oil inheritance money and
What?
donate to kiss
Oh,
her.
Nah, bro, she gotta pay the kiss and me, bro. We on the grind set, bro. We on the grind set. I'm focused on me right now, dead ass.
Is
Well,
this drama
anyways,
content now?
We'll
Let's
talk,
get to
we'll
the
talk about it.
contestants,
Okay.
Oh, drama equals
so
content.
let me
Yeah,
explain
it's
the
true.
dating show in case you've never seen this. The first round.
You know what?
is
You're
a
right.
One-on-one interview.
The first time I fire someone, some mod or something, I'm going to bring them on publicly, and then I'm going to fire them on stream just to get both burn them and get as much content. I'm just kidding. I'm not going to do that.
Okay. And after the first round, it'll be.
I
a
don't know
group
her well
setting.
enough, so I don't
the
know how
first
to
round's always
read
a
her.
bit
I don't
slower,
know
but
to what
so you
extent
guys
she's
have a
joking
chance
about
to get
everything.
to know who they are. Secondly, you guys vote on who you want to eliminate. And the top 2 most voted, I pick between. And that's basically how it goes. Okay, the first person we have tonight is named Deadly.
Deadly.
Hello, Deadly.
Deadly.
You would watch? Some of you are going to participate. Okay,
something.
based.
Deadly, hello.
This guy.
Hey, if you come on the first
Oh,
one,
okay.
first of all, you get all the benefits of there's going to be minimal structure, so you can kind of do whatever the fuck you want. But also, if very few people come on, that means that you can just have more than like 10 minutes. Like we can have a big, long conversation. I'll do it for you. Make me a mod and we can fight and scream and stuff and you can fire me and I will live in shame on the server. And I could literally never do that. I just love you too much.
Where are all our grocery bags?
They're in where the dog food is. Will we need a cam? I would prefer cam, but I think I'll just make it open to no cam for now. I think no cam for now, and then if it gets popular enough and like enough people wanting to come on, I'll probably start selecting more for people with cams. But I need to think about that more because then there's the trade-off of like sometimes the people who might need it the most are the people like most insecure, most nervous, and least willing then therefore to cam up. And so am I eliminating the exact group of people that I most want to like support and help through this by not allowing cam? So definitely you can have no cams for this first upcoming show.
Hello, Deadly.
When is dating practice?
are you?
Thursday.
Good, now that you're here. Okay, let's start with the dating show. My first question is, how tall are you? How much money do you make? And what kind of porn do you watch?
Okay, yep.
Next question.
All right, next question. You heard the man.
No. Let's start.
What?
Maybe
Oh.
I talked too fast. How tall
Okay.
are you, Deadly?
Let me see. 5'11".
Why did you have to think so long about your height?
Yeah, you're not 5'11".
Got I'm feeling really, really good tonight. So,
So like 5'3".
Yeah, he's 5'3". All right, Deadly, how much money do you make?
are you talking weekly, monthly, yearly?
Yearly.
Mm.
Damn. Let's see. Well, it's kind of hard ever since I quit. You remember?
Okay, he hesitated. That means he's broke.
I need my sugar mama. So.
Oh yeah, you were the guy that wanted a sugar mama because you just quit your job. So before you quit your job, how much money were you making?
Okay. Yeah, that's easy. All right, about 80, 90, 100, 102. Sometimes 110, depends on the bonus.
That's a really wide range.
This is really rough.
You're making decent money. Hopefully you have some.
Okay, none of these questions are questions that I'm gonna take.
Saved. And what kind of porn do you watch?
60s, 70s.
So this is where I would totally deviate, because these are not questions that normal people are gonna ask on a first date. Because I really want to prep people for like first date, right? So it's like, this is not the line of questioning you're typically gonna get. The porn one is based. It's funny, and a girl is gonna quite likely ask you that, but it's probably not gonna be her opening question, at all.
Porn.
But the height and everything, there's a reality. These are absolutely normal. I'm not saying that they're not normal. I'm saying the height thing. Usually men have to put it in their thing. I'm not okay. JB's been a little hater recently. JB, I'm grumpy with you. You've been a little butthole recently. But I think that's your shtick, isn't it? Being like a light butthole to not light, serious butthole. The porn as an opener would be a funny icebreaker, but should not have an expected response. True. Somebody is a professional at this. Somebody is an excellent flirter. Is this first date training? Thursday is first date training. If you want to come Pisco, I know you could absolutely use some help with that. I just think the average gal on first date won't open with height. Typically, especially if it's a first date, they're going to see your height, so they don't need to ask. But every girl, you're right. Girls care about height. I'm not saying that they don't. And they do care about income. I'm not saying that these things don't matter. I'm just saying most girls typically slide it in there a lot more like indirectly or passively. Like they're going to ask not how much money you make, but they're going to ask what you do for work, right? Height, they might explicitly ask in DMs. I know that that's becoming increasingly common, but a lot of guys post their height in their profile as well. So, and to be honest, I don't know why girls ask, because most girls don't believe the answer you give them at all, unless you say that you're really short, which men usually don't as well, right? I need help? ? I don't know, Pisco. How's your date with your mom? Did you guys have a fun time? What? Wrong, JB? Oh, it's JB without a space. That's the butthole. I apologize, JB with a space. You are not a butthole. It's JB without a space. Hi, Bryce. Are you going to come on my dating show on Thursday? I think you'd be good at it. Does weight and height matter if the person is attractive? Like, do the literal numbers matter, or is it how they think it looks? I mean, here's the thing. Most girls, they're like 6 foot or bust. Not most girls. Lots of girls will be like, 6 foot or bust. But the reality is if a guy is cute, most girls don't care if he's like 5'10", 5'9". And the super base girls don't actually care that much about height at all. That's the most base thing. But again, you're allowed to have your preferences. Weight, I think it's weird to ask, because the question is like, how does it look, right? Like people put on weight differently. Like when I was more like overweight, like when I was about 20 pounds heavier, I didn't put on fat in the weight. Like you wouldn't be able to guess my weight based on how it looked, because I put on my fat like all around my organs because of like weird medical health stuff. So I don't pack on like under the skin fat hardly at all. It just like piles around my organs and kills me quick, expeditiously, which is why I have to stay a really healthy weight. Otherwise, so like when people ask about weight as well, it's kind of like arbitrary. Cause like, well, how does it look? You know, a guy who's 5'10" to most girls is basically 6 foot, right? Even for some girls like 5'9" is kind of 6 foot. So it's like these arbitrary like dating games that I think are really cringe. They suck, but they're the reality of the dating world for a lot of people. So we have to figure out how to navigate them.
I don't know, something about a big bush.
You like the bush?
You like the afro?
Yeah, something about that, you know what I'm saying? Old school.
So what turns you on about pubic hair?
What the hell?
Yeah, what turns you on about pubic hair?
Oh no, nothing. It's what's inside.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I've never seen vintage porn, so I don't know what it's like. Maybe it's better. I don't know.
I've seen like one video ever. They do get crazy. I won't lie. They do get kind of crazy. Anyways,
Okay.
Yo, Caitlin, I have a question though. Like, if a guy was like, personality and like attraction was enough, would you be a sugar mom?
No, I would not. I hate
Damn,
broke men.
you're not providing. Hey, yo,
Sorry,
she
I like men
hates
with goals
broke
and
men.
ambition.
Okay. I'm not gonna watch too much of her. I'm trying to like flash through a bunch of e-daters to get an idea of just how they do their thing. So her system is she's got a mod. Oh, did Automod block you, Dylan? Quit saying such naughty things, huh? Ever think about that? Not so erudite. Can you and Nick impress upon these nerds the importance of having visible muscle for dating success? Honestly, getting fit is a great way to improve your dating success, improve your quality of life. Feels good for your body, good for your mental health. Dude, you have issues. Peace goes mad. Madge. Also, most girls don't actually understand height. If you show me a 5'8" man and a 5'11" man, both of them can get away with pretending to be 5'11" or 6 foot and won't be called out. That's why I said, like, when girls ask for like height and they're like, well, I only date guys over 6 feet, I'm always just like, that's probably not true. Probably a lot of your exes are like 5'10". You just like, or like 5'9" even, and you just don't realize it. I'm not shredded, but bulking up and muscle does attract more attention. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of femme people in general, I think, really like to feel like small. Not all, obviously, not all. But a lot of femme people really like to feel like small and held. And so like one way that they can easily achieve that is by having a really tall partner. But another way you can achieve that is having a partner who's like highly muscular as well. And so I think when women are oftentimes talking about height, that's part of what it is the sense of feeling like small and protected. And so you can also achieve that through like muscularity as well. It's just one of those things. It's so weird talking about dating preference stuff because when I like talk about it objectively, I know how fucking arbitrary it all is. But it's also like literally inherent in our society. Okay, I need another e-girl. So she has a host. She talks to them. She opens. She's very much like content driven, it seems. Asks them like pretty like spicy, provocative questions that are funny. She obviously knows enough about dating that she's like very aware of broadly what girls are looking for and can kind of meme off of it. And I am so confused as to what I am seeing. Welcome, critic. And sorry. Okay, I need another e-date girl. Sorry, just entering two things. Awesome. I already have people DMing me about the show. All right. So get in line. So you're going to be the person people e-date. For this one, I'm talking to Brittany Simon, so she might come on. And I'm going to actually start reaching out to other e-date girls as well. So that it's not just me because I have, as you personally know, Pisco, a very, very select style of flirting that might not be everyone's cup of tea. And I'm very much a one-trick pony. I mean, it works for me. Lots of guys are into tsundere, but I want to e-date Brittany. Okay. I want to e-date you, Hannah. Bitch. Hannah's being rude. First, Hannah wants me to break up with her publicly, and now she wants to e-date another woman. I see how it is. All right, I'm sorry, I got distracted. Does anybody have another e-date girl that they know of? And I won't act like you watch them. It's fine if you do. But I DM'd you one. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Ooh, a goth mommy. Man, goth chicks are super attractive. I think I've seen this one before.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Deathly Ill.
I had to download Wi-Fi, you know.
Okay, let's jump
show
forward.
or movie, sorry.
Where did you start it?
I worked on this paranormal movie, and we had to put smoke atmosphere in the basement.
Okay, here we go. It started. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Let's look at her about. I in part want to figure out how they're running it.
Got to me. American Psycho, man. It's American
so
Psycho.
One thing that I'm gonna have different. I'm not gonna have the kicked revive thing.
What I'm hearing is one of your high-end worshippers bought you a gaming chair, which, hey, I don't judge. High-end worshippers? I'm sorry, Trainwreck is not a high-end worshipper. He just randomly dropped by and bought me this chair, so.
Damn.
Shout out Trainwreck. Love your weirdness. Ooh.
I mean, she is hella cute.
Love you,
Holy moly.
Yes. You randomly dropped by and bought you a $400 chair. Actually, this chair is $750.
I'm distracted.
Canadian.
Sticky notes.
He also donated 10K
Canadian.
too. In case you weren't here for that, that's why I've been doing so many giveaways. Wait, who was here for that? Who was here and saw him drop the 10K and the money for this chair?
Whew,
Shout out to the
10K.
OGs. Oh my god.
Yeah.
You were here? Yeah. W10K. And then there was this fucking weirdo in chat shitting on him, being like, all you do is flex your fucking money, get the and all of them. I think it's like,
all right, I just
for
want to
him
get to
drop-
dates.
And then drop down. Gooey. Wait, still? Okay, why is that
Okay,
so...
based. We're here. Okay. So we've got
Bring Gooey on. Hi, Gooey. Hold on.
Hey. I missed you. I'm never on, by the way. Stop capping.
You literally are on every single stream, but okay. Welcome, Gooey.
You're capping. No, I'm not.
You're a gaslighter.
Oh no, she
No.
said
What the fuck?
I'm never on, so you're capping. You like my new chair?
Gooey, that's a crime. Gooey, what the fuck?
Yeah, it was free, so.
What's up, Caitlin?
You like my new chair?
Obviously.
Yeah, Gooey. Is it really comfy?
No, not in the slightest.
Wait, can you scoot around in your room? Like being in it?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
See? This chair is just like another chair. It just can hold more stuff.
Yeah, he's returning it, guys. Don't worry. It's fine. He's returning it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
He's just borrowing it for now.
Deathly ill.
Yeah, that's it.
Where'd you
Went
take
to
it
the
from?
e-dating show?
Right
Yes, I am.
here.
An e-date education called KDA, where we improve your win-lose ratio. So you're not just coming on and like entertaining guests by like flirting with me or whoever I have on as your e-date guest. You're coming on to like actually practice some level of like conversation skills, see how it goes, and then get feedback from myself and from Nick about like how or the person that you're dating. So Nick and the person who you're dating. Maybe me as well, to basically be like, hey, this is what went well. Hey, I noticed it got like paused and awkward at this point. This is why. I'm going to be focusing on like dates that are much more like intentional towards like forming some level of relationship, like mutually respectful relationship. So we'll probably talk about like, hey, like if you have a hard time. So a lot of the things I notice in these e-date shows is they stay very superficial and they just like flirt, which is fine. The issue is that like those skills aren't transferable on like a first date when you're trying to also increase the level of like closeness to some degree, and you're trying to gauge how quickly and where to go for like more vulnerable, like deeper topics basically. So we're actually going to focus, it's going to be a lot more styled of like what you would actually want to do on a first date, but just with less time. You're going to get about 10 minutes max, I think. But we'll play it by ear. And then you'll get some feedback. So like if you're struggling to get like at a deeper level of like asking me about myself or getting me to ask you and stuff like that, we'll give you feedback on like, hey, I noticed like you were having a hard time going from like flirting and light conversation to like a little bit level of depth. It felt like the conversation got to a point where that would have been open, and here's a way that maybe you could have done so, and like give you a couple of ways that you could have verbally said, like we'll give you verbatim what you could have said to move it to a deeper level. So it's not just going to be like an e-date show where you come on, you flirt, it's very vapid and vain, I ask you how big your dick is, and then you get off. That's not what we're going to do. It's going to be an e-date show where I ask you how big your dick is and you try to cultivate a deeper relationship to practice these skills. So it's going to be super serious, not super serious. It's going to be first date serious. So you need to be good at joking and flirting around and being lighthearted while also trying to get to know the person a little bit, right? So in a lot of these e-dates, there isn't a ton of like really getting to know each other. Whereas in an actual first date, you're not just going to be like, so what's your cup size? What porn do you like to watch? What's your favorite sexual position, right? Like most people on most first dates, especially if they're looking for something a little bit more like mutual like longer term, obviously, like this isn't going to be for like casual date hookups necessarily. We'll probably style each one maybe to a different vibe. Maybe let the person pick. Like maybe if you want to practice cold approaches, we could do that as well. To what extent does the RP go? Like, can we pretend we're meeting in a coffee shop? Sure. Yeah, I'm pretty open. I think I'm going to ask the viewer what they want to do specifically, because I want it to be most helpful to the people coming on. So if somebody coming on really wants to practice cold approaches, we'll do cold approaches, and then just like tell me where you're approaching. Be like, hey, so I'm thinking like I'd probably be doing this in like grocery stores, and then be like based. Or if you say like, hey, I'm going to do cold approach at bus stops, my immediate response would be like, hold up. Don't do cold approaches at bus stops, because if they reject you, they're now left alone with you awkwardly until the bus arrives. So don't do it there, right? So we're going to give you that feedback of whatever you want to work on. So it's not going to be super strict. And also we might add more structure as time goes on if it doesn't work super well. I'm catching up on the stream, but I really like this. Oh, this is just, I really don't like this post-brain injury. Okay, this is a whole other, I'm not going to read it because it's from a while ago. How would Nick's advice be good if he ended up with you? Bus stop is groovy. Yeah. E-dates, but like you're actually interested in getting to know someone. Yeah. And practicing your skills. It's like basically if you went to therapy for social skills training, they'd actually have you practice on people. There's not a lot of spaces you can practice flirting comfortably and like dating etiquette and like building sexual tension. So this is a space. I was like, well, let's do it. Cold approach at bus stops and then sit next to them so they're forced to feel guilty for rejecting you. Oh. Wicked's got the moves. Oh, so it's therapy? Oh, yeah. Of course it's therapy. But I'm not a licensed psychologist, so it doesn't matter. Derikel, thanks for the sub. Okay.
Hobby Lobby?
Yeah. Because Walmart,
True.
always.
So you stole a card.
I think I'm also going to limit how many repeat attendees are in the e-dating. Like if basically we run out of people to come, we'll just pause the show for like 6 months and then come back to it later. Because I noticed there's a lot of people, like it seems like he's been on the show a lot. That's getting into the realm of like, are you actually just kind of lightly trying to date the e-date person, which is not what I want at all, which is in part why I'm going to shuffle up the guests if I can as well.
From an arts and crafts store.
Yeah.
That's pretty Sigma male of you. That's really Chad-like of you.
Yeah, I can't wait to be with you forever.
You know,
Flirt
already
club.
cooking up that baby.
How many months is it now? 4? No, 3? No, 2?
Like 1, Gooey. It's only been like a
What?
month.
Really?
He's
What,
funny.
a month and a half? Wait, when did we get back? What month is it?
Let's go to the
Guys,
next date.
I don't go to much. You can't really, like, if you leave the country, they like shun you for coming back. It's like, yeah, it's like Jourdain. It's annoying. But if you come back to Canada, they literally like lash you and stuff. They call you like bad names.
What?
Hello.
Oh,
shit.
Leslie.
Hi.
What is up, my dude?
What is up? Do you have a camera? Oh, perfect. Oh, hi.
Welcome.
You welcome. Hi. You got
Welcome.
what's up behind you?
This is Gary's sick brother.
Oh.
This is Snary.
Oh, Snary.
Yeah, I like
He's-
that.
He's really sick. He's deathly ill.
Yeah, he's dying.
Yeah, that's actually really interesting. I've never.
Yeah, he's got like coronavirus or something.
Oh shit, that's deathly.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
All right. So who are you? Hello.
Who am I?
Mhm.
Nice to meet you. Definitely, finally.
I don't think
wanted
I've
to meet you
ever
for so
seen
long.
a girl,
This is great.
another girl come on the show. That's cool.
I am Shelly, but kind of Shelly, not fully Shelly. I draw a lot of snails, and I'm sitting in a hot tub, but it's more like a baby pool because it's really small.
What? Wait, can I see?
Yeah. Oh yeah. You can see whatever you want to see.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah. I got fucking 2 monitors. We're decked out over here.
Oh my. You're wearing
Dang.
full clothes in the.
Oh yeah. Well, not all the time. Okay, but it got a little chilly in here.
Oh,
Okay,
shit.
this is
Someone
pretty
said,
good.
Are you? Is she high as fuck? Do you smoke?
No. There's just this big bright ass light, but I do.
Oh.
Yes. Yes. When the time is right, my friend.
I got all schizo. I like hear fucking voices in
Yeah.
events. It's really sad.
Yeah. I
Mhm.
just accept it.
Do you? Oh, you just like. You don't
Yeah.
care,
I'm just like kill me if you're gonna do
pretty
it.
good.
Just come on, bring it on. You know.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I go full like schizo. I go like I think the world revolves around me, and I'm like God mode.
Okay, so it seems like most of her e-dates are actually just like conversations for the most part, where they just like chat back and
God
forth.
mode.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Isn't that fucking crazy?
It's not fun, you know. Yeah, I wish I could be normal.
Sometimes. Hey, sometimes it's fun.
Is
Right?
it?
A little bit. Just a little bit.
Yeah. So what do you do? Do you stream? Do you work?
I stream every day for like 6 hours at least a day.
Wow, you're dedicated. Wait, what's your name on Twitch?
That's Kinda Shelly.
Kinda Shelly. Is it all
Yes.
just all one word?
Okay,
yeah.
now I'm curious. I really like her.
Okay, guys, I want to check out your page actually.
Yeah, tell me please. Tell me if I can improve it. Like, give me some tips, cause.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Please.
Oh, it's cute. Like your little about me page.
Yeah, I try and do a lot of different things. You know, wherever the wind blows.
And you play Left 4 Dead 2? Oh shit.
Yeah, I fucking love that game.
Every time like I do like a Left 4 Dead impression, people are.
I feel better about this one. I like this one a lot more. It's a lot more like it's a good vibe. She's positive. I don't know how big she is. I don't know if she'll ever want to come on. She was definitely she's definitely one I reach out to.
The smoker's cough thing.
She's got good banter.
Oh, really?
She's super chill.
Like and no one knows. And then I played the clip and they're like,
Lighthearted.
"Oh, what the fuck?" I'm like, "Yeah." I was an avid like Left 4 Dead player.
When's the last time you played it?
Oh, fucking years ago. I used to play it when it first came out, like on the Xbox 360, every single day.
Really?
Mhm.
I didn't know they had it on Xbox. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, I believe it was. I swear to God, it is.
I just play it on my computer.
I only
That's
became like
kind
a
of a
PC player,
pitfall
like,
of first dates in general, though. No, people
I
start
only knew how to play The
establishing
Sims for like
conversations,
years.
they're so afraid of
And then I was
fucking it up.
like, oh wait, here's some other shit because I have a
They don't
boyfriend.
pump
and
up
he
the
shows
gas
me-
and build tension. Yes, that is a really big problem on the first date. And the issue is that on a first date, you have to build some level of tension so that they like want to go again. And sometimes the tension can be intrigue, like if you're a really interesting person, right? Like kind of Shelly is a little bit flirty, but also really interesting. Like if I was going on a date with her, right, I'd be like, oh, I'm curious. Like, I just have so many more questions about this individual, right? So you're wanting them to feel like safe, really comfortable. You want them to have fun, and build some level of like intrigue because you don't want the date to be so chill and fun that they're like, you know what? This person is a really great friend, right? Like you want to have some level of sexual tension, which once it's a date, there's an inherent level of sexual tension attached to it. You just want to kind of like follow that through, and kind of figure out the yeses and nos. Cupid streamed before, so she's not against collabs. Perfect. Love or host thing Destiny did with Cupid. Oh, cool. You are mean. Some of us are smoking at the moment. Okay. Did I even comment about smoking? I think they just commented about smoking.
all these cool games.
I
to
know
play. I'm
all
like,
of us
oh, this is
women.
cool.
We
Never
just
knew about
sound the
this game.
same.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, is my voice
do you
similar
have
to
PC now?
hers?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's how you're streaming.
Yeah.
This thing, yeah.
I'm learning a lot more now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, very professional over here.
Wait, what do you play then? Do you play Sims? Do you? What else do you play?
I baby pool.
Be like,
I don't understand. I'm in an apartment and I actually did my first stream here. I put water in it because I was like, I think I need to have water in it, right?
Mhm.
And I filled this shit up and I was like, dude, if this thing fucking spills, I am fucked. Like, I
hole?
got a carpet cleaner, but I don't think it'll pick up that much water. You
one
know?
hole and it's game over.
Yeah, you could do it in a bathtub, I think. But
Yep. Cupid actually just did.
yeah, I saw it this morning.
Mhm.
I was like, oh shit. I was like, I would do my bathtub, but my shit is not looking that cute right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, my shower is a shared shower, so it's disgusting. And yeah, I share with my sister.
She's got a Monstera in the background. Good choice, my dude. Oh, I'm stuck. Oh. Good choice. I can't handle 3 women talking at the same time. Hey everyone, okay, that's pretty good. I feel like that's probably enough for me to just like have some names written down. Anyone else that you guys think is actually like pretty good at this type of stuff? I feel like I have a pretty good idea of how I'm going to do this show. I just wanted to get an idea of what the standard culture is around this. Cutebot's a lot is kind of in between Deathly Ill and Sup Caitlin. She's like definitely more sexually aggressive, like assertive, definitely more sexual in general. But she's not like as overtly sexual as Sup Caitlin was, at least. And that girl's personality, she's super cute. When it comes to like girls, what I find attractive in girls is not overly feminine traits. Actually, I don't really like very curvaceous. I really like thin, sinewy little creatures, or like muscly. Okay, but we've got what? We've got about... Oh, thank you, Aptitude. We've got like 30 minutes before I talk to somebody about open relationships. Is there anything we should do? Deathly Ill is great. Yeah, she seems super chill. Are you going to wear super low sleeping tops like all these girls? No, I'm probably going to wear just my normal clothes Jesus, my dude, my E-Date show is cute bot based. I was just playing with you. Please don't be sad. Oh, you're talking to somebody else. Back the deck seems, but I hope you can. Fetching on. I don't think you did mention smoking. I'll tell you though, smoking areas and pub gardens are great for talking to people. True. I know a lot of people who the biggest reason why they struggled to give up smoking was because how much of their social life was attached to smoking specifically. And they realized that once they gave up smoking, they became like much, much more lonely, which was really, really interesting. A lot of these shows also have reoccurring characters. Yeah, that's what I thought. How many holes, Saga? Haas has had like Infra Haas or Haas of no, that's Hans. Infra Haas. He's still gone, hey? Still gone. Let's see. I'm trying to think if there's anything you guys want. What I need some content, all right, guys. What should we do for 30 to 40 minutes? Is there anything we should cover? Anything you want my thoughts on? There's been a crazy amount of drama recently. Hans has been on a bit of a rager recently. Futa. Smoke break is at work. Wait, what? Infrared vanished. He's banned. He's banned from Twitch. I don't know if he's banned. I don't know if he's on YouTube now. Maybe back to some of Destiny's dating contents. I can't react to anything Destiny related, like at all. What movie ideas from stuff you watched as a kid sabotaged your thinking for the rest of your life? Is it wrong to hook up with women you wouldn't date? No. But it is wrong if you hook up with them and give them the geyser promise that it's going to be something more when you know it never will be, right? So like sometimes what people will do when they're wanting to hook up with somebody is if they know that the other person's more interested in a long-term relationship, they'll kind of avoid answering if they're open, or they'll full on lie and say that they are interested for the goal of hooking up, which is basically like
one type of eel.
You're basically committing like, thank you for the gifted subs. 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much. If you're basically engaging in like a bad form of like buyer's remorse for the person who basically is hooking up with you, if they think that you're interested in a long term because you've kind of alluded to it, or you've at least like they've asked you about it and you've not said no, and you've kind of been vague and dodgy, so it seems like they think you might be open to it. It's more than just stringing them along though. Like literally you're essentially like entering into a contract, right? A social contract where you're saying, I would like sex. And they're saying, I would also like sex, with the thought of sex might lead to more. And you're saying in the back of your mind, you're like, it won't lead to more. But you just avoid addressing it overall. So you're like, I would also like sex. And then they have sex. And then they think all along that this is maybe going to lead to more. And then if you ghost them immediately, it fucking sucks. It's breaking a contract. Lying to people for sex, bad. Don't do that. Shitty. Super shitty. Lying bad based. I know, I'm so brave. Emotional rape. Jeez. He's gone off the deep end on YouTube. Yeah, I'm not surprised. You see the drama between Hands of Akira and Cherry? Yes, I have been seeing the drama between Hands of Akira and Cherry. It has been interesting. I almost never comment on drama. I'm starting to realize, like, as I'm like looking through, I'm like waffling over like what I feel comfortable saying. Yeah, it's been, I don't know. It's been weird. That's great React content, how Twitch people steal so much content. React content and how Twitch people steal so much content. So you got a video about how we all, how we all steal content, and you want me to react to it? Based. 10 out of 10. Send it. Someone should start a streamer tabloid or something. Honestly, I think like streamer tabloid is there's just a couple of channels that we know to go to for our drama. It is what it is. Yeah, the cherry stuff has been really weird. Cherry with the fat ass is her name right now. Yeah. Yeah, it's just been weird. Yeah, so it started over the mass shooting and Destiny's take, where Hans was not, he didn't want to denounce the Great Replacement bullshit from Lauren Southern, basically, is what Hans was saying. I'm comfortable saying that he's fine for having different standards for people he's deemed as friends. A little spite-fueled, one could say. And then basically Cherry responded and basically said like that he's like, this is, leave him alone. This is what he does. Gets his reasons to criticize Destiny because motherfuckers playing 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon with mass shootings and then soy the fuck out when he talks to Destiny, admit he doesn't know, blah, 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 and walking everything back with his moonwalking. Cherry's got the memes down. Fucking pat. Hans is always raging, nothing new, something about people with letters H and A and Z in their name. Terry has been on Fat Ass Grind lately, and it's been A+. Yeah, I know. She has been going in hard. I hate the drama cycle where the same content gets passed around every streamer and Twitch poll, and I have to see it over and over. Yeah, I don't think we'll go too much over it. I'm more interested in... Let's see what YouTube has to offer. Let's see. Drama. Amber Heard. Can't watch that. This makes me nervous. Oh, it's her. She's super cute. Oh, did you guys hear about the H3H3 Me Too claims? Because holy shit. Okay. This is a video that's actually worth showing that I'm hoping has not been on all of your guys' drama feeds recently. It's again about this Me Too. It's really interesting. Okay, if you don't want to watch this, if you do want to watch this, type 1 in the chat. If you don't want to watch it, type 2. Super quick. Well, we can do something else. It was really interesting. I thought it was really interesting, but you might not care. So. Okay, looks like most of you guys are down to watch it. We'll watch it fast, though. Speedy.
I was like, oh, okay, where's the mouthwash?
H3 podcast, right? They were covering a story. They brought on a guest. This woman went on a certain podcast and then had a story to tell afterwards. She says she doesn't like the people she met there. They give her a ride home and she leaves her wallet inside the vehicle.
I left my wallet in Myron's car because he was...
Is it about Fresh and Fit? So it's H3 who now brings on a girl. So the girl that that you're listening to right now, she was on the Fresh and Fit podcast, and then has a claim about basically like she feels like she was assaulted after it. And H3 interviews her and airs out basically this story. And then Abba and Preacher reviewing it because it's weird.
When driving, and Myron gets the wallet, and Walter was like, oh, he wants your friend's number if he's going to bring back the wallet, meaning me. So
are you supposed to see the video I'm watching? Yes. Sorry.
I was like,
LOL.
Sure, like I need my wallet. Like I'm not going to text this guy anyways. He gets my number and he brings back the wallet, and I had basically texted him saying,
okay, the most important thing to be said right now is if your posture is like this right now, sit up. This is bad for your posture, all right? Posture is a great thing for dating, by the way. Good posture, It's great. Sit up. Tuck your chin a little bit. Get your neck nice and straight, you know? Don't get any of that nerd neck. You don't want nerd neck. Okay? Lift up your chest a little bit. Tighten your abs. Round your bum under a little bit. All right. Sit tall, yeah. My writing instructor used to say, like there is a string pulling out of the top of your head. You're not my real mom. Don't tell me what to do. This is the first thing I need to say, though, is how bad his... let's do the original video. It's really long. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, there we go. Gosh, it's loud.
Background there, but who we have calling in today is this really interesting woman who was one of these guests on the panels. She appeared on the January 22nd episode called Can a Man or Woman Have a Side Piece? Great discussion. She was 19 at the time. She was invited onto the podcast, and she didn't know who they were. At the time she was on the podcast, she was 19. Fit was 35, and Fresh was 28. Her friend had been seeing Fresh, and our guest flew down to Miami to visit her friend. Walter invited them. Walter's Fresh. Walter invited them on the podcast and told her.
Fresh, right? Yes. I got that confused. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Fresh would encourage all the girls to drink before and during the podcast. That's interesting. She was 19.
How's that interesting?
Upon arriving in the studio, our guest had to sign.
Wait, how is that interesting? Come on, you know that. This has always been the case in Fresh and Fit. They get all the girls to drink, they get them drunk, and then they try to debate them.
They tell them that before they go on. What the fridge? And don't look at your chat or camera during the show. I think that's interesting, but don't interrupt Myron. It's pretty pathetic. And wait for your turn to speak.
Well, we've seen examples when we've reacted to their content before that when he feels like he's being interrupted, he gets very tricky.
He left. The one that went viral was that girl.
Right.
The dude. Well, anyway, let's talk to her because she has a lot of interesting.
All right. I jump on the call.
Is she in the lobby?
His YouTube channel. Jeff.
You.
Very good. Thanks for calling. So basically, this was January, the beginning of the year.
Age gap equals interesting. It is interesting. The problem is that like everyone is like, that's really sussy baka, but there's nothing inherently illegal about it. We just like feel uncomfortable about it in general. Drinking age is 21. Oh, right. They're drinking and she's 19. Oh, I always forget that your guys' drinking age is super high. It's very strange to me. 19 and 35 seems weird. Sure, maybe, but it doesn't make it illegal, and it doesn't mean that there's anything sinister going on. Underage drinking in the U.S. is because he wants to pretend college-age kids don't drink. Okay. Yeah, here's the thing. When you're like a podcast who's like, especially if you're like a legal business, it's just like you shouldn't be serving people, not minors, sorry, people underage alcohol.
Here. Oh, I can hear myself. Am I on speaker or something? You're coming in real nice and
Sussy is lefty signaling for canceling. I mean, yeah.
Crispy.
Hold on, I have my earpods with me. I could put my earpods in.
H3 is always... Somebody got mad at me about this, of being like, when I like made fun of Ethan for being mad about canceling, and I was like, you've always obviously been for canceling. And then somebody's like, no, Ethan was never for canceling. And then this video's come out, and it's pretty clear that he is.
Let me know when you're all situated there.
It's not underage drinking. The term I prefer is civil disobedience. Yeah, it's not underage drinking. I keep saying underage because in Canada,
you appeared at the beginning of the year. Now, how did you end up on the show?
Drinking. That's why.
So basically what
Canadian
happened
slip.
was I had, she's my best friend, one of my best friends. She lived out where I live in right now. I live in New Jersey. So she moved out to Miami around like November, September of last year. And when she moved out to Miami, she was like, she had her own apartment, so she was looking for something to financially like support her. So she went on this site where it was a dating type of site, and it was for financially relationships. Yeah. Right. And so she met Fresh on that site.
Dude, that's awesome.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they previously had gotten exposed for that. Like I think a year ago, how they had like a whole dating show, but they were found on this app, so it's kind of contradicting. But she had hung out with him a few times, but it was mostly like they were more friends than anything. So she got pretty close with him.
To be honest, when it came out that Fresh and Fit was on like a sugar daddy site, I wasn't that surprised. They're like pretty insecure men who at this point have a lot of money. Having a sugar baby is like the most ideal power dynamic they could ever ask for. Like it is exactly kind of what they're looking for in relationships anyways, of being like, I have lots of money and power and you'll do whatever I want and I'll give you money. And then most sugar, like depending on the sugar baby, they're like, okay. So when it came out, I was like, I know everyone's like laughing because it's embarrassing for them, but it's also not that surprising. It's actually like a sugar baby is almost ideally what they want in a partner half the time.
and she ended up flying me out to Miami to visit her for about like a few.
It's like a show dedicated to incels saying whatever they want to hear. It's worse. It's worse than that in some ways. Like, it's not just dedicated to incels. It's dedicated to like men who think that they're alpha, high value men, but are like pretty clearly exceedingly insecure, and then they give advice to men, and then shit on women, and then act like they're doing the world a service. And here's the thing: like, they have a lot of trad values. You can date select for trad values. There's nothing wrong with that. But like, you're not doing a service to the world by like. It's just yikes. There's a lot of yikes things about them. Very, very, they're just very fake. They're very fake, and they're exceedingly insecure. But it's not the first time that an insecure podcaster or streamer is highly successful and then uses their insecurity to kind of create this like weird sense of like, cannot do wrong, do not criticize me. It's almost like it's a thing.
And that's when I had met Fresh myself. So I'm not gonna lie, like, he's a very nice person.
Fresh seems very nice. I mean, and he just, he's just kind of there, right? I mean, he's not a very sharp guy, and God bless him for that, right?
Yeah, and we also found out that he actually owns.
They're not alpha, but they think that they're alpha. I don't know if anyone who says I'm an alpha is either usually like just a massive, like, kind of authoritative asshole, or they're not an alpha. It's usually one of those two. There's some alphas who are like really traditional, like kind of paleocon trad husband types. But in general, like, the alpha word has been really used and abused.
It's the podcast. It's not Myron. Myron's fit, by the way.
Okay, so we actually, maybe you can shed light on some questions we had, because we noticed that Fresh had a lot more followers, and he seems to be wealthy. And I was wondering, how did he get? What's his background?
So basically, also, by the way, like, I spoke to Sam like before I came on, but the reason why I called him was because I saw your videos for a while, and you guys were asking questions that like I knew the answers to, and I was like, I have to call you guys in. But basically, he's the one that recruits, like, him and his team recruit the girls, but it's mostly like Walter that goes to like these events at clubs. So he goes to the clubs, and he's the one that goes out to like, I guess, like, advertise them and stuff. I don't know exactly what I don't know, but he's the one that goes out. Myron just like stays behind at home and doesn't really do anything. So like Walter, yeah.
That's so Fresh is actually the brains behind the operation. He's the secret mastermind. He's the genius. He's running the operation. Coconuts in Barbados. I mean, coconuts in Barbados, man. It's Wednesday, my dudes.
Yeah, he goes out, and the craziest part too is that he went out to clubs, and my friend had tagged along with him a few times because he invited her out with him. But he doesn't drink. Neither does Myron. But they go out to these clubs to like, I guess, like, speak to people, and like they don't drink like a sip of liquor. Like, they refuse to.
That's so fucked up. Well, you know why? They're trying to find drunk girls to take advantage
of. Course.
Holy shit, that's so creepy.
Yeah, but when I had flown out to Miami, my first day there, I slept the whole day. But my second day, me and her had gone out to like a little hotel pool party, and after that, he invited us back to his apartment to have like just to hang out with him and stuff. Because I had talked to him over the phone a few times, but when we went to his apartment, we spoke to him. I met his dog and stuff. He was very cool, down to earth. And then my friend had asked like if we could be on the podcast, and he was like, okay, like, you guys can come on. So we went on like 2 days later, and then that's when I had my whole experience, like before, during, and after on the podcast.
So what I'm hearing so far is Fresh is the brains. He's actually a sweet guy, which I believe. I think the whole funny thing that you're touching on is how they complain about women being gold diggers, but they're finding women to date on gold on sugar daddy websites. It makes no sense.
Yeah. And like the more I get,
I had some interesting run-ins with Myron, aka Fit. So tell me about the day of the podcast leading up to it. Let's start there.
They said that if you vape, they think the fire alarm's gonna go off. And then all told us, listen, like, when you go on, you have to speak into the mic. You can't interrupt Myron. They said that you can disagree with him until the sun comes up, as long as you wait for your turn and you let him speak. That's what they said. And they said that no shoes, of course, and you can't look at yourself in the monitor, like, or the chat. And then there was they also took our phones before we went live. Like, they took all our phones in a basket so we can use our phones.
This guy really thinks the dude thinks he's like Dave Chappelle or something. Like the way they have that locked down and stuff is pretty incredible for a small time podcast.
Yeah.
Okay, but they're not really small time. What? Fuck. H3's gonna put me in a position where I have to like fucking defend the scum of the earth. Here's the problem. I'm totally fine with criticizing the shit out of them. Just be accurate. Yeah, they're not really a small podcast. 705. They have 3K watching them live right now. Like, they're not really a small podcast. Like, maybe compared to H3. I know H3 is huge. Yeah. So like H3 is huge. They've got almost 3 million subscribers on YouTube. But it's not really accurate to be like, they're just a really small time like lockdown. Like, first of all, they're really insecure men. It's not surprising. It is super cringe how locked down they are and how their whole setup is super cringe. Yeah. Are you still holding out on getting on Fresh and Fit with Destiny? Oh, yeah. I haven't even reached out to them. I figured that there would be no point until A, I invested in getting somewhat good at selfies, and B, had a modicum of following, because they'll probably look at my content, and so they're probably going to know that I'm going to be pretty adversarial. And I also need to have enough money to afford a flight to Florida. So that's another piece of this puzzle. There's a lot to criticize about them. Just get it right. And like, they're getting some things right. I just like, yeah.
And so they finished the segment, and then that was the time that we all like mingled with the girls.
Maybe I'm just being a contrarian. I just see people that hate boner, and then I'm like, I'm gonna not have a hate boner.
And then there was this other guy that works for him. I just know that he's the one that does the streaming before the live to show people like what's going on behind the scenes and stuff. And he's mostly like the advertiser, like on social media. He just controls. I believe that's what he does. But he came up to me and my friend, and he offered us alcohol. He said like,
it would be so fun. I would love to go on their podcast, and I can't really drink because of my TBI. So like, I'd be sober, having fun. They haven't handled pushbacks well from some of the intelligent people they've had, maybe other than Abba and Preach, and maybe that's just because it was men giving the pushback. I mean, they hate Abba and Preach now as well. They like had a whole big fight where they tried to like take a whole bunch of Abba and Preach's content of covering them and try to like DMCA it and claim copyright and stuff. And then YouTube was like, it's not, it's free use, it's publicly available, and they're reacting to it. React content is completely legal. Yeah. So they hate Abba and Preach now. But yeah, they probably in general won't respond very well to me giving them pushback at all. Here's the thing. I'm actually pretty good at giving pushback without being just like a raging bitch all the time. Not that I'm saying people who've given them in the pushback are. It's just I think when people think of going on their podcast and giving them pushback, they think of like going on and just being like a condescending piece of shit to them. And I think that actually makes the pushbacker look bad too. What I would want to do is go on and be exceedingly polite and nice and make them look terrible. That would be the goal. And then Destiny can be mean to them.
Do you guys want to drink? And I was like, no, thank you. Because, like, I drank in high school and stuff like that. But I knew I was going on a podcast, so I knew I wanted to be coherent. And I was like, on mine.
So this is before you go on. You're 19 years old, and they're offering you alcohol. That's classy.
Yeah, and then so they offered me a White Claw, so I was like, no, thank you. And they were like, come on. So like, I just took the White Claw and I opened it and pretended like, oh yeah, I have a White Claw.
Pressured you, in fact, to take an alcoholic beverage. We love that.
Yeah, and then after that, the one guy, he came out with like a tequila bottle. I don't know where he got this bottle from, but he was like, oh, who wants to take a shot with me? And the two other girls were like, no, thank you. And then he looked over at me and my friend, and he was like, come on, guys, come on, like, come on, take a shot with me. Don't make me do this by myself. And so my friend was like, you know what, whatever, I'll just do it. So he can stop asking, basically. And she took the shot with him, and then from there on, like, they just did all the advertising and like taking pictures of us with a thumbnail. And Myron came out, and actually, like, he's pretty tall. I told Sam this, like, when I was like telling her the notes and stuff. He's a very tall person in person, but he came out, and I was like not expecting him to look the way he did. And Walter came up to me and he said to me, do you want to go on a double date with me and Myron? And I said, with who? And he said, your friend. So they wanted to go on a double date with my friend, me, and Fresh and Fit. And they said that they wanted to vlog it, and then I obviously denied. Yeah,
Quick invasion vibes. Remember you used to do that? So again, you're 19, he's 35, and he's trying to take you out on a date.
So yeah, Walter was the one that approached me on it. Mind you, I didn't say a word to Myron, so I never like knew who, like, I didn't know him in person. I knew him from like social media, but like he never spoke to me the whole time until we got on the podcast.
So there's a pretty decent chance at this point, even when they're asking, that they don't necessarily know their age. I don't think that would be an issue for them anyways, but just to say.
Walter came.
Is this Erudite we were listening to? No, it is not Erudite that you're listening to.
To me, like, this proposition of we're gonna go on a vlog and ooh, like, it's gonna be a big deal. And I simply was like, no, like, I'll pass on it simply because I don't want to be associated with them.
Yeah, let's make this really clear. This woman making this claim to H3 is not Erudite. I do not want that getting into the Twitter sphere.
Like, smart. So I was like, yeah, I'll think about it. And then after that, Myron came over and he said, can you guys believe Ethan Klein just did a video about us? Da, 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 da. And then that's when I was smiling because I was like, I'm a fan. So I was just saying,
like, I'm gonna end up on his show talking about this.
Yeah.
By the way, was he excited or was he like pissed about it?
No. Well, he was like laughing, but the thing with him is like, I don't have my PhD or anything, but I think he's very easy to read, that he laughs over his insecurities. Like, it's so obvious how like, oh yeah.
Does H3 have like Tourette's or tics or something? He's got a lot of like repetitive behaviors, like with the eyes and stuff. I just don't know if it's just, I just don't know.
I'm not mad about this, but he clearly is.
Right.
And, he like tries to make it. He does it several times when women debate him. He just laughs over it. But he makes himself look 10 times more stupid. But he did it like that. He was like, "Oh my God, can you believe Ethan? What a guy."
That's what I presumed the moment I started seeing the behaviors repeating over and over. I just wasn't sure. I was like, he's either got allergies or he's got tics going on. Erudite denies it. Read that into the record, please. Yes, please.
He's talking about me, blah, 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 blah. And I was smiling like, on the couch, and I was next to Walter, and I looked over at Walter, and I said, so you guys are going to go on the podcast? And he was like, we're going to think about it. And then that's when I said to Walter. And I said to Walter, well, I actually watched the H3 podcast, so. And he was like, yeah, that guy, yeah, I don't know. They were just very, like, they just switched the subject right away. So.
By the way, I just want to note how creepy it is that they're trying to get you group of girls alcoholed up when the two of them don't drink. I mean, that is so messed up. Not just from like, first of all, they try to make you guys look dumb on the show and then look smart.
Exactly.
And then he's also trying to take you out on a date. I mean, the whole thing is just weird and inappropriate.
And vlog it.
Honestly, fair. Yeah, it is kind of weird and inappropriate.
I guess I don't even know why.
And what?
But
I wouldn't say inappropriate. It's not inappropriate. It is weird though. It's weird, and the fact that they get women drunk and then like get them to come on and debate them is super fucking cringe and just weak. It's lame. Especially if they're like actively pressuring. Yeah.
And what?
Also, people seem very twitchy when you look at them at 2 times speed. Yeah, it wasn't because of like the twitchiness. It was because like the same behaviors kept happening over and over with the nose and stuff that I was like, it's one or the other. I mean, I'm not even commenting pro or negative. I was just wondering because I don't know.
Okay,
oh yeah, and vlog because they gotta prove that we're fucking. Yo, we get chicks, bro.
Make sure you guys subscribe.
Yeah.
But she. So after that, like they started talking about you and the H3 podcast. They're like, oh yeah, we're gonna talk about it today. So they added it to their segment at the end of the show. And that's when I went on the show. They started, and like the whole time I felt like I was sweating because like the monitor is huge, like right next to you. So like I'm trying not to look into this camera. And they start the show. It was very painful to sit through the whole thing because like I knew the whole reason why I wanted to be on the show was because I didn't know who they were until the day before when I did my research, and I was like, I would love to go on this podcast and like make them look stupid in some type of way. And so I went on the podcast, and then they did like these questions like, oh, is it okay for a guy to have a side girl? And I was like, no. And then they said
I'm never in voice chat and Erudite. Gotta keep in mind not to scratch my nose. I'll be judged. Yeah.
So
So
go have a
judged.
side guy. And I said, no, like, I think it's equal when you're in a relationship. Like, there's respect on
Fascinating
both ends.
conversation, by the way.
Yeah,
Is
no,
it
great
okay to cheat on
discussion.
your partner? Go ahead, yes or no?
No, it was a great discussion, like the title. But
They get 19-year-old girls drunk and they're 35. I would say that is like a framing that's not. So they did get a 19-year-old girl drunk. I wouldn't say, like you're saying, is it right that they consistently always get 19-year-olds drunk? Sort of. What they do is, regardless of the girl's age, it seems, they bring on people who are not a minor onto their podcast, and all the women they bring on, they get drunk. Is it for like this power balance? Yes, but it's specifically so that they can look better than the girls on the show in large part, right? And then they pressure them, which is super weird. And then in this case, it went so far as they asked the 19-year-old a date, which again isn't illegal. There's nothing inherently wrong with it. It's just like one of these things that like people don't feel good about age gaps. But I don't even know if I have a huge problem with age gaps. I have more a problem of they're intentionally not drinking and they're, according to this girl, pressuring the girl to drink. Which, to be honest, if you listen to I have listened to most of her story. I'm a little bit sussed out about the like credibility of this girl's story, unfortunately.
Yeah, right.
So it was, they said something.
Right. It's like, were they pressuring them to drink, or was everyone just like partying and they're like in a fun way being like, come on, have a tequila shot with me. And then the girl's like, haha, okay. Like that could be described in the way that could literally be what happened in what she just described as well. Or it could also be like, come on, have some drinks. What do you mean you're not drinking? Have some drinks. Here, have a shot with me. Come on, have a shot with me. Oh, don't be lame. Have a shot with me. Right. That's totally different. The second one being pressuring, the first one being fucking not a big deal at all. And the way that they describe it, it's not actually clear to me which one of those two things actually happened. Yeah, this girl's story is super sus. It's more clear when you hear the later parts. Yeah. So if you're only hearing it now, I understand why you're being like, oh, this is super weird. And it is weird. Fresh and Fit fucking suck. And it wouldn't shock me at all that they're setting up these weird power dynamics with girls and stuff like that.
Where like they call it a plant, where they know that. So I think they picked up on it. Now some girls go on the show to like pretend that they're interested.
Could it be
like,
both? Oh yeah,
so
it could
over
be
some
both.
time, I think Myron picked me out of the crowd, and he was like, "Oh, he made a joke about The Sims. He said that, oh, I think you play The Sims because you want to make it like an all-girl world." Like basically calling me a feminist. And
The worst insult, of course, to levy against a woman.
Yeah, and I just laughed. I was like, yeah, okay. And then when I had said the whole thing about a girl having a side guy and a guy having a side girl, I said I think that both a man and a woman should be equal in a relationship where you guys need to respect each other. And he basically said, so you think men and women are the same? And I said, no, I don't
That's so
think men
funny.
and women are the same.
And shaming people to drink.
The dude is like, he has one trick. He literally just tries to drive every conversation to how men and women are fundamentally different. And then
disagree. And the whole like after
yeah, do you want to know why that's his one trick? Because that's like the half truth that he has. Like men and women are oftentimes really different. Like fundamentally different is a pretty strong claim to make. But like anyone is going to be like, yeah, of course men and women are like broadly a little bit different. Like most people are going to be willing to agree with that. That's like the half truth, which is why they always drive it back there, because that's a pretty defensible position. Like you have to do a lot of work to try to prove that men and women are objectively not different. Like, yeah.
that, like the rest of the podcast, like
it's dumb.
he would find any time that he could to like soundbite me or like play the soundboard or like do something, and then after
it was not dumb. It's weak. Here's the whole thing. Here's the whole thing with like Fresh and Fit. They're kind of just pathetic cowards, like insecure, pathetic cowards who like take advantage of other people. By like they're bullies, right? They just like put themselves in power positions. They like rig situations so that like they're most advantaged. They're for sure the fuckers at Monopoly who like hide extra money so that when they have to pay like half into a pot, they've like hidden some of it. They're like the sore loser, fragile male archetype in a like perfect existence. Headless, thanks for being here, buddy. I appreciate seeing you around. I'm glad to see that you're still sticking around. Miss you, love you, hope you're doing well. Thanks for the resub. Blights, thank you as well for the resub. Very specific reference. That's what they are, though. They are the archetype of fragile male syndrome. Like they are. Fragile male entitled syndrome, especially. I think these guys had an interview with Andrew Schultz and he didn't put it out because they went overboard with misogyny. Interesting.
After that, like I was like over it by the end of the show. But at the end of the podcast, they were super chat, and of course all of his fans were coming at me the whole time, and they were saying like, oh, she doesn't like biological reality, meaning like, you know, like I don't like the fact that men can cheat and women can't.
Yeah, that's a biological reality. Apparently, in the Fresh and Fit universe, it's just understood by the men, of course. The women, they still haven't got that memo. We're working on that, boys. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I basically just like that's my time. Like I took it as my time to shine because it was like final thoughts, and they were like, oh, but you have a rebuttal against that. And I basically said, it's not that I don't like this biological reality. It's the fact that I don't like that your podcast sits here and like
blah blah blah. Okay. Podcasts, they're gonna fight about the podcast for a while. I don't care. We all know she's gonna be like, look at all their terrible arguments, and then H3 is gonna be like, yeah, they have terrible arguments, and all of us are gonna be like, yeah. So we're
Wait,
gonna
is there
skip
too
this
cowardly
girl.
to accept this? Pathetic at this point.
Well, after they said like, oh yeah, we're gonna take on the challenge, when they said it on live, we had gotten into the car afterwards, and it was me, my friend, Fresh and Fit, and then another girl from the show.
Point.
We're driving back to my friend's apartment. They started talking. I basically brought it up, and I was like, so you guys are gonna debate Ethan? And they said, nah, we're not gonna do it. Like, he's just gonna make fun of us the whole time. And I was like, I don't think he would do that. But
Me? I would never do that.
Yeah. And
No, but I actually
was like,
I am genuinely interested in having discussing these issues with them. Not that I think it's like I don't think you can really get anywhere with them. But there you go. You see, their whole plan from the beginning was to dodge us.
Yeah, they were basically saying all of that, and then we got back to the apartment, and I left my wallet, and I guess it was a gift from God, but I left my wallet in Myron's car because he was the one driving, and my friend's keys were in my wallet, so we had to get the wallet back because we couldn't get back into the apartment. Mind you, it was like 5 a.m. in Miami, and we start calling Walter. He's not answering. It's like a whole game of cat and mouse, and Myron gets the wallet, and Walter was like, oh, he wants your friend's number if he's gonna bring back the wallet, meaning me. So I was like, sure, like I need my wallet, like I'm not gonna text this guy anyways. So he gets my number and he brings back the wallet, and I had basically texted him saying like, don't steal my wallet, like before he put it back. And then he started talking about how I look like Tim Pool, and I was like, what?
Sorry? Is that his way of coming on to you?
I guess I don't know. It was just he sent me.
That's kind of funny. I don't know what she looks like, but that's a funny joke.
And I want to be really nice when she looks really good. Hey, you look like Tim Pool.
He's got such.
Can I see a picture of you, or do you not want me to draw attention to it?
Actually, I mean, if I could turn on the camera, I just don't want to show my face on the stream.
H3's like, but does she look like Tim? I love that. He's like, man, so shitty. What a bad hit on. But also, do you kind of look like Tim Pool? Question mark.
Well, I want to rate you on a scale of Tim Pool
I think I'm pretty Tim Pool.
to regular.
You know what the problem is though? It's
I think
definitely.
I sent a few pictures to Sam.
All right, let's pull it up. So go continue on with his attempting to courting you while he this. Yeah.
So he so he said I looked like Tim Pool, and then I guess I was his way of flirting. I don't know. And then he tried to maintain a conversation with me like through text, and I was like not answering him because I had got my.
Yeah, Rick. I don't think he's just. I mean, he might be, but he has Tourette's, so the like movements and stuff are from Tourette's.
Wallet back, and I only had about like 3 more days.
Do we believe everything this random call-in lady says? H3 does.
So I have nothing.
Which is why you don't take random call-ins who just want to like put somebody on public blast. Stop doing trial by media. Stop doing it. Don't do it. It's a bad idea. It doesn't end well. Please stop doing these things.
And me and my friend were saying like, you know, it would be fun to sit here and like make him look dumb. Like he sits here and he thinks that he can get all these women, but then a 19-year-old like doesn't like, you know, like rejects him. So basically he kept like texting me every day. Like when I wouldn't respond, he would just say hello, 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 like called me. I never answered. And then eventually I was like,
desperate.
And then I was like, you know, if I'm gonna hang out with him, like I'm okay to hang out with him to like, because you know, you can't interrupt him on the podcast, but I can interrupt you at dinner. So I basically said, you know what, yeah, if we're gonna hang out, I want to eat dinner or go to lunch. Simple. And he said,
okay, so this girl says, I really don't like him. All these things. I wasn't gonna text him back. I just had to give him my number. So like weird that like, oh, to give you your wall back, I've got to get the number. It's not weird. It's not weird at all. It's just like a normal hookup, flirt, get your number thing. It's whatever. I'm not going to say that that's weird. She agrees to get her wallet back, right? Like it's a little bit of that power dynamic, but if she was into it, you could just consider it like kind of a good like flirtation, basically. And she says, "What? But I'm not going to text him." But then later starts talking about going out to dinner with him. What? You just hate this guy so much that you just want to go out to dinner with him. So you could just tell him about how stupid his ideas are, and you can interrupt him and just tell him, chew him up one side and down the other. I don't know. That's just weird, right? Like, it's just weird.
Said, well, you can come to my place and see if you can handle me. And I was like, no, he said if you can handle this. And I said,
wait, hold on, I have a picture of you. Hold on. I don't know. I hate to break it to you, but
yeah, I'm pretty simple.
that is a spitting image of. I don't know if you can see it. It's literally a picture of Tim Pool. I'm not making fun of the way you look.
No, I'm trying to. I was supposed to stay anonymous. Why'd you guys show a picture of me?
Yeah, sorry. Well, if you want to be anonymous, we don't have to pull it up. No big deal.
No, kidding. Yeah, it's just because like I'd rather.
Aw, thanks for gifted subs.
They're not like get wrapped into their because you know if you take one of their brooms and beat them up with it, you know it's a big deal. But
she's the I can fix him girl. No, I think she's the like I was kind of into him. Remember how she said Myron's tall. He's a lot tall. He looks a lot different than I expected. Okay, so she probably thought he was kind of cute. She was into him a little bit. She might have even also thought he was despicable. There's like a weird thing where like sometimes you like kind of want to hate fuck people and you're like, fuck, I'm so attracted to you and you make me so fucking mad. That's a thing. It's a thing that people have. Okay. That's possible. But I just wanted to go on a date so I could tell him how bad his ideas are. Just text him. I've had people where I've been on like, you met on Tinder or something. And like pretty quickly in the conversation, it's clear that I think that they're basically a morally bankrupt piece of shit. I'll fight with them over text. I'm not going to go to dinner with them. Why would I waste my time to tell somebody how bad their ideas are? Why would I do that? Like, why would you ever do that? Unless you're like kind of into them. The only reason that you do that is if you're like, I hate them, but they're also kind of cute. And I kind of want to have a bit of like, there could also be, maybe I want some clout to hang out with this like super
I don't know if you remember
famous
saying
guy.
you go to his broom shop.
What? Oh yeah, something about beating up each other with a broom.
Blah, blah,
Just like she's
blah.
definitely trolling y'all. I should have said this at the top. We've confirmed that she's been on the show. She was there. This is all. This is a real person who's been on the show. We confirmed it. So I should have said that at the top. But
can my friend and Walter come? And he was like, oh, well, you can't leave your friend alone. And I was like, not really. Because I never wanted to be alone.
Aw.
I did.
Live life right. Thanks for the gifted subs. Is this the same person? How come 2 emoticons came up for you? But, because of who you gave. They're gifted. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. I appreciate it. I'm going to stick my snout in your clout.
So the days go by, it's my last day in Miami, and I thought it was going to be my last day, but I had got stuck there because of a snowstorm back at home. So I thought it was my last day, and me and my friend had gone out to the club that was around her area. And when we went in there, we were doing our own thing, and Walter had...
She was seeking to trap him. I'm not sure. Like, this is a girl where, like, it's probably, like, this is the thing where I'm like, at this point, we should probably question experiences. Like, if Ethan was being more, I'm not going to, like, tone police. You can do whatever you want, but I would say that this isn't tone policing, actually. This is saying this is a really bad use of your platform. In general, I think it's really, really unethical and incorrect to platform somebody's story where you're going to basically come out and eventually call 2 people sexual assaulters, or at least assaulters, or I think he implies that they kidnapped her, or like kept her hostage or something as well. And not question any part of it when like certain things don't add up. Like, this isn't really how people work. Way too much Andrew Sanders.
showed up, and he came up to us, like, we went to his table, he was talking to us, and he comes straight up to me and he says, well, Myron wants you. And
oh my gosh, is Joe here again? Please say yes. I saw somebody at Joe where you're just like, oh, wait. Okay, if she is here, I can't find her name. Okay, sorry, I'll just keep playing.
And I said, a child? Like, because I know I'm not a minor.
I mean, you're 19.
I'm a fresh out of being a minor.
Yeah, I mean, you practically just finished high school at that point, right?
Yeah.
Joe the silly serious.
Yeah, I probably just finished my first year of college, but...
and so, was it weird for you for this...
3 of you said Joe Mama. That's funny.
35-year-old man to be so persistently pursuing you?
Yeah, it was very... what I describe it as, like, when I, like, on the podcast, I was sick to my stomach just being on the podcast itself, but, like, just being in his presence, like, later in the night, I felt very sick, because it was just weird, like, just, like...
So, I find it odd, too, that his buddy... These guys are, they're like kindergartens, like, he's sending his buddy to be like, hey, you want to go on a double date, or...
Below that, even if
Wait, what's the rule?
It's half your age plus 7 is not an actual rule.
This isn't like a law,
people say, yeah. That's kind of just like a guideline. But yeah, I mean, if he's 35.
So wait, if you're 60, wait, I'm interested by this rule. So it's minus 2.
No, divide by 2.
Yeah, plus 7, 37 if you're 60. See, that seems fine to me. I mean, obviously a big gap. Okay.
That's kind of
25.
I mean, this is not an actual rule.
This isn't like a law.
People say, yeah.
Wait, what's the rule? Sorry.
What's the rule?
It's half your age plus 7 is the one that I've heard many times, and I don't think 19 would.
Age plus 7? Why though? It's so arbitrary. Age plus 7. So if you're 21, you can date a 28-year-old. I'm guessing probably not under the minor age. So if you're 28, you can date a 21-year-old up to, 35. But I don't have a problem with a 38-year-old dating a 28-year-old. Half your age plus 7. Wait. Oh. So if you're 30, it's 15 plus 7? Wow, a lot of... Okay. Sounds like an old wives' tale thing. Half your age plus 7. Okay. So 15 plus 7 years. I mean, but then she's within that, correct? 35 would be 12, 19. So she's like right on the cusp of it, correct? If he's 35 and she's 19. Am I doing my math wrong? I'm very quickly doing math in my head. I'm more like guess mathing. I didn't even really do the long... I didn't even do the subtraction or anything. I just...
Be acceptable on
yeah. Wait, that's interesting. So wait.
I just guessed-ed.
I'm 36. So I go times 2 plus 7?
No, divided by 2 plus 7.
It would be 25.
25? That seems young for me. 25?
I mean, this is not an actual...
Oh, it's half your age plus I have to be 7 years older than that. Oh, okay, I just misunderstood. I thought it was half your age plus 7, and that's the range you can date within. That's what I thought they were saying. Half your age plus 7 is weird. What a terrible metric. A 35-year-old's lower limit should be 22. I'm doing bang on half plus 7 year. But it works. Yeah, but it's arbitrary, right? Like if people, this is the thing, is if people are dating outside of it, like, not weird. Okay, the thing that they're focusing on here is the age gap, when I would argue it's solely the power dynamic that's weird here. It's not weird that he's 35 and 19 alone. It's weird that he is a podcast host. She was a guest on his podcast and therefore has a lot of social like desire and pressure to go on date. It's for sure the power dynamic that's strange, not the age gap in and of itself. Look at the chart. Okay, interesting. So he's 35, so he can date anyone who's up to 50 and down to, what would that be, 25? Okay. For 35? I don't know. I don't even feel that weird about a 35-year-old dating a 22-year-old. Like, I don't know. I just don't think it's that weird. Like, it's probably not all couples that I would recommend, but like some couples can make it work. And like I said, the weird thing about this is the power dynamic. That's what's weird.
Well, rule.
This isn't like a law.
People say, yeah.
Couldn't you say he waited until after the podcast? It's a little less power dynamic-y. Sort of. It's a little bit less power dynamic-y, but the rest of the story is also going to play out. And it's like, Fresh and Fit aren't like these like really nice guys, right? It's pretty clear that they constantly play on power dynamics all the time. That's why they play on like cognitive power dynamics and like, I should say always power dynamics, but they play on like gaps all the time, specifically like cognitive capacity gaps. They get their guests drunk so that when they debate with them, they look really stupid. They typically only bring on guests who are just like Instagram models. So they're not really like trained at debate or anything like that. So they do all these things that are like sneaky and weird to basically like put women lower and put themselves higher and put them at the greatest advantage to like win whatever it is that you can like win, the conversation, the sexual dynamic, all this stuff. So like it's less power dynamic-y because they're off the podcast, but I would still argue like the dynamic set up, she potentially still has a lot to benefit from being connected to him and going on to his podcast in the future and stuff like that. So like yes and no.
Yeah, that's kind of just like a guideline. But
right.
yeah, I mean, if he's 35.
Wait, if you're 60, wait, I'm interested by this roll. So it's minus 2.
No, divide by 2.
Yeah, plus 7, 37 if you're 60. Yeah. Okay, so what does that even mean?
Like,
Number one.
yeah, I guess I said to Walter, like, a child, like, I'm young. And I said, what is it so attractive about me that he wants me this bad? That it's been like 3 days, I can't get out of my cell phone. And also, he talks about being this famous #1 men's podcast, but you're stuck on a 19-year-old.
Number 1 men's podcast, what does that even mean?
Couldn't you say in the power dynamics age have shifted because now this girl is getting clout for false allegations? Yeah, I mean, power dynamics are not super clear. I'm just saying that like they're fixating, like their main critique is like, man, it's such a big age gap. And I'm like, if she was really into it and stuff like that, and like if she was a really mature 19-year-old and stuff like that, like people wouldn't be as weirded out by it. Like the age gap to me isn't inherently the problem. It's like a heuristic, right? And I don't think like the half plus 7 is like the worst heuristic to use. We just like have to be realistic that like some people are going to be outside of that, especially when we're talking about people past the age of majority. To me, what's weird is that like I do feel like there's an intrinsic power dynamic between this individual. But yeah, there's also this weird thing. Like, here's what I'm saying. I'm not even saying the power dynamic is the critique that I have personally. I'm critiquing H3's critique and saying the age gap shouldn't be the thing that you're fixated on. It should be the power dynamic, because that seems a lot more in line with what H3 talks about and cares about and seems like a more legitimate claim. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Like, #1 human trafficking podcast in the world. So it's not, the competition isn't tight.
Yeah, no, it's. But when I had asked him, like, what is it about me that he's so attracted to? He said, you're his type. Again, I said a child, and he said, no. He said, no, you're just his type. And I said, can you elaborate? But he wouldn't elaborate. So I said to him, I disagree on everything that he says. I'm pretty sure I look pretty young, and I don't know what it is like about whatever. So we get to the point of Walter just keeps saying that Myron wants me, and I was like, okay, then I'll get back to him later. The night I was trying to avoid him as much as possible, and then the night goes on, and I had like a drink or two with my friend, and I'm like ready to eat food with everybody. So we tell Walter, can we go get food? And he's like, yeah, sure, like let's get in the car. So we get in the car. My friend's in the front seat, I'm in the back seat, Walter's in the front, and they're driving. And Myron just kept saying like, oh, do you want to go get something to eat? I'm like, yeah, sure, like let's go with my friend and Walter. And he was like, yeah, sure. I also tried getting Myron out to the club. So again, like I didn't want to be alone with him. And he refused to go to the club because he said clubs for losers, but it's great for girls. I don't know what he meant by that, but so Walter, my friend was like, oh yeah, that's great, like, let's get food with each other. And Walter looked over and like signaled her like, no, like we're not doing that. So eventually like we pull up in front of the pod.
Right, I'm gonna be the literal worst piece of shit. I didn't realize how long this was. I apologize. It's really long. I'm gonna pause it here. I'm gonna come back to it after this. I'm so sorry. I will ask my editor to clip these two together. So if you want to watch my full review of this, it'll be on YouTube in a couple of days. I have a call that was booked for 6:30 my time, 8:30 EST. So I'm going to do that. I apologize for being the worst person in the world. But we will come back to this. And it'll be on YouTube altogether, and I'm so sorry. Okay, we're waiting. 1 second. Let me just check my sound.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh. Hello.
Hi. How's it going?
Good.
Good. Okay, let me just turn on mine. Then we can be together. Beauty. And then like boop, boop. All right. How's it going?
Good. I'm not
Good.
as sick as I was last week. So.
That's good. Do you know what did you have the dreaded COVID or?
No, it's just like a really bad sinus infection that's like been going around.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad that you're feeling better. Why don't you, maybe for chat, because you and I have chatted once, maybe for the sake of chat, you could let them know just who you are, name, pronoun, thoughts, feelings, heart, whatever.
I'm Kate. He, they, and then do you want me to like go in why I'm on the podcast or what?
Sure, yeah.
Your stream. Sorry.
Yeah. Just because I'm doing the thing what we talked about.
Okay.
Like, I want it to be in your hands a little bit, just because I'm very big on like not getting people to share things that they're not comfortable with. So, yeah, just like if you're willing to share like why you reached out and what we're chatting about today.
Oh yeah. So I heard you talking. It was your stream with your husband, and you mentioned, I forget exactly what you said, but you're like, the two things I remember are like talking to someone in like a triad and then kids in a poly environment. And I'm in a poly triad and we're raising a child. So I figured I would reach out to you and we would have an interesting conversation. Also,
Go ahead.
not all poly representation on the internet is super great. So
yes,
I wanted to beat some people. And pure sane.
Could you maybe tell me a bit more about that? I feel like we touched on that a little bit. Just for chat's sake, full disclosure, Kate and I have talked once already, just to kind of familiarize ourselves and stuff. So there's probably, because I'm inevitably going to reference stuff that we've already talked about, so I don't want chat being like, these fucking liars, this isn't a raw reactor or whatever. So we've chatted once already. I don't feel like we got into a ton into specifically your frustrations with the online representation of like poly and stuff like that.
I don't have like too much. I just kind of stay out of most online spaces. But there's always discourse, and then the people who are like online seem to have the worst discourse about things. Like very strong opinions. And like hard and fast rules. And I think it's really hard to apply hard and fast rules when you're talking about interpersonal relationships. Like things that work for some people are not going to work for other people. I think there are like a few like things that you should definitely avoid, but I think it's weird to like tell people exactly how their relationships should be.
Okay,
so I think that's my like big thing.
Yeah. So how long have you been in open or like poly relationships? Like what has been your lifetime experience with that?
So I've been in my current relationship for about 2 years now. I think like 6 months of that was long distance, where I was like driving 4 hours to visit every 2 weeks and eventually moved in. And then before that, I had like a couple bad relationships where I was essentially, I'll jokingly calling it non-consensual poly, where people were cheating on me, basically, or like not telling me. And then after that, after those like pretty bad relationships, I started dating someone and I was just like, hey, I don't mind if you're like with other people. I just kind of want to know so I don't like feel like I don't like have to do that guessing of like, oh, are you like with this person or not?
Okay.
And yeah, doing that was like really satisfying because it turns out that if someone likes you and wants to date you, they tend to like and date other people who are pretty similar to you. So I interacted with like a couple of them and they're cool.
So would you say then that like you, because I think a lot of people, I could be wrong, but a lot of people, it seems like maybe get into open and poly because they kind of like hear about it through the grapevine and then they research it and then they're like, oh, this is something I'm actually really interested in. Whereas it sounds like for you is more of like this experiential like process of like almost like stumbling into it where you're like, well, cheating's been happening a lot. And like in this new relationship, I'd like to try like, hey, you can explore other relationships. Just like, please tell me about it. Would that be correct or am I misunderstanding that?
No, that's pretty. I think definitely there were probably some people that I saw. Like, I knew some people who were in open relationships, like some of my good friends when I went to college for the first time was like a married couple who was in an open relationship. So I had exposure to it, and I hadn't really thought about it before then, but it was something that like after those two, it felt like the needs of my partners were like mismatched with my needs. So I was like, well, it'd be good if we could have like conversations about them seeing other people who will meet their needs.
Okay. Feel free to say no, but would you be willing to explain like what needs you noticed like missing and stuff for that other partner that you think were like better supplied by somebody else? And feel free to be like, nah, that's too personal. Any question I ask, just be like, no, fuck you, it's too personal.
We might get in like a rabbit trail here, but I wasn't in a great place when I was seeing them. I was going back to college and I was recovering from like a bad period of drug abuse. So I just, yeah, it felt very weird to like commit really hard to something after that. Just needed like time and space to feel like I was in a spot where I could actually commit to someone and like had my shit together.
Mm-hmm. So it was more like emotional needs than it sounds like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Which makes sense. I mean, honestly, if you're in recovery, that's actually good that you're putting your recovery first and foremost. Okay. So you kind of got into this more open relationship. And tell me a bit more about, because your present day relationship is what I find like the most interesting and kind of, for me, like exciting to talk about. Like I find it very, very interesting. So like, what's the dynamic? Yeah.
In what way? We're all in the same household, like raising a kid. Do you want to know like how it started or like how we function day to day? What's more interesting?
Probably both. First of all, like, is there a label that you guys prefer? Because I'm in the process of trying to understand all these labels. And then second of all, maybe how you guys met and then where you're at now might be helpful.
Okay. So I'll try to remember those things.
I'll remind you, don't worry.
Okay.
Label. Do you guys have a label for what your dynamic is called?
No, we kind of we're probably an open triad, but we have like one of my partners has a partner outside of the household, our household. So we have a like polycule, which is like an extended, because they have like two partners aside from my partner. It gets complicated very quickly.
Okay, so there's three of you in the house that are kind of committed.
3 of us in the house,
intimately raising a kid together. That's like kind of the core intimate group that you have, most connected. Would you say that these are like your main intimate partners, and then outside of that, each of you are allowed to also be open, so like in other relationships potentially? Okay. Okay.
Or dating or stuff like that.
Yeah. And then would you be, so if your partner has another partner, do you have any level of relationship with that extra partner, or what are your guys' rules about how you navigate that?
There's only one type of deal. Okay.
For simplicity's sake, so if I have my partner and they're dating someone and I'm not involved with this person, that person in poly terms is called a metamor or just meta. And that makes like it way less confusing to talk about because partner gets very confusing very quickly.
Yeah.
So I I'm like good friends with a few of my metas too. I get along and like hang out, and I have like a D&D group with, so one of my partners is in there, and then the rest are like metas twice removed. So my metas partners, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So it sounds like not only is this kind of like a relationship group, but already also like kind of a friendship group. Like that's what it sounds like. It's
Yeah.
Like not
it's
only
like a social group as well.
Yeah, it's like a social crew. A lot of people being like metaverse. It's basically the metaverse, which is cool.
Yes.
And then you guys have a kiddo as well.
Yes.
Okay. What's that dynamic look like?
So I basically moved in with them when he was about 2. So I've been like a parental figure since he has like or a bit after he was 2. Since he's been able to like talk, so he sees me as a parental figure and is confused that other kids don't have a mom, a dad, and a Cade, which is pretty entertaining.
Yeah.
But it's just like, I don't know. Raising a kid is a lot of work, and it seems like the more people you have helping out doing it, the better. And it's like one of the big advantages of it. And as long as we're all pretty much on the same page about goals and stuff and have good communication around that. So it's really nice for for 2 people to like be able to go on a date and have childcare at home.
So you moved in when the kid was 2, so it sounds like bio parents would be your other 2 partners, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So then how did you meet is triad a good word to use for it right now? Your coupling?
Yeah. Okay. Also, we can use everyone's name. So I'm Cade, and then my partners are Sadie and David.
Okay. That makes it easier.
Yeah, because otherwise it's going to be confusing because I'm going to say partner a lot. And no one will have any idea what the hell I'm talking.
I'm also drawing a little picture for everyone, so they're understand. The people are like, can you get a picture of this? I don't know. Yeah,
I might have to correct it.
Okay, I'll draw it and then I'll share it to you. David's the other one.
Yes.
And then I just have like M1, M2 for different metas, and then this meta might have M3.
Okay. So I met David in college. When I was going back to community college to get an associate's.
Right. How does that look? Is that accurate?
That is somewhat accurate, but Meta 1 has 2 metas.
Okay. So it would be more like this. Meta 1.1.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. That 1.2. And then on and on. And I mean, I was just filling in random stuff just so people had an idea of like what's going on.
Yeah. That's about.
And I know it's not to you, right?
Except,
it's Sadie's, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. What did you just ask?
Good question. Now I'm forgetting. I think I asked you about. Oh, how you met them? Because I said you're not the bio parent of the kiddo. But no. So that means they are. So obviously they must have been in a coupling before you joined. So how did you guys meet?
Yeah, they were
stuff like that.
They were married. I met them shortly after they got married.
Okay.
But before they had their kid, our kid. And then I was just like good friends with them. Would like go to parties. It was a very like good vibe. There were like occasional mentions or like talking about polyamory or just like openness, but nothing like super explicit. And then I moved away at the end of 2020. 2020 is when COVID started, right?
March of 2020.
March of 2020. So I moved away in like January of 2020. And then I got a job in March of 2020. And then I couldn't go anyplace in where I was living because it was COVID and nothing was open. So I was just like holed up in my room. I came down, or I came. My brother's gonna piss at me for saying come down because technically it's north of us. But I came up for a party, and then basically there was David got it was a housewarming party for the house that we're in now. David got super drunk, and there was like lots of contextual like friendship there, but Sadie and I kind of clicked. It ended up that I needed to crash in their bed because like all the other spots were taken up by drunk people, and the vibe kind of like continued during the night. There was a little bit of like footsies like throughout the night. Neither of us could really sleep, and then eventually she's like, "Okay, just cuddle me," and like put my arm over her, and then that happened for like I think 10 minutes. Car.
And then, sorry, your headset cut out.
Oh,
your
I'm
mic
sorry.
cut out.
And then,
Good.
then we went out and like had a conversation in the car about like what it would kind of look like, and all that.
Okay. So was it kind of instigated between you and Sadie, and then David was like interested as well? Basically?
Was filled in when they had conversations about it previously about like bringing someone else into the relationship. So there was like kind of like, okay, if you have like a spark, like kind of explore that, use your judgment on like what boundaries you think would be appropriate, but then like go and have a conversation about it immediately, like as soon as you can. Right. So she like talked to him and kind of explained what went on, and I went in and we talked about what went on, and he was incredibly hungover, and I think it was the day before Father's Day. So it was interesting. And then we're like, yeah, we should try it. And then we just continued talking long distance for a while. I was visiting like once every like 2 or 3 weeks. And there's like a lot of space in between there. Yeah.
And just evolved.
And we initially the idea was a closed triad, but I think shortly after I moved in, we decided to be open, which is, I think, just for like having 3 people in a relationship like that is always going to cause like weird imbalances in like attention and stuff like that. So I think it'd be really hard to make like a closed triad work.
Yeah.
And
I'm really glad you bring that up, because I think when you and I talked as well, I'm like, a lot of people when they talk about poly and open, I get frustrated because they just try to make it be like, oh, it's all like flowers and it's beautiful and happy. And I'm like, I don't know about you, but I've lived with people, and like when there's 3 people, like inherently like tensions can arise, especially like I'm like, I would never want to live with 2 of my best friends and like only my best friends, like, and obviously it's a different dynamic, but it's like it's inherently like 3 creates like a difference in like, if there's a fight, 2 people might side against 1 pretty consistently. That gets really weird, right? So how do you guys navigate? Is that basically why it switched to being open? Is that you guys were closed originally and you started like noticing a bit of an imbalance appearing?
I'm not sure. That was more of, I didn't have any like strong attachment to being in a closed triad. I think that's kind of how Sadie and David imagined it, and I think they kind of like, as it went on, it like makes way less sense to be closed. Like once you have the experience of like having multiple people and them kind of filling different roles, you're like, okay, why we should just all be able to do this and find people that are good for us.
Mm-hmm.
Like once you already have 3 people, it makes a lot of sense. All of the like weird dynamics with having 3 people in a household, we still have to deal with that, even if regardless if we're open or closed. But
yeah. what are dynamics that appear that monogamous people probably wouldn't even know about?
Oh God. I don't.
Like, does it make
I'm not
parenting harder?
sure.
Because now, like, I think for parenting, so for example, in parenting, typically kid is going to play off mom and dad a little bit, right? And so mom and dad have to have amazing communication to have lots of consistencies, as the kids can't kind of play off of the parents too much, because that can just create a lot of like really bad stuff pretty quickly. How do you guys? Because with 3, I feel like that's even hard. Like, you'd have to do extra amount of communicating to make sure that, like, parenting. I don't know how old your kiddo is, so maybe the
He's 4 now, so.
Okay, so that it's probably starting to start a little bit already, like going to one and
Yeah.
then going to the other.
Yeah. I don't. You deal with it the same way you deal with it in a monogamous relationship. That's like my answer for a lot of things. Like, oh, how does like jealousy work? You have to deal with jealousy in monogamous relationships. You just kind of deal with it by shutting any idea or concept that it is there down instead of like talking about it. But we already have like pretty good communication habits, just because like it's kind of necessary to do that, to stay on the same page for like just random practical stuff. So I think that's served us pretty well for raising a kid. And then also the advantages of having like an additional person when 2 people are sick or tired. It makes working through all that communication feel very worth it. I think.
Is there they're wondering if you're in chat. I'm guessing you're probably not looking at chat.
I'm not looking at chat, but I have it
You
up,
don't have to. They've been fighting about
Oh,
something
oh.
random. I have no idea what they're fighting about, but somebody said you look kind of like a famous artist, a famous celebrity.
Okay.
So, and I just, I pose them if they have questions. I'm just writing them down. You mentioned jealousy. Actually, that's a really big question that I asked you in our private conversation, and has come up a couple of times in chat as well, of being like, how do you deal with jealousy? Because I think for monogamous people, the way we deal with jealousy is we say, there's kind of 2 ways we deal with it: getting over it and figuring it out, or not letting our partner like do anything that would push the lines of what we would feel jealous about, basically, and negotiating that with our partner.
Yeah, I've been thinking about this a bit. I think jealousy comes from like a lot of different places, and you have to deal with it based on where it's coming from. So if your jealousy comes from like the feeling that, I'm trying to think of a good way to phrase this. I have notes over here. But okay, I think if you're feeling jealous, you generally talk about it, and it's a lot easier to express feelings of jealousy to your partner, because you don't have to like feel crazy for accusing them of like being into this other person. Clearly they're into them.
Right.
And they don't have to feel like they deny that they have any feeling, or they like have any attraction or feelings to someone outside of your relationship, because they're dating them. So you can have like an open conversation and like talk about, okay, I'm feeling jealous. I think it's because you're spending a lot of time outside of the household, and it feels like it's putting a lot of pressure on me. So you can talk about that instead of just like trying to like gate people off, and you can actually like negotiate what the relationship looks like. Be like, I feel like you have more priorities here because we're like living together, than to this person like outside the household who it feels like you're spending a lot of time on. And really like examine it from like an internal point of view, instead of like externalizing that onto this other person, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I would say psychologically it makes sense. I think for probably a lot of monogamous people, there's that barrier of like, it's cool that you guys can talk about your jealousy. Like when I hear that, I'm like, that makes sense. That makes sense how you guys would navigate jealousy within an open relationship. It doesn't help monogamous people, but like we're not here to like have a conversation like how do monogamous people be better. We're talking about like what are scripts that work for poly relationships, because it's something that I think is going to become increasingly common in our culture, and there really isn't. I mean, the adaptations for monogamy in our culture are terrible, like Hollywood and church. And we're like, what we have, and they're terrible, but they at least exist. Like if a 17-year-old is looking into dating, they broadly know what it looks like because monogamy is like broadly pretty clear in how it works. But like a 17-year-old going into a poly relationship, they have no idea what to expect. They don't know what's on the table because it's not really in our society culturally yet.
Yeah, I kind of get that, but I don't know what kind of scripts does it actually give you for monogamy? It feels like a lot of them are derived from like gender roles.
Mm-hmm.
That's where I see most of that.
Yep.
And it feels like that you almost no one like just it doesn't make like financial sense to have like a single earner household for like a ton of people.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like these scripts just like kind of don't work anymore, and that's why people are moving away from them.
Mm-hmm. No, I totally agree. But they exist.
Even if you're using the script, you have to adjust, and you can pull things from the script. You just kind of redefine relationships, or like how you do it. So there's this concept of like having a nesting partner, which is someone who's you're sharing a home with, and you probably share there's like a lot of like responsibilities and obligations that go with like having a roommate. And it's kind of the same thing. And you can, in the same way that when you're dating someone new, you kind of have to negotiate how you're splitting up housework and finances and all that kind of stuff. You have to do that same work whether you're poly or monogamous. I'm not sure how much actual utility you get out of the script of monogamy.
I don't know if you get, I mean, I do think you get some level of utility. It broadly tells people, like, for example, like most people in monogamous relationships have a good understanding that typically having sex outside of the relationship is considered cheating. It's usually not something that has to be explicitly talked about. I still think monogamous relationships should talk about it. So it's more of like these inborn things of like, this is how it works. This is how you explain it to other people. Because scripts aren't just useful for describing how you operate, but it also prescribes to other people how they treat your relationship, right? If I say, it's the same reason why I say, this is my husband, there's a reason I don't have to draw out a chart. A, it's only one person, so it's simple. But also B, we have a script for what this looks like.
To be fair, I think I've heard you call your husband your partner. I have heard that on stream before.
Probably once or twice. I try to call him my husband because I try not to like be a white girl pretending. Like there's a lot of white girls who are like my partner, and you're like you're a straight cis het white girl. Come on, it's your boyfriend, you know.
Partner, calling your like spouse your partner is a kind of also a way to like clock poly people, because it's if you start saying like my boyfriend, my girlfriend, my husband, my wife, it like outs you really quick. So that's something that like I notice when people say it, but people understand what you say when you say my partner.
Yeah, but that's actually a really interesting point in that, like, for you and like broader society, it's probably a good cue. Like, it's good to have these really subtle social cues so that we don't always like have to walk around and like basically like wear our dicks outside of our pants. Like, it's sometimes helpful to be like, right, when you identify as like a woman, that broadly prescribes to people how you want to be treated, which pronouns you prefer, like stuff like that, right? Whether they should call you like sir or ma'am, those sorts of things. Just like if you say husband, it broadly cues to people like, I'm probably monogamous. He's probably a man, right? It cues kind of those two things, which prescribes to people, which is why I actually try to stick away from partner. I think I just fall into it when I'm talking with more of my LGBT friends too often, because it's just like the language I hear all the time. Well, so then I start saying it. But
yeah, it is nice to have the like Lomar excuse of everyone calls their partner, so you can't tell, because if everyone who's monogamous cishet refers to their husband or wife as their husband or wife, and then someone says partner, they're like, oh, something's going on there. there's less plausible deniability for people who are like trying to not quite lie about their like LGBT status or poly status, which is nice. So I think it's good to have that in the lexicon.
I feel like we got somewhat derailed by the scripts of monogamy and polygamy.
Yes.
So I apologize. I'm just trying to look back. Because we were talking about jealousy, right? And so I was saying, like, you know, one script that I would also argue is not useful is that like there's kind of two ways monogamous people. So people were wondering, like, in an open relationship, you can just talk about jealousy, but what if you have like say a poly relationship that isn't as open? So for example, like you're not really supposed to be dating outside of like the triad.
I don't know. I don't think those kinds of relationships are sustainable.
Okay.
So I think it's really hard to talk about jealousy in this context.
Okay. That's fair. When you're talking about your triad, a lot of people were trying to understand, are you talking like, are you expecting this to be like a long-term marriage, like long-term committed relationship?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. There's a kid involved. I don't want to be like a parental figure for like when they're a child and then disappear and not be in their life anymore. I think that'd be really shitty.
Do you think that's something that's kind of more unique to your relationship? Like based on just like maybe the people you know? I know you said you can't talk for the general poly community, but is it usually more kind of coming and going in relationships typically in the poly scene, or is it more long-term that people are starting to move towards?
I think some people have like, there are different like classifications of partners you might have, and some are like higher commitment than others. So if you're calling someone your partner or you have like a nesting partner, I would consider that like a relatively serious commitment. If you like stop having that partner, you can also kind of de-escalate relationships where you're like, okay, this person isn't really my partner, it's not really working, but we're still like friends. Or they're like, some of the other like terms are like a comet, which is someone who like comes around. Like a comet is, they're like off doing their own thing and they only show up every so often because of geographical distance or any number of things.
So were you a comet before you moved in?
No, not really.
So comet is probably less commitment then as well, right?
Yeah. You might not like hear from the person super frequently. You might like, it's like you have this with, a lot of these are analogous to friendships. You have like a friend who like comes by every like couple of months. They're like, they live in a different state, but they come by and you're still friends. And you expect them to come by on like some sort of schedule. Yeah.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, so you have that, and then you can have things like play partners, which is probably a little bit less commitment, which is I think I'm not into the BDSM community at all, but I know that the poly and BDSM community share like a lot of value. There's a lot of overlap there. So that could be more or less commitment. But generally when someone is talking about their partner, at least in my like limited experience, there's like some level of, it's like a boyfriend or a girlfriend. It might not be like forever, but generally you're going to be like, it's like the assumption is that you're going to not just like drop them.
You're committed long-term until something happens that maybe changes that. And typically when something changes that, it's kind of sad, or like, it's usually not just being like, this is normal, this is part of the relationship. Yeah. So there's commitment. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. And you had mentioned yours is specifically very long-term marriage, like, because David and Sadie are literally married legally, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And so then what is, because I remember when we first talked, I kept having this question being like, how do you not feel like the third man out? And it sounds like in part because your partners are very intentional of making you not be the third man out. But are there any like objective things that you guys have done as well to kind of decrease that gap?
Yeah. We have, I think one of the most helpful things is we instituted date nights. So each of us have one-on-one time, like each day through the week, and it's for all of us, and that keeps us like kind of connected and ensures we try to do it naturally, but it's nice to have explicit systems to have this thing.
Kind of like a
'cause
monogamous
otherwise you fall into
relationship with a
pattern.
kid. Yeah, it's like any
Yeah.
monogamous relationship generally, but especially with a kid, right? You like actually have to intentionally book time to go away. But you guys don't have to worry about a babysitter, so that's nice. Yeah. Okay, so intentional date nights. Anything else? Because the kiddo as well, right? Like, how do you guys make sure that you, like, you're called like my Cade, my mom, my dad, and my Cade. Is there any other way, like with parenting and stuff? How have they like kind of included you into that?
Probably, but it's hard to say. It's kind of something that I had to do, right? You can't like force someone to be a parent, right?
Mhm.
You just let them take up responsibilities, and that's kind of naturally how that progresses, right?
Yeah. It seems like Sadie is now in the chat as well. She wanted to remind you of some jewelry, I think, as well, that you're
Oh, yes.
flashing.
Also,
You
they
mentioned
got me a
when
ring
you and I
for my
talked,
birthday.
had you gotten the ring yet, or were they talking about
Yes,
it?
that was last year. That was pretty shortly.
Oh, okay.
That was almost exactly a year ago.
Okay. That's amazing. That's super cool. So got a ring as well. And then I don't know in your state, when are you like legally considered common law as well, where you've got like some of that legal protection that marriage does as well?
I have no idea.
That's fair.
Our living situation is strange, and I don't think common law marriage shouldn't work for 3 people. Isn't that only?
That's true. Yeah. I guess I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think I have any.
I've never looked into the
legal-
courts.
I just have to. I have to put a lot of trust into them. Is pretty much the answer, because there's really no like.
Yeah. Like if a divorce happened, like there's no clear
Yeah.
court proceedings of what that would even look like.
No.
Yeah. Okay.
We'd have to. Any big expenses, probably just get like a contract lawyer or something.
Okay.
If I was super worried.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's probably the main interesting, like when we were talking about social scripts, like honestly, the main thing that's like clear is like how monogamy works legally. Because polygamy, there's nothing.
You can get into weird
Yeah.
situations. I think a lot of the other people in our like immediate polycule I know are pretty like financially decoupled. Specifically, I think to like simplify stuff like that, it's just kind of hard to do that with our living situation. It's hard to do that when you have a kid.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. Okay, trying to think if there's any other questions. So you've talked, I know a fair bit about you and Sadie's relationship. How, because that was kind of what triggered, and feel free, like I said, say no to anything you don't want to talk to. So it sounds like you and Sadie's closeness kind of triggered you being eventually included into the poly dynamic. How did you and David's relationship, because that's one thing that I'm interested in, because that's kind of what I expected, right? It's like probably in most poly, there's going to be 2 people that kind of kick it off first, and then the third person gets looped in whatever way it looks, and then that relationship grows and is like really positive as well. So like, what did that look like between you and David of like negotiating and whatnot?
There was a lot of talking. Oh, sorry. The other thing to keep me looped in that I just remembered is we have a group chat.
Oh.
Also, group chats when you're poly are very important. Just for coordinations purposes and also sharing news. But that's one of the things they did when we were long distance that helped me, like, because they put things that like don't necessarily need to be, they don't need to like message me about it, but it's like practical everyday stuff goes in that chat, so everyone is kind of looped in on that stuff.
Okay.
But you were asking about me and David's relationship. We have a lot of shared interests, and we're like, I was more friends with David than I was friends with Sadie before like we started this dynamic. So living together with someone who plays the like same games as me and has like similar interests to me, it's like pretty natural to do that. And there were yeah.
Is you and David's relationship also romantic, or is it more of like more of a friendship?
It's slightly more than friendship, but slightly less than romantic.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah, that makes sense. And it would make sense. I was just wondering, like, to what level of like intimacy does everyone kind of have within the dynamic? Would you say that that is pretty typical in like what you think would work for most polycules, or?
I there's kind of a spectrum of like relationships you can have with your metas. I think mine and David's relationship is pretty unique because we're like living in the same household.
Right.
So to like talk more generally, you kind of go there's like a spectrum of don't ask, don't tell, which is where like you can go date people. I don't want to hear about it. Stay safe. Don't get STDs or whatever.
Test for STIs.
And then,
I was gonna say.
yeah. And then the other end of it would be like kitchen table poly, where everyone's like having dinner together. And then in between that, you kind of have parallel poly, and you can kind of mix and match these for specific kinds of relationships. But I suddenly forget why I explained that. But
I was asking about you and David's
is that
dynamic.
typical?
Yeah, yeah.
I think it's typical to start out with more of like a parallel, and then if you kind of get along, if you're in like the same space and you get along, I think it makes sense for your like relationships to kind of deepen.
Okay.
And like, yeah, because like I said, when you tend to like date people that you like, and it'd be weird if you were dating someone and they dated someone that you hate.
Yeah.
I think that'd be kind of weird.
It would be terrible, right? Like there would be like thing
Yeah.
of like, I don't like, am I jealous or do I just hate that you're hanging out with this piece of shit?
Yeah, it's just kind of, yeah.
Yeah,
It would
because
cause
what
enough-
you described of
something's gotta
like,
break down.
yeah, in our last conversation when I asked you a bit about jealousy, you're like, I don't know why I wouldn't be happy for my partner to be like happy with somebody else. And I'm like, I know. If that person that they were being happy with was a fucking piece of shit, then I'd be mad about it. But that wouldn't be because I'm
Yeah.
jealous. It would be mad because I'm like, no, they're garbage. How can you like them? And what does this mean about you if you can like them and they're obviously garbage fuck, you know?
Wouldn't you have that same like reaction if they were just friends with someone who you hated though? Like, is that really that different? If they're like hanging out with this person who you think is a massive piece of shit and can't stand.
I think it would
Like, you-
stain my relationship a little bit because it says something to me, like, especially like for me specifically, I don't really dislike people very much. So if I'm willing to
Yeah.
go as far as to say, like, it would probably depend on like what your personal relationship is to who you label as a massive piece of shit. Because if I'm personally labeling somebody a massive piece of shit, I think they're morally bankrupt, like objectively a bad person. And it would be weird to me if like one of my best friends was really close to them. Like I'd be like, am I crazy? Am I missing something? Like, this person seems like shit, right? And like in cases where like my best friend has been friends with who was a massive piece of shit, it was very straining on our friendship. We were also roommates too, in large part because this person was coming around, and I was like, they're clearly a massive piece and it turned out I was right. They were a massive piece of shit, and that friendship ended, and I'm still very close friends. But it was actually straining because it was like hard to watch them be friends with somebody who was like so bad, and arguably they were part of why I hated them is because they're a terrible piece of shit too. My best friend, so that was part of it as well.
Yeah, and there are people. There's like people who you hate, and there's people who you like kind of don't vibe with or like find kind of annoying. You can kind of avoid those people, honestly.
Like metas that you're like, it's me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not to throw shade at any of my metas, I love them all equally.
Except you, Gary. Fucking talking about it. Hopefully you don't have a meta named Gary. I hope there's no meta named Gary because I'm totally joking. Okay, that's good. Okay. Somebody had a really good question about extended family because now that you've outlined that your dynamic is specifically more long-term marriage-like, how do you guys navigate 3 extended families?
Well,
like Thanksgiving must be wild if they all come over. Right?
Well, we're not in a space where we can have a bunch of people over yet, so it'll be interesting. I'm not sure. I'm not out to my extended family yet, actually. I haven't like told them or explained that except maybe like one uncle, but we're all out to our parents. And having 3 sets of grandparents, I will say, is really nice.
Yeah.
Um,
Especially for kiddo. Holy.
yeah, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, Sadie doesn't. Um, David's extended family is a little bit religious and doesn't really come around, but we have a good relationship with his parents, which is nice. Um, and then Sadie's family kind of, I don't think she has extended family close. I think it's all like immediate family.
Mhm.
She's in chat, she can correct me, but and then all my extended family like lives pretty far away, and we occasionally go. I don't know. We haven't really had Thanksgiving since COVID,
That's fair.
and COVID is still kind of a thing. So
And your guys' like living together situation kind of crystallized in COVID. So
yeah,
that's a dynamic you haven't figured out. Okay. So you guys do maintain some level of a relationship. So like at some point in the progression of your relationship, did like David introduce you to his parents and Sadie to your and all vice versa and whatnot?
yes. Well, really, we told them because I knew David's parents and Sadie's parents, and that's probably why they both liked me
From
before,
the friendship that you had before.
from knowing me before, so they were all pretty accepting.
Okay.
Um, that.
Okay. And then your parents, did you just kind of
Well,
take them home or?
I just called my mom. This is when we told them before I was moving in, so we kind of at that point you gotta tell everyone or else it's gonna be really weird to explain.
Yeah.
There's like no plausible deniability anymore. Everyone just kind of has to know. Um, I still haven't told my dad, but that's just because I don't talk to him too much.
Okay.
We have yet to get them together for full grandparent family dinner. Will be interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, especially if you guys like rent like a big tent or something. Because what it would be 3, 6, 7 with the kiddo. Is that right? There's 6 sets of altogether. There's 6 parents. There's 3 of you. Oh, but Sadie, I guess there would be immediate family of siblings as well. So how many people would be at Thanksgiving if everyone attended for you guys?
I don't know. I can't do that. A lot.
Fair.
It would.
That's right,
I
a
think
lot.
it would be. I think it would be like 20 people.
That's amazing. It's I had this. I don't know if this will be
In
a
the
funny.
teens, in the mid to high teens.
That's amazing. It's very funny to me because lots of like kind of funny Christians are very big on like having lots of children and having very large families. And then you guys are on the opposite side, be like, we got the big family. What do you mean? We did it. I just think it's funny.
Yeah, we gotta outcompete them. Be religious.
yeah. Having it's like because they'll always be like, well, it takes a village to raise a child, and you guys can be like, we got the village, motherfucker. I just think it's funny. So I haven't gotten any more questions from chats. Challenge. We've gone through a bunch more questions already. Yeah. How did you meet? Oh, what would you recommend to people who are interested in exploring open or poly relationships? What have you learned?
I don't know how much my experience applies to other people, but the answer depends on if you're already in a relationship with someone. A lot, I think, on how you handle it.
Let's assume single. The simplest situation, yeah.
That's kind of asking for dating advice, and I don't have any of that because the way that I form relationships is I make friends with people first, and then I hang out with them to make sure they're cool. And then so make friends with a married couple, and then just go to wait until they invite you in your bed, and then proceed with the one you're into.
Okay, that's the
advice.
formula. Yeah, that's the formula.
No, but on a serious note, just be very conscious of people's boundaries. I think be very careful about that, especially when you're like entering poly. Don't assume people don't have boundaries just because they're poly.
They will generally like tell you if they have boundaries, but it is very awkward to verbally enforce a boundary, even if you're used to it. And it's going to make you feel bad. So you should like really feel out the situation and kind of ask like probing questions before you like try to initiate. You should gather as much information before acting as you can.
Right. Yeah.
Kind of stuff.
Yeah. So like the basic kind of respect stuff. Do you think there's anyone that you've like maybe come across, even just like friends of friends who you're like, this person is doing open, but it seems not to be working for them? Like any like common hallmarks of people, like, because I've already identified, like, I know that I couldn't do open or poly right now, and I do see it for the most part as like an immaturity broadly on my part, but I don't think everyone who can't do an open and poly is immature inherently. I just recognize that for myself. Is there anything that you see like poly might not work for this type of person?
Well, I think if you have like a really bad toxic, if you don't know how to have a good, you need to be able to build a good relationship in order to be poly, because you need to form and maintain multiple good relationships with people. And if you have multiple bad relationships with people, you're just going to be like in a large world of hurt. Or if you like have this bad relationship with someone and then you meet someone, you're going to like neglect this other relationship and it's going to collapse. So yeah, I think being secure in your relationship with your partner or whoever you're dating before you start dating other people is probably one of the big things. Yeah, I think security in your relationship. You should figure out how to do that.
Yeah. So I think a lot of people, like this is my experience of people who tend to be poly. I find people that are poly tend to be like decently self-assured and like basically like somewhat level of like they can kind of manage themselves. Like they don't rely on their partner inherently to like carry them by any means. I could be wrong. I could be super wrong about that. Whereas in monogamous relationships, we see like more situations of like trauma bonding and stuff. Now, again, this might just be
codependency.
And this, again, it might just be a pure like baseline fallacy. Like there are just less people in open poly relationships. So the only people who do it are much more intentional than everyone else who kind of just falls into monogamy. Just curious on your thoughts on that.
I think a big reason for this is if you're in a relationship because you trauma bonded with someone, or you're like you have this toxic codependency and you're like obviously bad for each other, the reason that continues for like a long time is it's what you're used to and you have nothing to compare it to. So I think if you're like in a really toxic or unhealthy relationship where you're like super codependent on someone and it's bad for both of you, and you start dating someone else and they're like, hey, this doesn't look right, or like you're like, this person like actually wants to spend time around me. It's not just I don't have this like weird, this toxic like dynamic that I have with my partner isn't universal. You're like, this relationship probably isn't good for me. I think that's kind of a guess because I don't know.
I guess how I see it is like once there's an extra person in something, if there's like a person or like multiple individuals that are like less healthy and less able to maintain the relationship, I see that relationship probably overall falling apart more quickly, because just with 3 more people, there's just that much more like energy and chaos that can be kind of thrown into the dynamic. Whereas with 2, I think it inevitably will fall apart too. It just might take a lot longer because there's just kind of the 2 and there's not that extra person.
Yeah, I think, and then the other thing is like in abusive relationships, it can be really hard to see that kind of stuff when you're inside the relationship, because you just don't have anything to compare it to, and you have no way to like begin to compare it to something else.
Somebody asked a really good question, which is how do you add like one more person to the framework? So like this might not be the best question because it sounds like it was more Sadie and David who decided that, but you know them well enough, you might be able to respond to this anyways. So maybe starting specifically, how do you decide to add one more person to like kind of the intimate circle versus a meta? And then after I'll ask about metas.
I don't have a good answer.
That's fair.
I don't think. I have an okay answer for this. I think you have to be very considerate of your, just from like observations. I think you need to be, you just need to like talk a lot about what kind of, what your partner is feeling, understand why they're feeling it, understand where they feel like they have boundaries, and show that you care about that and that you're willing to like take their opinion into account and not have them like worried that the person that you're dating is like super toxic and trying to separate you from them, and you have a high level of trust that they're not just telling you that this person is bad because they're jealous or something. So yeah, just like building trust with your existing partner and listening to their needs, and then also understanding, on the flip side of that, if you're like the one feeling jealousy, understanding what the other person is getting out of that and looking at that and understanding that and knowing when and how to ask for space in an appropriate way, and knowing that, communicating like where your boundaries are and kind of what the consequences are for if those like boundaries get crossed in some way, and understanding that sometimes those things are going to happen without anybody like maliciously intending to cross those boundaries, and kind of having like a grace and forgiveness for your partner, and like, yeah.
That makes sense. Oh, Sadie just answered, which is good too. Also, if if you're a couple starting a relationship with a third person, you need to be aware of your inherent privilege as a couple and to give the third person respect and agency. Yeah, that's fair. I was wondering if it was a question better tailored for Sadie and David, but
yeah,
you did a good job too.
Yeah, there is a stereotype of, have you ever heard the term unicorn hunters?
Yes, I have now. Okay. A great person in email sent me a large document giving me all of the definitions for all of these things and answered lots of my questions. So I now know the lingo. It's probably not quick on the top of my tongue, but I at least like know these words.
Yes.
But for chat, why don't you describe a unicorn hunter?
For chat, a unicorn hunter is a couple which is looking for a typically it is a heterosexual couple looking for a third person who is a bisexual woman who will interact with both of them sexually and nobody else, and will just join their relationship and kind of live entirely at their beck and whim. And they're called unicorn hunters because the kinds of people that they're looking for don't exist. They're unicorns.
Yeah. Because it sucks to be a unicorn in that dynamic.
Yeah. And that's where like couples privilege comes in, like having like a veto power, or like the other toxic thing that tends to come up is like a one penis policy, which is super gross.
So as in like there's only one guy allowed in the triad?
Yeah, it's generally like, or generally just like poly be like, oh, you can date women, but not, I don't want you with anyone who has a penis.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah. And that's like pretty toxic for, I don't think I need to understand why that's not great.
Yeah, it feels a little sexist for sure. Being like, well, I'm not threatened by other women. I'm only threatened by other like penises, basically. Like not even men, but like penises specifically.
It is weird because that kind of feels like the implicit like attitude of like mainstream culture.
Yes.
In a lot of ways.
Yeah.
But
yes, to an extent. I would also say this is how, like, as a normie, especially like coming from a religious background, for sure, how we viewed poly is just like a bunch of men who wanted harems, basically. And I was like, well, you know, that sounds like a bad time for me.
People.
Yeah.
They're very weird.
They're called Mormons. Just kidding.
I mean, also that.
Yeah. Obviously, the Mormon dynamic is very, very different than like the modern day ethical non-monogamous umbrella.
Yes. Although I don't think I would call anyone who's in like relationship with. I don't think you can do ethical non-monogamy when you have one penis policy.
Ethical.
I think.
Yeah.
I think that is inherently unethical, and I'll fight anyone in chat who disagrees.
Because it's inherently limiting.
Yeah, I don't really actually have a good argument for it, but
it's like feels
it
bad,
seems,
man.
Yeah, it just feels gross.
Yeah, it definitely it sounds like a male fantasy. It does.
Yeah, exactly. It is. Yes.
Yeah. It just feels very selfish. I think like why it seems unethical is like obviously like in my mind I'm like theoretically I can imagine any coupling agreeing to anything. The issue is broadly like coming in with that expectation feels kind of selfish, basically. Like selfish and a little bit weird and bigoted.
It also like implicitly treats women. It just like embodies a bunch of very toxic masculine traits, like treating women like property essentially to be like owned by men, and
somebody was asking how this is a bit of a jump. Sorry, just how your kid perceives your guys' relationship. I know you said like. Your kiddo calls it my mom, my dad, and my Cade. Does he just kind of? You said he sounds. I think they probably missed where your kiddo's kind of shocked when he meets other kids and they don't have a Cade too.
Yeah, he was. He was like having a play date with another kid, and he's like, oh, he's coming over with his mom and his dad and his Cade, and then we had to explain to him that that's not like a title or like part of most people's relationships. It's hard to have like detailed conversations or really understand his perspective because he's 4.
Yeah.
So he kind of everything that he does, he thinks is normal, and he's not gonna. He doesn't have like very much outside perspective to like even think that it's weird.
Right. Yeah. And it's going to be really interesting to start seeing like more generations of kids growing up where that's their experience. Because I'm curious to see like, you know, when they go into like rebellious teen phase, like what is that going to look like? Is it going to look like any other rebellious teen phase, or is there going to be like a dynamic piece that's like different if they're in like a poly parental situation?
So something that's interesting is, and I think Sadie mentioned this to me recently, but like a lot of co-parenting situations where parents get divorced and remarried but maintain like a relationship where they're like together with the kids kind of resembles a poly dynamic. If you think about it, it's like you're de-escalating this relationship from like an exclusively sexual relationship and you're like kind of switching off. And then I think that also kind of is a framework for like how a lot of these things work, like or for things kind of like that, like having divorced parents, you like go to another parent's house if you're like upset or sad, or you kind of like play them off of each other or whatever. I think that's like relatively analogous to this kind of time, or like step parents, like someone's coming in when a kid is older and isn't going to have the same experience of that. That's like introducing a step parent, and they have different roles than like biological parents who have seen you since they're young. And we kind of, I mean, step parents don't get a great rap, but I like my step. So.
Yeah. Would you say, because like depending on the step parents, like a step parent coming in at like when the kid's like 16 is really different than like a step parent coming in. Like most people that I know whose step parent came into their life when they were around 2, they just call them dad, and they're just like, yeah. Like mom, dad, and then like one of my friends has a situation, and I always have to be like, wait, which mom and which dad are we talking about?
Yeah.
Do you suspect that that's where it'll be kind of similar in the future?
think so. I think it's going to be very similar to like explaining.
Yeah. Do you guys think you'd ever
dynamic
switch
like that.
to having the kiddo call you dad as well?
I think that'd be confusing, and I think it's maybe too late at
That's
this
fair.
point. But
Yeah.
Yeah, it's also not something that maybe if it was there's that sickness. Maybe if it was really important to me, I might push for that
Mhm.
or push for like some kind of title. But I don't know. It feels kind of nice to. It's kind of cool to be a parental named figure.
The Cade.
Have my own title, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, my Cade.
That's
It
that's
is
kind
very
of
cute.
neat, and yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. I know I'm getting into like future speculation, so I know these are best. Do you think if they, and I'm calling him the kiddo because I'm obviously avoiding even asking his name or anything like that for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
So just so everyone's like, why do you keep calling him the kiddo? If your kiddo in the future like wanted to call you by dad or something like that, do you think that that's something within your guys' relationship would be workable or?
Yeah, he accidentally calls me dad a lot too.
Okay.
But he mixes up everyone's names. So.
Yeah. Do you think for these dynamics to work, everyone, because you seem like very chill, right? Like you're just like, I'm pretty easygoing. Like I have a couple of pretty basic needs that are pretty self-evident. And then outside of that, like, shmee to me, I'm happy. Would you say that's necessary for a poly relationship specifically to work, that like every person within has to be like somewhat level of chill?
I have my neuroses as well, as I'm sure.
I mean, we all do.
Would be. Yes, but
and some might have more, right? Like I have more shit than my husband does. I'm for sure more neurotic than my husband is.
Yeah, it's just a balance. I mean, obviously, if you have a bunch of people with incredibly strong ideas about how things should be done, and they conflict all the time, and they don't have a way of resolving that conflict helpfully, that, I mean, I don't, again, the uniqueness to poly there is just there's another person that you have to do. So your general level of agreeableness and willing to like compromise and resolve conflict probably does have to be higher. Just because you're dealing with more stuff. But I think it takes it also takes some things off your plate that probably make you more disagreeable about things, like right, because if I haven't had like a good night of sleep for a week, I'm going to be a lot more neurotic about some things than if I've had like help, like waking up at 6 a.m.
Yeah.
So like get the kid a drink and stuff like that.
Chat's wondering about the potential of you having a child in the future. Like, is that something that's on the table? And again, feel free to answer or not answer.
Yes, we're I don't know the timing on it, but we are planning on having another kid, and that's going to have a whole another set of interesting legal and logistical hoops to jump through. But
yeah, because even like last name and stuff, like you don't want to give a kid a 3 last name hyphen. Like that's almost just mean at that point, right? So like, do you merge all of yours, or I don't know what Sadie and David did originally. I don't know if Sadie or David took each other's last name.
It's traditional. Trying really hard not to say last name.
Yeah, they took Sadie took David's last name. Kit.
Traditional, and then the kid has single last name.
Okay, so if you guys had and wanted to hyphenate the last name, it's not going to be 3 last names at least. It's just going to be 2.
It would just be 2.
Okay,
but they're
hyphenated last names are also rough. You know?
Yeah, no.
Like
also,
filling out those multiple choice bubbles and you have a hyphenated last name is fucking endless. They never fit, and then your kid's just like, I'm spending half the test just filling out my name.
I also have a 9-letter last name that no one can pronounce ever, and I have to spell for everyone.
Okay.
And there's literally only one other person. No, I'm the only person with my first and last name in the world because I have a relatively uncommon first name
Mhm.
and a very uncommon last name. So that's fun.
Okay, interesting. Would you ever consider taking Sadie and David's last name?
No, I really like
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
I feel like we've had an explicit conversation.
Me and
I feel like I've had that with
them.
Sadie and David.
Okay, I was
but
gonna say
yeah,
I don't think you and I, but I think you're
no,
talking
no,
about
no.
your polycool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Somebody's wondering if you've read the book The Ethical Slut and if there's any book recommendations that you would have.
I haven't. No, the only thing I've read is Alia's post on polyamory, and this was after I was already in this relationship. I haven't read The Ethical Slut. I think there's one other thing that's like recommended reading for poly people, and me, David, and Sadie haven't read any of that stuff, which I think makes our perspectives slightly different than people. I've heard it's good, but I'm not going to recommend books I haven't read. But I will drop that Alia post.
Some people are kind of being like, well, why would the kid's last name matter and stuff like that? I obviously understand because I have lots of friends that have hyphenated last names and stuff like that, where like the woman didn't take the name, and there's a lot of legal hoops that they have to jump through sometimes, particularly with like travel and passports for their kids. Is there anything else that you're aware of like why it's actually worth thinking about specifically legal last names when it comes to poly relationships and kids, or even just hyphenated names and kids? At least in Canada, it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare for moms to go get their kids' passports and like legal documents. Okay.
I had to renew my driver's license today, and I didn't have my birth certificate. Now I have to do that tomorrow morning at 7 a.m., and I don't want to think about the logistics of the last name of our future child.
That's super fair. That's super fair. There's just a lot of people being like, that doesn't matter at all. And I'm like, well, like once you start having a kid, it does eventually matter, right?
Also, like
not the
how
most
we're gonna
important.
how we're gonna claim dependence on taxes is gonna matter, and who like technically has custody and all this shit. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Hopefully none of it. I guess. Yeah. Well, it's good that you mentioned passports because I didn't think about that at all. But I don't know. I'll just pay a lawyer to ask a bunch of these questions too at some point.
Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of what you have to do.
Think, because I'm not going to figure it out myself.
It's a lot of rigmarole. But yeah, it's worth thinking about eventually. Just I've like I said, I've got lots of female friends that are married that have hyphenated last names, and it's a nightmare for them trying to get their kids' passports and other legal documents.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's a good argument for not hyphenating.
Yeah, it's just because, like, I don't know why they can't do, like, the logical leap of, like, well, if I'm part of the hyphen in my last name, it's because it's my kid. And they're like, yeah, but you don't have the same last name. And they're like,
same last name, yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
and
Yeah,
that's the issue. And it's very annoying. And this might just be a Canada problem because, again, I'm Canadian, so my experience of that is with Canadian moms specifically.
I think anything where you're dealing with bureaucracy, it's just going to be a nightmare.
Yeah,
any complications you add.
That's true.
You should just not fuck with it if you don't have to.
Yeah. What are common misconceptions that you've come across about poly or open relationships that you would like to clear up? You mentioned the internet doesn't do a great job sometimes, so clear those up.
Yeah, I put this question. You gave me these like earlier today, so I put this one in our polycool group chat. So I'm just repeating these. It's all about sex. Everyone just wants to like. The only reason you're doing this is to like sleep around. I feel like the context of this entire conversation makes it clear that like sex is kind of like the last thing about it. It just like is the only thing that monogamy restricts. So it's fair. So it's easy to focus on it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, and I think, yeah, I don't have much more to say about that. Another one is that you're just you're only poly because you're afraid of like committing to people, and I think we also kind of covered that in that if you're poly, you still have like commitments to people and like levels of obligations that are going to vary from partner to partner, just because you're not exclusively like romantic or sexually intimate with one person doesn't mean that you lose all of your obligations or commitments to them. And you can dodge commitments just as easily without being like sexually non-exclusive or romantically non-exclusive. You can just like spend a bunch of time with your this is like a trope in like TV shows where like, oh, the husband spends all day like hanging out with his friends and like ignores his wife at home or whatever.
Mhm.
Like this is not a thing that's there are like different ways of committing and there are different ways of avoiding it, and this is not the easiest way or the to get out of commitments like that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of conflating polyamory with like swinging or unicorn hunters or stuff like that. And I think the vibe is just kind of different. I think those are much more focused on like the sexual aspect of it, where you like partner swapping is kind of just like exclusively sexual, which is not to say that like you couldn't engage in that, but it's very different from like being in a poly or open relationship where you're like actually open to people having different relationships.
Right.
Oh, you have so many partners. I could never keep up with that many people. That's like a big one. It's like I can barely keep up with my one partner. If you're in a monogamous relationship, you have to provide for your one part for basically all of your one partner's needs, because you're like, in a lot of cases, restricting the way they can interact with other people and forcing all of that work on you. And if you're in a polyamorous relationship, oftentimes your partners are going to have other partners who are filling the gaps that you feel like you can't fill because you have too many people to divide your attention.
Do you think there's going to be, sorry, a question about that, a
go ahead.
consistent
No, it's fine.
partner that you like go to? Like, I think like, you know, like what if one partner is like really, really good at giving like advice and like working through problems, and the other one, I'm going to assume we've got a triad. I'm just going to use your lived experience as the example, obviously, since you can operate within that. So like if there's one partner that's way better to go to basically all the time when it comes to like emotional stuff or anything like that, do you think that could lead to like a strained dynamic where it's like, oh, well, like Cade only ever goes to like David or whatever it is, about like all of their problems, and like never ever comes to me? Like, what does that mean? Like, is there ever any of these like tensions? Because some people are just better at stuff than others.
Yeah, there's definitely that tension, and also specifically sorry, about doing like emotional work. I think gender dynamics play into that a lot, and monogamy like plays into that super hard, because it's pretty socially taboo to talk about any sort of like emotional or like do any of that emotional work with like between men. Like that's just not something that happens naturally in most like casual male relationship, at least not in my experience. I'm gonna see if people are disagreeing with me, but yeah.
I don't know. They're still fighting about Fresh and Fit, I think, like most of them.
Oh,
so,
okay.
Yeah, we were watching Fresh and Fit before, and there's been like a long chain about it, but
we did. Sorry. Okay, I'm gonna close chat because otherwise I'm gonna get distracted.
They're not on topic right now. I'm gonna be honest.
One person asked about social services and polyamory.
Oh, okay.
I think social services has bigger problem. Generally, is dealing with families which are in much worse of a situation than us, and I'm not super like kids who are getting abused or neglected. And I think they're probably going to focus mostly on that. And I think with the kind of shit that social workers have seen, especially dealing with children, my hope is that they're not going to give us a bunch of shit. I think we could get like trolled by like ultra religious family members, like calling CPS or something on us.
Yeah.
But what are they gonna? I don't know how the state has a pretty big bar to pass to
Yeah.
take away your kid or do anything.
Yeah,
like that. So
that's the thing people don't realize is like removing children is actually like pretty difficult, and like it's usually done like pretty conservatively. Like it takes more than like one troll report to like get a kid removed. Like obviously there are always like bad apples and weird cases, but I think it's very unlikely that like if you got trolled, that you'd also happen to get like a social worker who's also really bigoted against like poly relationships.
Yeah, and then even then, I think to get your kid removed, it probably has to go to a judge as well. I can't imagine one person gets to decide whether you get your kid or not. There has to be like some sort of fact. It'd be insane. You could like take it to court and like provide evidence that it's like a healthy home. Anyway, you were asking about
misconceptions,
but you tagged on to one of the things I said.
I did.
It was about keeping up with multiple partners.
Yeah. Oh, like if one partner's better, like if one partner is like
yes.
funner to gossip with, you're always going to want to tell them the gossip. If one partner's better at emotional stuff, you might always want to go to them for emotional stuff.
So yeah, that's definitely something that I have to actively work on, because it's like very male socialization to like not talk about your feelings to anybody but your partner.
And usually your girlfriend or wife in that case.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's something you have to be conscious of and trust and communicate with your partners about, and trust that they will tell you, be like, I need you to like talk to the person about this instead of dumping this stuff on me.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Yeah.
I do a lot of internal emotional work, so I don't think it's come up, but yeah.
So say there was like a major thing that happened, like, like another really big benefit of partners in any type of relationship is like, if Mima dies, or like if something happens that's like pretty straining, emotionally taxing and stuff, you obviously like share your bad news with the people who you're most closest to, right? So in my case, when I like get back, like I got some rough news last week, I immediately tell my husband and then cry, and he hugs me, right? Typically, do you guys try when like there's information like this, do you try to tell both of them at the same time, or is there like, this is the dynamic of like, there'd be nothing worse than to be that partner who's like didn't know that like, hey, this person like has been struggling with an eating disorder for like a month, and the other partner knew but you didn't know the entire time, or something like that.
Yeah, that would be a little bit weird. It feels like something you have to navigate in close friendships as well, and you kind of use the same tools there. Like if you have like two people who if you told one of them and not the other, it would upset them. You just tell them both. And sharing like relevant information is obviously like pretty important,
right,
in situations like that. And that is one of the helpful things about a group chat.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's probably what the group chat's for. Is like, hey guys, something happened. Can I talk to you guys when I get home?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just checking if there's any questions. Any other misconceptions?
The other one is if people are poly, one of them is like, and this is something we see that is the perception of like family generally. One person is like super controlling and like forcing the other to be in a polyamorous relationship so they can sleep around, and the other person is just unhappy and like gritting their teeth and doing it just to like stay with their partner. And that can definitely happen, but I don't think that can happen in monogamous relationships as well. I don't think that's it's the same kind of controlling behavior. And if you're actually in a polyamorous relationship and not like a super unhealthy dynamic, like a one penis policy or like a like a pretty abusive relationship, then you have the opportunity to like kind of interact with people outside of that relationship and get some perspective on what the person is kind of doing. So,
yeah, it's interesting. One thing I noticed in when Nick and we went through like a period of separation, I was talking with all my friends to be like, obviously it takes two to tango. Like, obviously I'm doing something, but I don't know what it is that's like contributing to like, because there wasn't like any blatant thing that either of us were doing that was objectively wrong, right? Like, it's not like, well, probably if you stopped calling Nick all these swear words, you're related. Like, nothing like that was happening. There's no
you
like
didn't
objective
hit him every day.
Right. Yeah. There's no thing that I could easily put my finger on and be like, well, if I stopped cheating, probably, you know, or like lying or whatever. And so I like talk to my friends and be like, well, you have close friendships with me. Like, are there things about my personality that are blind spots? Like things that are just grating or irritating or rude or like just negative in some way that I maybe am unaware of. And a lot, like all my friends are like really racking their brains. Like, honestly, I just can't think of anything based on like the claims and frustrations that he's kind of voiced. And then finally, it actually took me like talking with a guy friend of mine who was like, well, I can't, and I know you really well, but I've never dated you. And like the dynamics that come out in a dating relationship are inherently different than a friendship. And there are going to be things that like, I'm not a possessive person at all, but I know that I'm a little bit like not possessive, but I definitely have like insecurities about like my husband and stuff, like fraternizing and stuff like that. I don't have that with my friends at all, like in any way, shape, or form. And so like it's obvious that like different dynamics are going to come up in an intimate relationship than in a non-intimate. That I think is like one benefit of a poly is that like you're in these intimate relationships with multiple people. They can actually give you feedback of like, well, there is this pattern where you're like a little bit emotionally cold, and that sucks, you know. Which is interesting. It's an interesting dynamic.
Yeah, it's kind of like you don't really know how good friends you are with someone until you live with them. And you're like, okay, yeah. Actually, everything this person does annoys the shit out of me.
Yeah.
I love them, but
yeah. And then I think there's something more like when you are romantic, right? Like, because I asked my best friend who I lived with for 2 years, and it was like there still wasn't anything. Because once you start sleeping and being romantic,
you're having different conversations about the expectations.
Yeah, the social expectation is fundamentally different for intimacy specifically. Mm-hmm. There's more of a tit for tat typically in romantic relationships.
Yes.
Yeah.
And a lot more vulnerable.
Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the other misconception is like you're only opening your relationship to avoid a divorce is something that people sometimes say. I think that's the perception of a parent is that like I'm involved because their relationship is on the rocks, which is not true. Clarify. And I'm sure that does happen.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bad idea, I think.
Just like having a kid is
like
a bad
a
idea.
Really bad idea.
Yeah, saving your marriage through another relationship. The problems that are causing this one to fail are going to reemerge in the next relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You need to like actually spend time on that relationship to figure out what the hell is going wrong and what you're going to do.
Yeah, exactly. When there is relationship problems in your dyad, how often do you find it's like a miscommunication within the actual group? And how often is it like, I've got personal stuff that just keeps coming up and kind of getting thrown onto other people?
I don't know where to put this in the classification, but it is generally like, I guess it'd be miscommunication. It's like someone being at some level of stress and the other people not understanding like where they are at emotionally and kind of misstepping. I think that's the most like common thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that is due to like a living situation because we're in a small space for the amount of people.
Yeah, so like getting alone time is probably really difficult. Like you have to leave.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. And then I'm also ADHD and get occasionally when I'm stressed or like sleep deprived, get super noise sensitive
Mm.
and like anti-stimulation, so I occasionally sit in the closet with the lights off if I need to chill out.
Yeah.
But even that's kind of hard because that's really that sends a certain message to the people around you and can stress them out.
Yeah.
So it's hard not to have your own space. That's definitely. And I have functionally like always had my own like entire room and space before this, and now I'm sharing like a bedroom and like single sink kitchen and shower with 2 other people.
Yep.
So
That's crazy.
It's a big transition.
That's so much. That's so many bodies in such a small space. I mean, I'm an extrovert, but I feel like that would still get. Have you ever gone into like any of those like decompression tanks before where like you're floating in like salt water, so you float really easily. It's like body temperature water, and you're in like a sound sealed black tube, so you can't see anything, you can't hear anything, you can't feel
sensory
anything. Deprivation.
Sorry, you said sensory deprivation.
What did I say? I said
no.
something weird.
You said decompression. Jane.
Decompression, kind of, but not at all.
I mean, it's the same vibe. Yeah. I would definitely decompress in that. I don't know. I definitely haven't been in one, but it would be interesting.
I hate them. I hate them, but I'm curious because, well, I don't need like no stimulation. Like the way I'm an externalizer. The way I decompress is I sweat, I sprint, I go outside, I journal. I'm big on externalizing, just not on other people, obviously.
It depends on where I'm at, but generally I sit and listen to very, very annoyingly complicated music. That's my method. So
interesting. No stim, but really complicated music.
Yes, that is the stim. That's my.
Oh,
that's my focus, man.
Okay, interesting.
Probably because I grew up falling asleep to music.
Yeah. Is there anything else you can think of that we should, that is a misconception or that we haven't gotten into that we should get into?
I still have on. Okay, let me click through all these. Blah blah blah. Okay. Oh, I forgot to say that there's a really interesting concept that I want to rename because it's called relationship anarchy, but nobody likes anarchists, and all of their ideas are really complicated. I'm sorry if there are any anarchists in chat or anywhere, but anytime someone says they're an anarchist and tries to explain something to me, I tune out, and I really like most of what they're talking about. But so I am personally rebranding it as build your own relationship, which is basically you like determine what you want out of a relationship, and a lot of times those things come with certain levels of obligation. Like if you're having a sexual relationship with someone, there's like a certain level of like keeping them in the loop, just on like a practical level, keeping them in the loop about the like STD risk you're at and stuff like that. Or if you're living with someone, you have like certain levels of obligation and things that you should probably tell them. So that's been a useful concept, because the alternative to this is there's a very structured like escalator. I think it's called the relationship escalator, where you're like, okay, we're dating, next we're gonna like move in together, and next we're gonna get married, and then we're gonna have a kid, and then we're gonna live the rest of our lives and retire. Obviously more steps in between there, but like dating to like title to stuff like that.
Yeah.
And it feels like you're failing if you're not progressing this in some way. It's a reaction to that concept and idea, where it's okay to like not do some of the things that you would traditionally, like not go on dates with someone even though they're your partner, because it's just not like the kind of activity you do together. You just like, or like have big romantic gestures, or like intend on having some sort of commitment ceremony or something.
Okay.
Yes.
Would you be able to shift, say you fell in love with somebody who was pretty exclusively monogamous, do you think somebody who's been in poly would ever be able to transition, or that was the question posed? How would a poly person handle falling in love? Sometimes stuff happens with someone who only exclusively does monogamy.
Well, okay, that depends. This is very hard for me to answer personally because I'm in a committed long-term relationship, so something would have to radically change. Like that's like someone asking me to leave my partners, so it's very hard for me to like think of a situation in which that would be true. It's just like kind of a deal breaker for me. And I think most poly people, I think maybe if they didn't have any partners, that might be something they would consider. If they like really clicked with someone. And like, yeah, imagining a huge counterfactual war. I'm not like super attached to the idea of dating like outside of the triad. It's something where it's really nice to have the option because I can like go to events and not feel scared that I might like click with someone, and then I just have to like, what do you do? So if you're monogamous and you like meet someone new, and you're like really into them and you obviously like click, and you're like, damn, you can't really talk to your partner about it because it feels like betrayal, and there's like no chance that it happens. And it's, even if you do that, it's probably a low chance that it works out anyway. But it's nice to have like the concept that, oh, I could have some kind of relationship with this person that I really like and like feel this connection to. And just having that like openness makes it feel less scary to like kind of be into people. But I'm not like super, that is a feeling that I would probably sacrifice for someone if I was like, yeah, I think people can be monogamous. It's gonna depend on the person. I would not like so invested in like having sexual relationships outside of my primary relationship that I would insist on someone else doing it. But it would feel kind of weird to have someone impose that like boundary on me without any kind of conditions.
Right. Yeah. So it's like, it's a compromise that like some people are obviously willing to make. And I think like the problem is that like, because monogamy has become the standard, we don't realize that like everyone is inherently making that compromise anyways. The problem is that like most people aren't making that compromise with like full agency. Yeah. They're just like making the compromise because they're supposed to, but like relationships are fundamentally always about compromise. It's always about kind of meeting each other in the middle and like making things work. And so like a lot of times in monogamy, like that's what works best. Like sometimes if your partner is really insecure, you're willing to honor them by like being like, absolutely, I can like curb my behavior and stuff like that, so that like this isn't a thing that you have to struggle with, especially if it's like a right now or like even like forever. Like some people are just willing to do that, especially if they're like, I don't have a big interest in like dating around a ton. Like that's not something I really need.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like it is not the utility I would get from like actually dating someone is in like 99% of situations much lower than that like costs it would like impose on dealing with the effects of that on my existing relationship. That's like something that could be valid. I'm not saying that myself necessarily, but
yeah, and I think that's important to like outline is like even in a poly relationship, like you're still actually doing some level of compromise in your relationship. It's probably just on different things, right? Like it might be the case of like, oh, I wish I could always only go to this person, but I can't always go to this person because they have other people in their life. So I'm going to like in part compromise by having other people in my life that I can go to as well, right? Like compromises are an inherent part of any relationship. And even in a poly relationship, of course you guys are compromising on certain things. It's just when you say it as a compromise, people feel like it's like you're getting a raw deal. And when you love somebody, you're not getting a raw deal. You're making conscious decisions.
You want to do it
to love them.
Yeah. And you want to do it because it's what makes your partner happy.
Yeah.
And you don't want to see them in pain.
Yeah. right? When you have an ADHD partner, typically you compromise a little bit with like scheduling. You try not to get as ornery about like timing. You don't get mad when they lose stuff. And you know that like they're never going to remember to do certain chores. So you're just always willing to remind them and you don't get mad at them for it, right? That's a compromise I make with my husband all the time. And that's super fair. That's just how relationships work. But he's worth it. And obviously, like there are more and bigger compromises. And then we get into situations where there's no compromise. It's just a controlling partner saying you cannot do any of these things, right? And then that's where we're getting into abuse territory.
And that kind of feels like just the default thing is, and then it's where it becomes like an unacceptable boundary to draw. Like I think it is generally accepted that like most people don't want to mess with their partners having romantic or sexual relationships outside of one, and I think that's like probably reasonable for most people. I think that if they really investigated their reasoning for that, and it's like some level of distrust in their partner to like stay with them and insecurity, and I don't think that's particularly healthy for them. But I also think there are boundaries that are like obviously bad, like the kind of my boyfriend doesn't talk to like women. Like that's my boundary. Is you're not. I better not see you talking to any women ever. And that's like something that actually exists in monogamy and is for some reason socially propagated. It's like a punchline in sitcoms.
Yeah. And so it's like it's this difficult thing of like couples can compromise in any way which they want. The issue is like abuse starts to happen, particularly like emotional abuse seems to happen when like it seems like it's pretty consistently less often of a compromise and more of like an enforcement that the other partner like unwillingly like yields to like basically like skate above the surface of tension. I think that's a really good point that you bring up about like monogamous people, because I always like wrestle with this question of like, are most people like, what are people broadly designed for? Are we broadly designed like, or can most people be polygamous pretty easily, or are most people more generally monogamous? And like the research on this is like pretty blah. We mostly just have like comparative cognition.
Hard to do research, right?
Yeah, and I mean, like, how do you even study this?
I
right?
don't know
like,
how you would design a study to do that.
The best we have, like the best research I've been ever able to find on this stuff was on like voles, because a bunch of these voles have really.
Sorry, one more time.
Voles, like little rodents, like these naked, these blind voles, that basically have really similar.
My headphones are just cutting out.
Yeah, they have really similar like bonding mechanisms, but it's just like, and so some of these voles, almost all of them are monogamous, but then there's like a small population of them that are broadly only polyamorous, basically. And so they've been like, this is the model that we've basically put onto humans, being like, it's probably the case that
model.
Yeah, and like, but
because it's not like human sexual interaction is one of the most complicated things. Like what, like 80%. Okay, I'm not gonna say a large portion of human brain power is dedicated to just like interpreting signals from other people, right?
Yeah.
Like recognizing faces and facial expressions and stuff like that. And mating ritual, or like, it sounds weird to call it mating rituals, but like mating interactions or like flirting is one of the most complex things that you could like possibly study, it feels like.
Right. Yeah, and it was specifically prairie voles. Somebody corrected me. It's prairie voles and vasopressin was the specific two things that were comparative. And it's just like, our vasopressin does work pretty similar to prairie voles, but then so does like we have oxytocin. Like we do have more complex. So it's like, it's a bit of an indication, maybe, but
so much
comparative psychology is rough. It's really hard to do comparative psychology well. Because we can't really even quantify like what is the difference between a vole and a human, like precisely, and then how does that add up to behavioral effects? Shmee to me, who knows? I mean, it's not just who knows. Like, there's a little bit more science to it, but I've always struggled with comparative psychology personally.
Yeah, it also feels like so much of like relationships is obviously cultural. That it, like, even if you're doing some kind of like comparative study, it's you like can't eliminate culture as a variable.
Yeah,
it's like functionally impossible.
Exactly. And like culture is both like an expression of our evolution and biology, but it also changes what it is. And our brains are fucking plastic. And so it's like, brains are just weird. Like whenever we're doing like biological stuff with like psychology and human stuff, it's like brains are fucking weird, man. Like you can have genes for stuff, but then there's epigenetics, but then there's also neuroplasticity, which just puts another giant middle finger up to like any level of like quantifying that we could do super well. Like we can start doing it, and we're getting better and better science that like accounts for all of these things, but it's like we're nowhere near enough to like answer the question of like, are humans fundamentally one or the other? It's probably a mixture. I would be fully willing to believe that like it's a spectrum, and probably some people are really far in that they can only do monogamous and they will only ever have attraction to one person at a time, and other people are going to be really far on the other side, and then probably there's a big smattering in between. That would be my guess.
Wait, are there monogamous people who claim that they're only attracted to one person at a time?
Probably they would say like, not that they're like, they only have impulse to be with, like, not just attracted, but like be with sexually, like be long-term committed. Because when we're talking monogamous, it's usually more of a long-term commitment.
Okay.
I would say that there's probably people like that who are like, for example, like especially like when I first got married, like honestly, I just like, that was the first moment I realized like, oh, I think I'm more on the bi direction than I realized, because I literally got married and men just disappeared from my worldview. I just like didn't notice them. I didn't notice who was attractive. Because like I was in honeymoon phase, really like my husband. I have a pretty low sex drive. All sorts of things were just like, yeah, I just like didn't really care. I was very, very content with just my one relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah. But to say like you just never find anyone attractive feels like you're going like this.
Yeah.
Because obviously we can look at people and be like, they're cute.
I don't want to call someone's like internal experience a lie, but if there's one thing I would be like, you're actually just bold-faced lying to me, and there's like no evidence you could provide to me that you like magically stop feeling attracted to other people just because you have a partner.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure in Christian
to
land,
anybody.
I'm sure I can
it
find
goes
it in
down.
Christian land, but yeah.
Yes.
Broadly,
I'm sure it affects your level of attraction. That's totally reasonable.
Yeah. Broadly, I would agree with you. Sorry, I was just checking. I saw Sadie was posting, but she's just chatting with my chat, which is nice of her. Oh, she's just talking to somebody in chat. Yeah. Anything else you can think of to chat about?
I feel like I had notes. Blah, blah, blah. The one other thing was a lot of people see poly as a rosy alternative. I think from the context of the conversation, obviously not. But yeah, and if you don't have like good conflict resolution and stuff like that, obviously it could end your relationship. But that's true of a lot of things, like moving in together or like having a kid. All of these things kind of require the same tools.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Yeah, I think it goes back to like kind of what I said of like, I feel like because there is definitely like, there's at least a stereotype that like poly relationships often end quicker, that they like fall apart really quickly. A lot of my poly friends have talked about, they're like, oh, basically nothing lasts longer than like 3 years. And I'm like, I'm sure that there are some out there that do last longer than 3 years, but like in her experience, at least, like basically none of them ever did. But it makes sense, right? Like we can't even do monogamy well, which is between two people. Like we can't figure out like how to make those last. And so like when you add in, like, it seems like clearly our society doesn't do relationships well. We don't really know how to communicate. We obviously aren't prioritizing the right things to actually make people good partners overall. And there's probably lots of factors as to why that is the case. And so if you have two people that don't work, if you throw in a third that isn't going to work, it is going to fall apart, and probably more expeditiously. But like, I have a hard time when monogamous people compare poly to like monogamy, being like, but poly just falls apart so quickly. And I'm like, I mean, so does monogamy. Like the divorce rates are high. The problem is they got divorced, so it's a much messier fallout.
Yes.
I think overall what I would view it as is like, relationship seems to have fallen apart in our modern era. We don't seem to know how to do it well. So poly relationships falling apart makes sense to me because A, there's less social scripting, so people broadly don't even know what to expect in a poly relationship, and B, people are messy. And when you bring in a third, it's going to be extra messy. But monogamous relationships are falling apart too, because we really don't seem to know how to do relationship or know how to make it last. And maybe in modern 2022, they don't have to last necessarily, right? But we seem to not be able to do like stability long term well.
Yeah, I would argue. Yeah, I think that I don't know. It'll be interesting because the life outcome, the difference in life outcomes for children of divorced homes are, I think, pretty dramatic, or like there's at least strong evidence of that for certain things.
I haven't seen it specifically, but I have.
I should read more of it. I think I only know that from my mom. I think the one thing that I know is like toothbrushing, like dental hygiene is like remarkably worse in children of divorced households.
Interesting.
I don't know the study for that, so I don't know.
And their dirty teeth are killing them rapidly. It's causing them to do crime. I'm just kidding.
Well, it's dental hygiene has pretty big effects on your like overall health outcomes too.
I know. So, I was memeing as a conservative going down a slippery slope of being like dirty teeth equals crime. It was just a meme. I'm kidding.
That's fair.
Yeah. That's interesting though.
So I
haven't heard that.
It'd be cool to do that. Yeah, I don't actually know. I haven't verified the research. I'm not sure. I should look into it actually. Yeah, it would be really cool if we could figure out a way to make stable, lasting relationships. Unfortunately, my gut reaction whenever someone tries to tell me, or like anyone is like selling any kind of book or giving any kind of relationship advice professionally, is to think that they're like a charlatan or stupid. But maybe, yeah, I don't know. Different people have different needs, so maybe that helps other people.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
And I'm generally pretty skeptical of people making claims.
That's fair. Yeah, I think when it comes to like long-term relationships and stuff, this is part of like why I'm like trying to like talk about this stuff, is I really just want to see people's relationships improved in like whatever those relationships look like, even if they're non-sexual relationships. I just feel like we've got a really lonely, very socially stunted society, and it makes me sad.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be interesting to talk about, because I've definitely learned some. I feel like a lot of it boils down to conflict resolution, and mostly conflict resolution.
Yeah. As far as like loneliness?
Oh, I'm really bad at that. I'm very bad at keeping contact with people. I think that might be more, this is something that makes sense in that we have eliminated a lot of like common social spaces, and we haven't really replaced them with anything, especially like, basically I'm thinking of church. We've like people of, can I ask how old you are?
28.
Oh, okay, cool. I'm 30. So, yeah, so people like most people I know are atheist, and even people I know who are religious don't like really go to church, but that like served a vital like function for community, and we've replaced it with like social media, which most people lurk on, and the people who aren't lurking are like just feeding into like engagement machines, and the thing that produces engagement is some sort of interpersonal conflict. So it just makes everyone feel super shitty and doesn't actually build relationships the same way that like in-person interaction does. So it would be, I think, building new social spaces and maybe translating existing social spaces from online, where we seem to have all of these like toxic dynamics, into real life might be healthy for people. And I think, to tie it back in, I think polyamory is one way to do that, like on a kind of micro level, like it's a microcosm, because you end up with like these strong social relationships with people, generally, and people with like strong commitments to each other and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, like even when I look at my like own raising, like the church community was like pretty fundamental, especially for my parents, right? Because my parents came from really broken backgrounds. Like,
yeah,
like my dad has been adopted like basically like legally twice, like just multiple sets of parents dying. Then went to boarding school because he just had no parents left and was like a rage case at 16. My mom has like a really terrible family history as well. We don't really have much immediate family. So like when my parents kind of left drugging and drinking behind and got married and wanted to be like, okay, let's not do that lifestyle, they had no one. And the plugging into the church, like I was raised next to like 4 other couples. And like, I'm not actually friends with any of their kids, which kind of sucked. Like we just didn't click. But like for my parents, like I can't even imagine, like my parents are pretty messed up and like my childhood wasn't perfect, but like imagine how fucking terrible it would have been if they didn't have those 4 couples.
Support next year. Yeah.
Yeah. And like,
yeah, it's a really, and we need to figure out a non like incredibly shitty,
like
indoctrinating
like secular
way of
church or
doing that.
something. Yeah, some sort of community. Like you need like a community square that people like, but like it's really hard to create this without religion because like part of the pull of religion is it's like connected to identity, right? You feel compelled to go regularly because you're a bad person if you don't go, which like isn't great, but it got people there. And finally it gave like a moral sense of unity. So like everyone that you're meeting in this square
shared values.
So it was easy to spark up conversations, right? You didn't get into like these weird tensions of being like, what do you mean? Like, I love communism. And then people are like,
everyone's in group.
Yeah.
It creates an in group that you can,
And the unique thing is it historically created an in group the size of a nation, which is really interesting, right? And obviously there was a problem in that non-in-group members in that nation got treated like garbage dog shit, and there's a whole other thing to get into that. But
also having an entire country be your out group, completely dehumanizes them, and it makes it really easy to go to war. Yeah, there's issues with it, but it's still we don't have a replacement for it, and we need one. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, like people are lonely. They don't know how to talk to each other. They don't actually know how to be good partners because like our society doesn't teach us how to be good partners. Like it wasn't until I was 27 when I was like, wait, how do I be a good wife? Like how do I be a good partner? I've never actually thought about how to be a good friend because I've done friendship my whole life, but I didn't really even like date around that much until I was like 21. So I was like, I don't actually know how to be a good like intimate partner. And that's a problem. Like, that sucks. And that's on me.
How do you be a good intimate partner? Just
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good question. I mean, for me, a really big part was like recognizing this compromise piece. Because like in friendships that, especially friendships you don't live with or a roommate, there's certain level of compromises you don't have to make because you can like separate spaces, right? So like with roommates where like we couldn't figure out the dish, like the cleaning, they just kind of kept stuff to their side and I kept stuff to my side, and then we mutually agreed on the kitchen, right? So like we could make it work. You can't do that with somebody you live in the same bed with, right? Like, you share every single space. And so I was actually like learning the art of like compromising isn't like, for me, I had to like literally learn, like compromising isn't losing out. It's like making a conscious choice to put your partner's happiness and your joy in relationship over some other thing. Which in like our case there was lots of things. So like literally cleanliness was one of them. Like I'm really ornery about cleanliness. He is not at all. He is on the opposite scale. Like we are opposite. So like I've chilled out a ton, and he's done his best to like pick up his cleaning, and we've met in the middle. The house is never as clean as I would like it. But it's a really good compromise because he's like, that's as much as I can give you. Like I can't really commit to any more than that. That's a really simple one, but I think that's like a good example of like,
that's a relatable one.
Yeah.
Everyone has like different levels of cleanliness.
Yeah. And actually there was a story I heard when
different standards. Yeah.
Like I remember listening. So like, I think a lot of people don't realize that the compromises we make are typically on traits about our partner that we don't like. And half the time our partner doesn't like them about themselves either. Like love really is giving people the parts of yourself that you don't want to give to people and they don't want to receive, and they receive it anyways because that's what love is, right? I think that's what I had to start realizing of like what level that can actually look like in an intimate partnership is so much more. Because when COVID hit, like Nick got really depressed. Like his depression like went through the roof for like a year. And I was dealing with all of the house and most of the work by myself. And like the level of ask there is so much bigger. And it would have been fair for me to say, this is too much, I'm out. But I didn't want to do that, right? And so like the compromise in this state was being like, I'm going to receive something from Nick, which is that he's like, can't give me emotionally anything. He can give me 0. He also can barely clean. He can barely get out of bed sometimes. And in return, I'm going to be gracious. I'm going to love him anyways. And I'm going to encourage him to keep going to therapy, which he was. Like he was doing all he could, which was self-caring enough to try to get out of his depression, right? And my compromise was, and I will do literally everything else, which was a really big compromise. Like it's a huge ask. And I think a lot of people are like taught in our society, like people can't make big asks of you.
Shouldn't compromise. Yeah.
Yeah. They can't make big asks, right? You shouldn't ask your partner, like even this monogamy thing, you shouldn't ask your partner to compromise on dating others if you're insecure. You shouldn't ask it. And it's like, yeah, you shouldn't, but you have to anyways, right? It's the gift you don't want to give and they don't want to receive. But if they love you and if they're willing to make it work, then they'll accept it anyways because they love you enough to settle for a shitty thing, right? And I think that's what I had to realize of like the extent of what that actually means in a committed long-term relationship of like, sometimes you bite the bullet hard and you just hope that you can bite it long enough that it works out in the long run and that the other person is doing what they can to like fix whatever's causing this issue.
You reach an equilibrium.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But it's hard.
Yeah. That's really interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then, I mean, in Nick and I's situation, there was other stuff where like I embody basically the archetype of a classic white male. I'm very work oriented, all sorts of stuff. So like stuff about like being more, unironically being more emotionally available for my husband, realizing like what from the church I had learned like about men's vulnerability of being like, oh, like when Nick's being emotional, I actually have a harder time. Like when the big thing was when Nick was emotional and I was emotional, my emotions always came first. And I realized that the only reason for that was because of like traditional gender roles, particularly from the church, which teaches that men feel less emotions and are more stoic and women have more emotions. And so you have to cater to women's emotions first. And I realized, holy shit, I don't want that in my relationship. I want egalitarianism, which means that if he's telling me that he's upset about something and the thing he tells me that he's upset about upsets me, I have to put my emotions aside for a bit and just deal with his feelings first, and we can get to mine later. But typically, if he said something that upset me, I got upset. Now my emotions were more important. I was hurt because he'd be like, hey, I don't like this thing. And I was like really sad and hurt that he didn't like that thing. So that was another really big one, is being like, ooh, my emotions don't come first all the time. And it was very implicit. Like I didn't have this explicit thing of like, my emotions come first, bitch. I was a very like caring partner, but I had this implicit bias from culture.
Yeah. That's interesting. I also just had I was remembering you doing the like dating show or something, but something I think we've explicitly talked about is not hiding conflict resolution from the kid, because it's like a very healthy thing. If you have healthy conflict resolution, you don't want your kid growing up thinking that people who are happy never get into any sort of conflict or like fight at all or have disagreements. You want to show them that like if that happens, it's all okay. You reach some sort of compromise, people get upset, people are going to get angry and like sometimes do stuff that they really shouldn't. But the goal is to like reach some sort of equilibrium, and like hiding that from people isn't a healthy way to deal with it. Which makes me think it'd be really interesting. I don't know if you could do it, but do like an RP of a like fight in a relationship to model it for people would be incredibly interesting to watch. But I think it'd be really hard to do.
Yeah, I'd have to talk about Nick. I mean, I'm sure we can come up with something that we like actually disagree on and talk about on stream, because like we've basically streamlined our disagreements at this point. We have like a bunch of pretty basic rules. One of them I stole from Brené Brown. It's called the percent rule. It's fucking amazing, where you just tell your partner what percent you're at. So if you have something you need to talk about, be like, hey, I need to talk about something. It's not going to be fun. What percent are you at? And if our mutual percents are over 100%, we'll talk about it. Or, so basically the rule is if both of our percents don't equal 100, we don't talk about it that day. Or if one of our percents is like below 30%, we also don't talk about it. And it's so helpful. Holy shit. So helpful, because we realized if it's a problem today, it'll probably be a problem tomorrow, and we can wait a day. We can wait 2 days. As long as we agree that we'll address it, we can wait. We're not going to put it under the rug, which is what some people want to do. I can wait forever. Well, you can't. You just get resentful. But I can wait 4 days for you to feel better.
Yeah, the one helpful thing that we did for a while, it's fallen out of favor, but is for related. Anyway, we had a state of the polycule, which is like basically a time where everyone like sits down, and if they have like practical logistical things or like things they want to bring up with other people, that's like a space to do it. But that was also kind of stressful to have as a space, because that's when all of the conflict happens during the week. But
no, it's smart though. For a while when we had a lot of conflicts, we had a
Yeah.
weekly conflict time where like we would.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. I think it was a lot more helpful when we were having more
Yes.
conflict.
Yeah, I think these structures are better when there's tons of conflict. Like Nick and I don't have a ton of conflict anymore, so we don't have weekly sessions where we like air out our baggage, because
we
wouldn't
did
have
also
weekly things.
move some of that into like, okay, if you have something to talk about with someone, you do it on kind of your date night, because we have that existing structure, and that's like a mostly positive structure, and then occasionally you have to like bring up practical concerns or something.
Mhm.
But having like a dedicated my like one policy is to not like talk about things when I'm really upset about them, because I just know it's going to spiral. Like
Mhm.
I don't have the self-regulation to like talk about something when I'm
Same.
upset.
Oh, for sure. Same.
But yeah, just having like dedicated spaces and tools for dealing with stuff like that often is it's really useful. And then having like meta conversations about how you argue
Mhm.
is also be like, okay, I don't think we were actually like arguing about the object level issue here. I think we were like upset because we both came into this super pissed and tired and like dealing with all this other things. We should figure out how not to come into this in this situation, and how to like break from that, realize it and break from it when we do.
Which is why that percentage, a couple people were like, wait, what does the percentage mean? I'm talking about emotional availability. Like how much how much gas do you have in the tank, basically? And that was so helpful, because I think I'm very much the type that like, if there's an issue, I want to just address it. Because I kind of grew up in a household that like really wanted to bury stuff, that I'm just like, no. Let's just talk about it. Let's just talk about it and figure it out. But the problem is that if you're only at 30%, it's probably not going to be a very productive conversation. So you're going to talk about it, and you're going to cause new problems. And now you're going to have another fight. Now you have 2 things to fight about, not just one. And identifying misattribution of arousal was huge, particularly like for both of us. But I think
identifying what? Sorry?
Misattribution of arousal. So it's this psychological phenomenon where basically like when we experience some level of emotional like arousal to something. So arousal just means emotions in this case, not like erections or anything like that. So like if you're feeling sad one day, you're going to attribute it typically to the most novel, salient thing, which is going to be your partner usually.
It's
Whereas
like
most times it's like gray outside. Like half the time, most sadness, like the moment it's gray outside, you get a bad sleep. Or I'm a slow processor. I say like, I don't feel my emotions in the moment. I feel it like a week later. So like this week I've been actually really irritable and grouchy. And I've been like, I don't know why I'm so grouchy. And then I'm like, wait, I literally had like 3 pretty major like sucky things happen to me last week. I just didn't feel it till like this week for whatever reason.
That sucks.
Yeah, it's really annoying. But it's good to like start realizing that and be like, am I actually, do I actually care about the dishes? Or am I mad because it's gray outside, I got cut off in traffic, and I, went down 3 levels in League or something like that?
Well, your problem is playing League. Okay?
That's true. That's true. That's his problem, okay?
Yeah, never play League, okay? Okay. I can't get onto a tangent on how I only play games that are... If you're going to play a game that frustrates you, it can't be an hour-long goddamn game, okay? It needs to be like 5-minute matches.
I know. You could like when he has a bad game, it's just like an hour straight of yelling.
I quit, okay? I played it in like 2012, and I'm never going back to League. It makes me way too angry, and I just know I'm gonna be a dick.
Yeah, he's on a plat grind right now. He's like, I've gotten it before, I have to get it again, and I'm just like, bane of my existence.
Okay. Oh, that reminds me of like the fundamental attribution error too. It feels like the same.
It's similar. Fundamental attribution error is more like making the judgment that like somebody's poor behavior is character, not externally caused. But yeah, misattribution is specifically.
Or I guess it's just like it's like a combination of like recency bias.
Yeah, misattribution arousal is very specifically like the famous study was done on a suspension bridge where a woman approached a bunch of men, did a survey, gave them her number, left, and then approached other men on a sidewalk, and she got way more people calling her back and like kind of hitting her up who met her on the suspension bridge because they associated their elevated heart rate with attraction when it was actually fear. So that's the misattribution of arousal what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's actually like it's super powerful, and I want everyone to understand the misattribution of arousal in relationships because holy shit, once Nick and I started correctly identifying our like misattributions, unironically 50% of our fights went away. Where he was like, "Oh, I'm not sad. I'm having allergies."
Keeping track of how well I slept and if I've eaten anything today are the two. They're just like mood improvers because I'm like, it used to be I just feel like I just have days where I just get pissed by anything. You could like drop a fork on the floor accidentally and I'll want to stab you. And I'm like, oh, those are days where I didn't sleep and I hadn't eaten all day and I'm about to get a hunger headache. That's probably it's not random.
Yeah.
Just tying those things in helps a lot.
Yeah, like being like, why am I so grouchy? Like literally the same things that happened last week are happening now, and it makes me want to like snap something. And then it's like, oh, it's because like X happened, or it's been raining for a week straight, or my car broke down, or whatever it is.
Yeah, I had a stressful. I know I have like this assignment coming.
Yeah, yeah. So that was really big for Nick and I because I was terrible at misattribution arousal. I would just like be feeling some way and be like, well, it's got to be Nick. And he usually was like, nope, you hate your job,
sometimes,
or like whatever it is.
It's sometimes hard to communicate that to someone without sounding like you're making excuses for behavior, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the difference is that you're not excusing the behavior; you're explaining the feelings, right? If you're an asshole to your partner because you're feeling some kind of way, you're still accountable for being an asshole. It's to prevent you from the behavior because you're like, I'm not actually mad at my partner or the dishes. I'm mad at my boss, right? Or I'm mad that it's cold out or I had a bad sleep. It's a basic DBT skill as well. In DBT with borderline people, we say like a big part of emotional regulation is prevention. And so we say like, if you're feeling sad, you have to ask yourselves kind of what you ask. Did I sleep well? Have I been eating properly? Am I hydrated? Have I been exercising? And if the answer is no to any 4 of those things, do those 4 things and then come back and see if you still feel the same way about it. Which is like a really good skill.
That's useful. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everyone should do that actually.
Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, when I implemented it into my life, I have almost no conflict with people anymore. Unless I take out my irritability on them.
Yeah. Yeah, yes. It's very easy to be annoyed at things in the moment. It's very hard to be annoyed once you've reflected.
Yeah. Yeah. Trying to think if there's anything else.
It's a good conversation. We have gotten slightly off topic.
We have gotten very off topic, but that's okay. Yeah. Is there anything else about poly relationships that you think people should know?
No. Not that I can think of. Oh, somebody online says poly people are crazy. Cowboy hat, cowboy hat, cowboy hat.
He's poly.
All right. Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah. He's literally poly. And one of the best flirters in my entire server.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that checks out. You get a lot of practice.
True. Yeah, that's true. Actually, a lot of people that I know that are poly are very, very good at, and they're my favorite, right? Because like as a monogamous person, I'd say like I still enjoy like flirting with people, but it's really dangerous to flirt with people who are like single because they always like want it to go somewhere, and it's not going to for me. So flirting with poly people is so fun because we can like enjoy the tension, and they're totally fine that I'm married and it's not going to go anywhere. So like it's fine. I'm just here to have a good time.
Yeah,
I'm, like based
practicing.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Interesting. Okay. Anything else?
Yeah. No, I think that's it.
Thanks for coming on.
Good.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, it was a good conversation.
Yeah.
Let me know if you have any more questions or any
Yeah.
other excuses, or you wanna fight on stream.
Fight. What would we fight about?
I don't know.
Are you like a contentious person? You seem so chill.
No, I'm aggressively agree. I have a couple. There are a couple
you seem
like special
exceedingly
interests.
agreeable.
Yeah, I mean context matters too. But yeah, yeah, I'll fight you on like niche topics. Like,
Are you an anarchist? You said you're an anarchist, right?
no, I'm like a aggressive liberal. It was just I'm giving shit to anarchists.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood.
But I am sympathetic to anarchists, but I don't think it's very practical.
Right. Okay. That makes sense.
Um,
most anarchists I talk to, I'm like, we'd all die and you'd be the first to go.
They have cool ideas. It just I don't know how you'd implement any of them. Yeah. No, I think I could fight you maybe on acupuncture research. I think I couldn't listen to anything about pseudoscience because I have too much. But I feel like I heard you say at some point that there's decent evidence for acupuncture doing something. I would argue with you on that.
I said there's weak evidence that it might be statistically like helpful to people. The more I've looked into it, that might not actually be the case. So there's a bunch of meta-analysis that suggests that there is like, just to be clear, I've never been like acupuncture is really effective. I've been like, it seems like it sometimes helps people sometimes, and there's statistical evidence saying that it might be like actually somewhat helpful for pain management. I've heard some serious issues with the two meta-analysis that are really big about that.
I looked at them after I heard you say something about it, and I was like, these don't look great.
Yeah, the issue is that a lot of people were like, there's an issue that it's not double blind, but they actually are double blind.
I think the one issue with acupuncture is sometimes they'll compare placebo. They won't compare it. It's ineffective compared to sham acupuncture.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes in the analysis they'll compare it to like placebo, which is like or a different kind. I forget exactly.
Well, the sham is the placebo because that would be the closest placebo you can get because you still need to induce like the pricking so that people. It's like having a pill, right? You need to induce something that's just so that they think they're getting acupuncture at least. And so it was more effective. Then this is the main thing with acupuncture. I don't give a shit.
That's fair.
I don't even like acupuncture. I've had it like 3 times and I fucking hated it. It just gave me headaches. But like my husband had it once and it like literally like instantly got rid of like searing pain that he had in his neck for like weeks. So I'm just like, I don't know. I don't really give a shit. I don't want to encourage people like do it over other things. But like when it comes to like chronic health problems, you start going to your last ditch options. And I'm like, if chronic,
The problem is that pain management is I think probably just the hardest thing to measure, aside from maybe some like complex psychology, like stuff, and so it's going to have like the worst evidence and then yeah, there's just like really high variability on it. So
Yes. How do you quantify
there's
pain?
very limited good stuff that works too, and some of the stuff that we know works really well has like very bad side effects, like yeah,
like opiates. Yeah.
yes,
Yeah, they're highly
especially
effective.
for like chronic pain. So
Yes.
I understand why people do all that stuff.
Go to it. And that's the thing. That's why like I don't want to shit on it too much, because I'm like, there's probably enough people with chronic pain where like literally acupuncture is the difference between them like being disabled all the time to being like having some relief. And so it's like, honestly, like if it helps it, even if it's literally just placebo, but it's literally improving someone's life, I'm not opposed to it. I just don't like when people try to sell it as more than what it is, because that's the issue with pseudoscience, is specifically in that it's claiming to be science, but it is inherently not, right? Like we have to be very careful about what we can actually claim acupuncture is good for, and it seems like a little bit evidence for maybe good at pain management, and that's about it.
Yeah.
I haven't seen any evidence for anything else. In fact, robust evidence saying not effective. Yeah.
And yes.
Yeah.
Weak evidence for pain management still in my head translates to this probably doesn't do anything, but it's okay if people who are in chronic pain want to try.
Exactly. And like the thing is, like when it comes to placebo, it's like placebo does manage pain. So like I don't know what we do about that.
I'll argue against that, as the placebo you're measuring in clinical studies the reason that pain has a high placebo effect is probably almost entirely measurement errors, and it's almost no actual like difference in quality of life for those people.
Right. Maybe there's been a couple of like weird studies, which in fairness, I haven't checked if they've been replicated or not. And I'd be curious to see about placebo effect with like poison ivy specifically. Cause I would say I was very dubious of placebo.
I actually want to see those.
Yeah, it was really interesting, but I'm in the process of like re-going through a bunch of like some core research studies that I was trained in my education that might have failed the replication process. Yeah.
The thing that really pisses me off if you Google placebo effect, Harvard Medicine comes up and they link to a study where they're like, the placebo is very powerful. And then if you look at the actual study they link, they're like, actually the placebo effect has declined in America because we've been running better RTCs that last for longer, and this explains all of the difference in the placebo effect. And that's
a big issue with placebo. Is placebo doesn't seem, if there is any placebo, it doesn't seem to last for a really long time. That's going to be the big issue that I think you run into. And then pain is so subjective, right, as well. So like we actually have people who literally feel more pain.
Yes.
High sensitivity people, low sensitivity people. So like pain is a hard thing to quantify, which is a large part of what we're like measuring in these things. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah. I think that's the only thing I get heated about, but you're reasonable. So
I'm pretty reasonable about it. I'm very intense on science. I've just been a person with chronic illness for long enough that I can understand why people
you have to be sympathetic to stuff there. You can't
exactly.
Okay.
But yeah.
I think that's probably it.
Based. We're going to finish listening to H3H3 make claims about Fresh and Fit podcast. So you're welcome to
those sound
stick
like
around.
super valid claims that I'm sure they vetted extensively.
Yes, they did. They did vet them very closely, and all of the entire story makes a lot of sense. It's precisely what you would expect from all of the feelings she was expressing that she was feeling.
It is fun to shit on Fresh and Fit though. So,
that's the issue. Is I'm like, oh, I don't want to be in this position where I'm fucking defending Fresh and Fit. They're like actual garbage fucks. Like I like H3 more.
Yeah, but that's
make the right criticisms.
That's the test. Yeah, that's the test of your like actual integrity. Is okay. Someone's making an invalid criticism of someone you hate. That's your act. It's really easy to criticize bad criticisms of people you like. It's hard to do it for people that are like clearly shitbags.
Exactly. But good criticisms are going to get people who think their ideas are better more on your side, because invalid criticisms. They'll just be like, well, that's not a valid
Yeah,
criticism.
it gives them fuel to continue being shitty.
Yeah.
Because they can dismiss all criticism.
Somebody just said that they doubled down on their claim. So lots of H3 juice tonight. So thank you so much for answering questions, and have a good night.
Yeah, it was a good talk. Thank you very much for having me.
Have a good one. Do you have any socials or anything?
I mean, you can, oh God.
Like, I don't know if you want to be in the social media, but if you'd like to, feel free to shout out your stuff.
I pretty much just lurk, but I'm Gucci Jesus most places.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks for having me on.
Awesome. Have a good night.
Peace.
Bye. Bye, Sadie.
Bye.
Bye. Alrighty. You guys ready? Ready for some juice? Some juices? Okay. Hold on. Just turn my face back on. Thank you. I don't know if Sadie's still in the chat, but thank you so much for being in the chat. Are you guys ready for H3 being vetting stories really well? Hold on, I'm just changing my name. Update. Okay. Thank you, guys. As an XQC viewer, I am always ready for the juice. Based. Is that a thing that XQC says? Okay, I need to quickly grab water, but I've been told it's very naughty to play the video. Here's the thing, why I play the video when I walk away is I can hear it while I'm listening the whole time, but I know it looks some kind of way, so but I don't really want to do this. Okay, I'd rather we all just start watching, though. It's fine. You know what? I'm just going to play it. And if people are like, you're a dirty React Hassan butthole, then I'll just be like, I'm literally listening to it while I grab water. What do you guys think? Should I just avoid bad optics? Water, not juice? I don't think there is any juice. My roommate drinks all the juice. All right. Okay, fine. I feel bad. I'm just going to do this. I'll be right back. I'm just grabbing water. Hello, Spooky. Are you being a little beggar? Are you being a little beggar? She wants my ice cream. Guys, I have a new Freya emote. It's just not been approved yet. But we've got one. I'm very excited. Okay. I was giving Ethan the benefit of the doubt for being put on the spot by his producer, but if he doubled down, yikes. That's nice of you, ignoring chat. You're so much more benefit of the doubty giving than I am. I shouldn't really say that I like Ethan. I didn't say I like Ethan. I like Ethan more than I like Fresh and Fit, which is obviously true. But I also don't like Ethan very much. I don't think he's anywhere near the tier as bad as Fresh and Fit, obviously. But I don't know. I don't like him. I feel like he's slimy a lot of the time. Don't like it.
Podcast apartment and
Sorry, I'm gonna slow it down.
Byron's coming out of the building, and I get out of the car, and Walter leaves with my friend and took her to like another club. So, Walter, and he, my friend, and I.
So, if you're just tuning in, where we're at is H3 got a call in from a girl who was on a Fresh and Fit podcast. She was 19. She was given alcohol at the Fresh and Fit podcast. And is that a Fat Boy? No, it's a Yukon. My dog is licking my foot to beg for it. So the situation is this girl was on Total is on butthole mode. This girl was on the Fresh and Fit podcast. Afterwards, Fresh and Fit basically asked this girl and her friend out on a date. She said no, but he gave her a ride home. She left her wallet in his car. So he drove back, got her number, invited her out for dinner, and she said yes, and then went to dinner with him, but was like, I went to dinner so I could just like keep telling him how much I hated him and his opinions. And now they're at a club, I guess. There's a lot of jumps in this story, but now they're at a club with her and her friend, and Fresh and Fit are planning to show up, or they're meeting them there.
So we get to the point of Walter just keeps saying that Myron wants me, and I was like, okay, then I'll get back to him later in the night. And I was trying to avoid him as much as possible. And then the night goes on, and I have like a drink or two with my friend, and I'm like ready to eat food with everybody. So we tell Walter, can we go get food? And he's like, yeah, sure, like let's get in the car. So we get in the car, my friend is in the front seat, I'm in the back seat, Walter's in the front, and they're driving, and Myron just kept saying like, oh, do you want to go get something to eat? I'm like, yeah, sure, like let's go with my friend and Walter. And he was like, yeah, sure. I also tried getting Myron out to the club. So again, like I didn't want to be alone with him. And he refused to go to the club because he said club's for losers, but it's great for girls. I don't know what he meant by that, but.
So she doesn't want to hang out with him, and she doesn't want to be alone with him, but she does want to go out for dinner with him and go to a club with him, but just not alone. And then we'll hear the rest of the story.
So Walter, my friend was like, oh yeah, that's great. Like, let's get food with each other. And Walter looked over and like signaled her like, no, like we're not doing that. So eventually like we pull up in front of the podcast apartment, and Myron's coming out of the building, and I get out of the car, and Walter leaves with my friend and took her to like another club. So I'm with Myron by myself. So we get into his car, and he drives us to like.
So again, at any point, if she didn't want to be alone with him, she could have called an Uber, called a taxi, called a different friend. She could have, at any point, does she say, hey, I'm not comfortable being alone with you. Can I go home? At no point does she say, hey, please don't leave, to her friend or to Walter, who is, I think, Fresh. I think Fresh is Walter.
Like this place, this spot. I don't know why it was open at 5 a.m., but we sat down, we ate food. And mind you, from the minute I saw him when I got out of the car to the minute that I left with him, I was debating him the whole time. And not even debating, just telling him how much I hate his views and like him himself. And fun fact, he told me that he's never been in a relationship. So I had asked him, so what gives you the right to sit there and have a podcast?
Wait. He's never been in a relationship?
That's what he claims. He said that, yeah, he's had a few girls here and there. I think he mentioned it on the episode that I was on too, but he said he's never been in a relationship before.
So you're telling me these toxic red pill this theory of men can cheat, women can't, has not worked out for him really at all, has it? Which is so unexpected.
Yeah.
By the way, I don't know if you can see my screen, but this is what you could have been like if you would have only accepted Fit into your life. You know, you guys could have been a beautiful couple like these
That's
two
pretty
here.
funny.
I think you're really missing out on something special.
So frustrating.
Yeah, it was just.
So they got you alone with him.
Yeah, so basically my friend was alone with Fresh and I was alone with Fit. Perfect. It was a perfect night. And we get to like this restaurant, and I basically ask him like, what are your political views? I'm asking about all of his views. Because I'm thinking like, if Walter's this nice off camera, maybe Myron's the same way. Nope, I was wrong. In fact, he's worse. But so whatever. The whole time I'm just like asking him his views. I'm debating him. He said something about like the thing too that his habit is that he spits out vocab vomit, and he thinks that he sounds smart. But it's like I'm confused. Like we're off camera. You can speak English now, not red pill beta. Like no. Yeah. And he just doesn't stop. So like I'm just like whatever. So that's the whole conversation throughout the dinner. And then we're driving back, and mind you, I had said like, oh, we're gonna go meet my Walter and my friend now, right? And he said yeah. I'm talking to him. I'm facing him in the driver's seat. I'm still going. I'm passionate and heated, telling him my views and stuff. And we end up back at the podcast studio.
What? We just end up there? You're just like, I was just talking and heated and going, and I was just, my eyes were closed, and I was just like, oh, I've got a lot of feelings, and I'm talking to you my opinion, and then I opened my eyes, and I was like, whoa, how did I get here from the restaurant? What? Come on. You walked into the studio with him. You got into the car alone with him. You went to the restaurant alone with him.
So I'm like, you know, like I'm ready to go home, and we get back up into the podcast studio, and we go inside, and he's like, oh, I'm just picking up something. I just had to grab something from the studio. And again, it's like 4 or 5 a.m. in Miami, and like no one's in the studio, but the lights are all on. They have everything set up, and I already knew the way of the apartment. So I'm sitting in the kitchen area of the podcast studio, and he comes over to me and he says, of course you would wear your shoes, because I forgot to take off my shoes.
What?
And yeah, and he was like, of course you would wear your shoes. And then I had like,
Okay, I'm just gonna say it. You Americans wearing your shoes inside all the time is weird. Like, I get it in public buildings, so the studio is kind of weird, but you guys wear your shoes a lot. What if you get dog dookie on your shoe? I get that, like, obviously you're smart and you take your shoe off. You know how dirty it is outside? Sorry. It's gross. Take off your shoes, guys. Take it off. I am not weird. See? No shoes, because I'm inside my house. Why would I wear shoes in my house? See? Look at this. Look at this hamstring. Muscles.
like this little vape that my friend had, and I think I hit it once. And
you sleep in your shoes, Talon? What the fuck? Why? I don't know, man. I don't know how you let it go this far with a man you know not to respect women. You let him drive you wherever he wants, take you to his private podcast studio, all the while having a conversation with him while he's spouting his views on how women are inferior. Come, Gremlin! Hey, Al. It's weird. Somebody you rarely wear your shoes inside, Farian. Somebody sleeps with their shoes on. That's weird. Do you not wear blankets? Or do you put your dirty shoes under your blankets? I won't even wear like the socks that I've been like walking around the house in because they get like dog hair on them, obviously. I won't even wear my socks into bed. I literally will hang my feet off the bed until I kick off my socks. I can't imagine wearing shoes in my bed. Are you not aware of those people? Look, feet people will be extremely disappointed. My feet are extremely unattractive. I walk around barefoot all the time outside. They are not attractive in any way. Feet people can have stills of my feet. Go buck wild. I know, I'm so brave. I'm so brave and noble. Unless there's something else I'm missing on, but I'm pretty sure you're talking about feet people, right?
Oh, and of course he would do that in here too. And I was like, oh my, I'm so sorry. Like I started laughing because I thought he was joking, but he seemed very upset.
Oh, just to be clear, I let my dog sleep on my bed. She just has to stay on top. She's also gets too hot if she comes under the covers. So she stays on top, so her quilt is hairy as fuck. I just don't want my dirty socks inside my sheets.
So I was like, okay. So he said, oh, you can just go to the balcony with your shoes and everything. And I was like, okay. I'm walking out to the balcony and there's like a door that I hadn't seen open before. Like basically it's an apartment that they made into a studio. So that was the bedroom. So I'm walking like towards the bedroom into the balcony, like towards the balcony, and he's standing in the door frame and he just grabs my face and kisses me.
Wow. There you go. He was reading the room. Good at reading the signals.
Yeah.
Honestly, what do you mean? She's alone with him in his apartment, has gone out to dinner with him, has been talking passionately about her political views with a guy who's like, he's invited you on a date. Like, again, I don't know what the kiss looked like. So if he just grabbed her face and like mashed into his like fully non-consensually, that's bad. Okay, don't do that fucking weird shit. But the idea of like reading the room, like especially like at this point, she's never even told us, the viewer, that she said anything negative other than I've been debating him on his views. She's never even said like, hey, I told him that I'm uncomfortable. I said like, oh yeah, I don't know about that. Like she's basically never known him. So again, that doesn't mean that that's a yes to go and kiss her necessarily. But also, what actually happened? Did he actually just grab her face and kiss her? Because she somehow just ended up at the apartment as well. So like, ugh. She was there to debate. And look, she doesn't have to bang. She doesn't have to kiss him. If it really was the case that he just grabbed her face and kissed her, that's really like not a good move. Don't do that shit. It's fucking weird. But like, it's also possible that she was like up in his face and chatting and talking and being like, bah, 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 bah.
And
Awesome.
he kisses me. I'm like, no thanks. Like, you know, I'm like, no thanks. Mind you, this man is like 6'7".
Did he lead with tongue or no?
I don't even like thinking about it.
Right, I'm sorry. I should.
What kind of question was that?
Right.
It's okay.
Let's not relive that moment.
But he he had kissed me, and then I just was like, no thanks, like, whatever. And I was by myself, and I had like a bad experience from past.
And I'm gonna say this again: if that's actually what he did, that is wrong to do. Just to be really clear, before somebody's being like, oh, Erudite's saying that it's fine to just grab women by the face and fucking kiss them. Just grab them by the pubic bone and toss them around. I'm not saying any of these things. Consent is still valuable. I'm just distrusting her rendition of the story at this point because it feels like there's lots of big gaps missing, which is weird.
Relationship. So also he's very like aggressive online. So I didn't know what he was capable of if I denied it. So I just pushed him off and I was like, oh, I'm just gonna go to the balcony. And he goes, you need mouthwash.
Ew,
And
what?
Oh my God. You need mouthwash. I'm pretty sure I think I sent some text over to Sam because I was
got the
texting my
text here.
friend. I was texting my friend the whole time.
You shouldn't cut them by the pussies. Please don't do that. Can you imagine? Okay, again, it might have happened. I'm just dubious. You're going too deep into her rendition. I don't know if I am. I think I'm not going deep enough, but that's fucked up. Can you imagine kissing somebody and then telling them that they need mouthwash?
And you see me say like he just told me to get mouthwash or something.
Here, let me pull up this text. Again, guys, we have receipts. This is fully vetted. Bro, Mayan just grabbed me to make out, and he goes, get your Listerine. You taste like alcohol. No, he obviously knows you came from the club. He's disgusting. Wait till I get home. Is Walter driving you? Yes, I'm still at the club, though. Ask Walter.
You need to remember she was on someone else's show, and she needs to make the important points in the time she has. What do you mean? She was on for almost an hour straight. She had more than enough time. He's not cutting her off at all. He's letting her go. I think you're being way too charitable to her, which is fair. You can be. I would just disagree with you.
If you can pick me up.
And again, Jeeb, before I say anything else, if how she's saying he kissed her actually happened, I would be fully willing to say that is wrong. He should just grab her by the face, right? Especially if she's not giving any cues. This story cannot be told in an hour. Yes, it fucking can. There's a lot of shit she didn't need to include.
Up from the studio to drive us both home. I'm about to walk. Answer now. She's all worried about you. Bro,
oh, wait, yeah.
Please let me know. Are you okay? I'm good. Bro, he's disgusting.
Before you continue,
oh, you want me to stop?
Yeah. You can continue after, like, I think, because, like,
She was with him for multiple days on multiple hours. No, she was with him for one day. One evening.
It's just like the timeline for it because it's going to be like a big... I'm leading up with the suspense, But
Go ahead, yeah.
I come back from the balcony because I went to the balcony and tried to stay as much as I could out there so he could just, like, be like, okay, like, let me bring her home now. Like, get tired of me, basically. So I come back in the room, and then I go to the bathroom, like, in the kitchen. He's like, that's not where the mouthwash is. So I was like, oh, okay, where's the mouthwash? And he points to, like, the bedroom bathroom.
Are you a little scared at this moment?
I was very uncomfortable. I was very, like I didn't know, again, like, a lot of people, I didn't want to speak out about this either because, again, like, there's alcohol involved, like, a lot of women try to speak out about stuff like this, and you usually get the whole, like, you asked for it if you didn't do this or that, the third. But, like, when I was in that moment, like, it was like a fight or flight, or, like, freeze, so I basically froze. Like, I didn't know what to do, but I was just, like, keeping in touch with my friend, like, hey, like, what are you guys doing? Like, can we just go home? But
yeah, I mean,
he was just trying to keep me there.
At this moment, it does sound a little scary that you're in this studio with this massive dude. He's just come on to you. He tried to kiss you. You rejected him. And now he's kind of ordering you around to mouthwash because at that point, it's like, well, why am I mouthwashing you? Are you going to try to make out with me more?
Yeah, and I didn't really see the point in doing mouthwash of, like, I don't know. So I just go into this bathroom that he led me to. Like, he didn't lead me to, he just pointed to it. And also, I always forget this part whenever I tell this story, but, like, a little bit beforehand, I had opened the fridge before, like, he kissed me and stuff. I had opened the fridge and I saw, like, he had White Claws, like, because they have, like, alcohol in the fridge and stuff. And they had a White Claw in the fridge, and I was like, oh, White Claw. I was like, oh, can I have one, like, as a joke? And he was like, yeah, you can have one, but just don't tell anybody.
Well.
To have some sort of entertainment value? Okay, Jeeb. But I'm pretty sure she washes her mouth out with mouthwash.
Yeah, sorry, Myron. But so fast forward, I'm in this bathroom. I'm standing in the bathroom, like, trying to kill time again, like, get on the balcony. When I come out, he's, like, laying on this bed.
So wait, you were in the bathroom for a long time, just trying to kill time?
Yeah. I was just like, because hopefully, like, I was hoping, like, time would go by and he would get tired and say, like, oh, you have to go. Like.
So you were just in the
like,
bathroom for a long time? You probably thought you were shitting or something.
Yeah, I was dropping a grumpy. But
oh yeah.
And I come back out and I was wearing, like, a fresh. Sorry guys, excuse me, but I was wearing a Fresh and Fit hoodie, and because they have, like, a room full of merch, but I asked them where does it go, they say nowhere, so they all just collect.
Do you expect her to perfectly articulate every single thing that happened the first time she comes public with these allegations? Fucking yes! If you're gonna go public, go to the police. Are you kidding me? Yes. If you're gonna try to destroy somebody's career, probably think about it a little bit first. Absolutely, she should be articulating it better. And again, if he just grabbed her face and kissed her, that sucks. And is it weird that there's a power dynamic? Yes, absolutely. But to absolve all responsibility and just say that she is solely a victim? Yes. 100,000% yes. I'm so sick of people trying to deal with these types of situations through public discourse. Go to the fucking police. I mean it. And if you're not comfortable, there are so many nonprofits that also deal with women who have experienced sexual assault that are way better to deal with, and they will advocate for you when you go to the police. Like, no. Absolutely, when you're going public, at this point, no. Absolutely no. If your story doesn't add up, if it doesn't make any fucking sense, I don't know what to do about it, but it's super wrong. There's so many things in here where she's basically obfuscating all responsibility, and I will give her the benefit of the doubt. Why would she go to H3, a guy who fucking loathes Fresh and Fit, and go public with her story if she didn't have some sort of motivation about destroying their career? You can at least believe that H3 hopes that this will ruin their career. Or is she saying things that could potentially destroy someone's career? Is she trying to destroy someone's career, or is she saying things that could potentially destroy someone's career? Probably both. The whole thing behind the Me Too movement that was really good is that men in power can't be taken down in any other way. We had tried every other method, and so we had to go public because the police wouldn't listen. The issue is that this has shifted, and now it's at the point where if you even make a claim of sexual abuse or any sort of assault, now she's alluding to sexual misconduct repeatedly, it now has the power to ruin someone's career, even if it's all lies. And we see this over and over. They do. I don't know if this girl is lying about everything. I genuinely am willing to give the benefit of the doubt and be like, probably most of what she's describing literally happened. The issue is that it doesn't actually say that they've done anything wrong. I've listened to the whole story. The most that he did wrong was potentially kiss her twice without her saying yes explicitly. But she also isn't super clear about what her actual body language or anything looks like, right? And so, like, we have to really give benefit of the doubt of being like, when she's saying, like, we're kind of indicating that she didn't give yes cues. And it's very possible she did. And just remember, she's with a guy who's a pickup artist. He's a piece of shit. He doesn't look for explicit consent. I agree with you on that entirely. He's entirely biased when it comes, and it's become hard to watch recently. Just to be clear, I hate Fresh and Fit. They're pieces of shit. And so the idea, like, I'm dubious about the kissing claim, but also it's theoretically possible. I'm also willing to believe that she gave like half of a cue and he just went with it, right? I'm willing to believe that. He's a piece of shit. He fucking kissed the girl and told her to wash her mouth out. Like, are you kidding me? But then she stayed, right? She didn't call an Uber. She just like stayed. She just lingered in the bathroom. She later goes into his bedroom and sits on his bed with him. And like is giving soft no cues, but this idea that just like he's done, like Myron hasn't necessarily done anything wrong except maybe kiss somebody against their consent, which is wrong, by the way, but it's not even clear that that's actually what happened.
We were Fresh and Fit like all day long, but whatever. So I'm like standing up.
Here's the real thing. If this actually happened, how she's saying it, and she's just going on H3 because she's 19, she's young, she's stupid, she thinks it'll get her a bit of clout, and she was objectively uncomfortable with the situation. The problem is that H3 is platforming this with an intent. And the problem is that her story is dog shit. It's terrible. And she's going to get shit on a lot. And H3 is somewhat culpable. Like, this is cringe. The whole thing is cringe. So you're right. I may be being too hard on her, and I should be harder on H3. The problem is, like, her story doesn't make sense, and H3 is just asking weird questions.
I'm next to this bed, and I'm texting my friend, like, because we're just keeping in touch with each
I believe that they could be rapey, too. I'm just saying it's based on how she's describing her story, it's hard to know whether or not she actually gave explicit cues of no for the kiss, or if she maybe gave implicit cues of yes, right? She's literally said that she went out to dinner, she's been alone with him, with this guy who she hates for no other reason than to debate him, which seems very sussy baka to me. Like, I'm just like, I don't know if that's all there is. You might be a little bit into him, too. You might be think he's a little bit attractive.
other back and forth, like what's going on. And she wanted to go home. I wanted to go home. But the moral of
Parts of her story don't seem congruent, but everything else does. The problem is that, like, when it comes to, like, the only behaviors that Fresh and Fit have done wrong in this, literally in her story, is the kiss. And I'm not willing to believe that it was objectively a non-consensual kiss. I have no idea. They are rapey enough that it literally could be, but it also might not be.
The story, it's the guys were texting and the girls were texting. So like I kept telling Myron, like, I want to go home. Like, Izzy's waiting for me. Like, can we go? And Walter said to my friend at the club,
I can't attack H3. She's the one sharing the story.
He said, why are you texting her? Why are you texting your friend to go home? Like it was basically like Myron was telling Walter, like, why?
But fair. I will attack H3 thoroughly at the end of the story.
Is her friend telling her to go home? Like, it was just a whole
What on earth, dude? You're telling him you want to leave. Like, what the fuck? Is it in some remote area where you kind of feel like stuck there without assistance? Like, where are you?
It was like Miami's very city-like. So like it wasn't like I was alone, but like I don't know. I just didn't know my way around anywhere. So I was just like, I didn't know what I was doing. And
Right,
also,
it's
I
not
didn't
your
have the keys. Yeah, I didn't have the keys to my friend's apartment, so I didn't feel like going, like taking an Uber there and just waiting.
Right.
So that's when I had asked her, like, oh, can you have him drive to here to pick me up? And he was refusing, and it was just a whole thing. And then so at this point, like I'm standing next to this bed, and then I'm like trying to, like, you know, again, like give him cues, like I want to leave, I want to be here. And he's like, oh, you can sit on the bed. So I sit on the bed.
Like, what are these cues? Like, this is the whole issue. So this isn't just on this girl. This is this whole issue of like girls being like, I'm giving cues. And I'm like, what are they? Because at some point it has to be explicit. Like, it does have to be explicit, because you might be saying, I'm giving a lot of cues that I don't want to be there. But you're also giving cues that you do, because you're lingering in his place. You're sticking around. You're sitting on his bed with him, right? When he tells you to go wash your mouth with mouthwash, you at least go to the bathroom that he indicates, right? So it's like, to be honest, I get that you're saying, like, I'm giving these, like, really, like, I'm giving these cues that I'm not into it. And I'm like, you're also giving a ton of cues that you are into it. And that, like, maybe he just needs to push more, because there's absolutely girls that do this too, where they're like, actually unironically say, you should push more. So.
And I'm sitting at the edge of the bed, you know, like the memes, how they say how girls are. And I'm sitting at this edge of the bed. He's like, oh, you know, you can come up a little bit more. So now I come up, but I leave a nice gap between the both of us, where it's like very obvious, like I don't like you, that I'm leaving a gap between us. And I'm on my phone, he's on his phone. And I remember, again, I was speaking about my views. Once again, he just jumps on top of me and starts making out with me.
Wow.
Like trying to kiss me and stuff. And so I'm like, I have my hands like on him, where it's like, I don't want him like laying on me like intimately. So I'm just holding my hands up. And I'm like, no. I'm like, this was about like max a minute long, and I was wearing like the shirt, and it's like a very loose shirt, whatever, and he basically lifts up the shirt and made a comment, and then I was like, I'm done, I'm over this. Like, and
Wait,
I
he
said to
lifted
him,
up your shirt and kind of looked at underneath it and commented?
yeah, my chest, because I have piercings.
Yeah.
Gee, I thought you got really excited there. Hold on! She sat on the bed. He invited her to the bed. She sat there, but there was distance. Yeah. And so again, I'm willing to say Fresh and Fit are douchebags. It's possible that he was getting some pretty mixed, maybe even clear, like, I'm not sure that I'm actually interested. And he's like, fuck it. Gonna go for it anyways. Which you shouldn't do, right? Especially with a 19-year-old, right? Obviously. Fresh and Fit are scumbags. Why is H3 platforming this? Why?
Yeah.
So you say what?
No, I said I have piercings, so he made a comment on it.
Oh, okay.
And it was very creepy. It was
so
very weird.
I don't want to. This is bad. This is very bad. This is a very disturbing story, actually.
Yeah, it's interesting, but at that point,
I think he may have assaulted you. I mean, at this point,
why? Fuck. No. Oh no. H3. Ooh. Okay, first of all, saying assault, he's immediately now potentially liable for a defamation claim. Shouldn't have said that. More importantly, please don't tell people what their experience is. Like, please, if you actually genuinely think somebody's a victim, people don't know this, so I'm not going to shit on him this too much. He's trying to be empathetic, but please don't tell people you perceive to be in a victim situation what their experience was. Like, don't use those big, heavy-hitting words like assault, sexual assault, because we do see some evidence that it actually increases the likelihood of that event that maybe otherwise might not have distressed them to become distressing. Like, for so many reasons, please don't do this. Yeah. Do you see zero value in H3 platforming conversations from credible accusers? This is not a credible accuser. That's the issue. He should have listened to her story in full. He's got texts. She's verified. She's got the text. I believe that she was with Fresh and Fit. I believe she was on the podcast, but he should have listened to her full story in detail, because to be honest, the fact that he said, wait, where are you? Were you like in an isolated area? And then she said, well, no, is being like, oh, okay. So he was like kind of hoping that it looked worse and that she was isolated, because he was potentially looking for direction of like, yeah, and you couldn't just leave. But it was like, no, she literally could just leave, right? You should vet these stories. If you're having somebody coming on to publicly make a serious accusation against another person on the planet, obviously, but particularly in social media, you should really vet it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say that, but like, again,
like to be honest, if I was listening, so if somebody came to me and they had this story about, say, like another streamer, I would talk to them privately. I'd probably never air it on my stream. And then I would be encouraging them first and foremost to be seeking professional and like proper lines of like support and help. Like if I unironically think that an assault has happened, I wouldn't be publicly airing it for her sake and for the possibility that maybe the story isn't true. Like this girl's story doesn't add up. It doesn't mean that this didn't happen or that he didn't kiss her or that he maybe didn't even get on top of her and kiss her. The problem is that there's a lot of stuff that makes her seem really dubious and weird. Like how she's describing the story is just strange. It doesn't add up. It doesn't make a lot of sense. It's not a really strong accusation, and she's going to get dragged through the mud for it, for sure. I mean, she is. And to be honest, there's a level of like, rightfully so. I hope H3 gets dragged through the mud way more than she does, but we'll see. There's like some aggressive misogyny going on right now. I leave for a few hours and you're doing drama. Just fucking miss my entire poly conversation that happened before this. It's fine. If I thought an assault happened, I wouldn't be publicly airing it, because you're smart and well thought. Ethan is not. He's mostly stupid and impulsive. That's fair. We should be railing. You're right. Okay, you're right. You know what, Jeeb? I'll give it to you. As far as like, I don't believe in the girl's story at all. I think you're more charitable to the girl's story. H3 is the one who's the biggest fuckhead in this situation. Ethan trying to do good, but is stupidly impulsive. I don't think he's trying to do good. I don't think he's trying to do good at all. I don't think no. Airing this type of story isn't trying to do good. This is trying to like get the content and take down an enemy. I really don't think that he's trying to do good here. But I agree. I shouldn't be as hard on the girl as I should be on anything that she says that is incorrect. Is a repoint back at Ethan of being like, why the fuck are you platforming this shit?
It was my experience.
He also implicationed you a little bit too. The way they split you guys up, and
yeah,
I think you got implicationed. I think you got Dennis systemed.
There you go, Jeeb. You partially convinced me. I won't be as hard on the girl. I'll be a little bit hard, but I can't sit here and say that she's making a complete false allegation. The problem is that it's like, this is the issue we get into. She swears that she didn't give consent. He might swear she got implicit consent. And I'd be willing to believe her because Fresh and Fit is a piece of shit. But when it comes to like these two dual he said, she said implicit stuff, it's really messy.
If you know what that is.
Yeah. No.
Oh, okay, sorry. It's always something.
It's okay.
So
what's
going through your mind as it's lunging on you now?
It was very quick. So I was just like, no, like right away in my head, I was like, no, I don't want to have like sex with this person. Like I don't. So I like, as soon as he like makes that comment, I push him off me and I say, I verbalized to him, I said, I don't want to have sex with you. Did you think I came here to have sex with you? And he got very mad. Like he just got mad. Like he did like a little toddler thing where
Okay, so here's the critical moment. She finally says that she said something. I'm not here to have sex with you. I don't want to have sex with you. Okay, so she is now explicitly rejected and not giving consent. So how Myron responds here is really important.
He was huffing and puffing and goes on his phone and he just like went silent. And I
Okay. This is the reaction. I thought that this was how he reacted. This is the reaction that makes me dubious of everything else, is that the moment she gives verbal non-consent, when she makes explicit her rejection, he says, and goes on his phone and stops immediately, which is like, good. That's good, right? He's a piece of shit, But when somebody says, I don't want to have sex with you, the correct response is to not have sex with them, obviously. When in that case, that would be not rape them.
I was like, okay, like and I changed back into the outfit that I had in the bathroom.
God, I hate this. I don't want to defend fucking Fresh and Fit.
And I came out, I give him the merch back, and I say, okay, can you bring me home now? And because my friend was also like drunk at the club with Walter, and she was texting me saying like, I'm gonna walk home because he's not bringing me home. And it was just like a whole big
True
thing
gentlemen.
going on.
Both of them are refusing to give you guys rights.
Okay, hold the fuck up. If you felt that uncomfortable with the guy and he pushed himself on you, absolutely you should not get a ride home with them. Now, these are 19-year-old dumb fucks who aren't thinking straight, and clearly their parents haven't taught them. But if a man has twice pushed himself on you, according to you, kissed you without any level of like explicit consent or implicit consent, do not drive home with them alone. Do not do that. You have been drinking and you're in Miami with Uber. Take the time to download the app if you need to, but do not drive home with them. Unfortunately, you have to defend Fresh and Fit here. I just realized that myself right now. I know, it's gross. It's gross. I feel dirty. I need to shower after this.
So,
yeah, so I had asked Myron, I said, can you drive me to my friend's apartment? And he said, no, I parked my car already.
Awesome.
So
Why? Why would you want to ride home with them? This is the part of the story. In fairness, you guys haven't all heard this yet. This is the part of the story where I was like, wait, what the fuck? Because I was like, you're also watching me watch it the second time through. The first time I listened through, I was like, fair, Fresh and Fit, peach and shit. They're kind of rapey. Not surprised by any of this. And then when she said, and they wouldn't even give me a ride home. What? And every time Ethan brought it up, she pushed back against it. I know, which is super weird that like literally your 19-year-old guest is having better like wisdom of like, what claims do we really want to make here? It's so slime. This is how thoughts in Miami move. She got exposed in 4K. Fuck off, sheesh. First of all, let's not just engage in like outright misogyny. Did she get exposed? Hard to say. She might not be telling a lie at all. The problem is that she's 19. And this is a pretty ambiguous situation where it seems like he might have done wrong twice, maybe, but probably not, based on the fact that when she said explicitly no, he just like backed off. It's weird. Ethan kept pushing it and then backed off so she felt safe telling the story. Then once she finished her story season, I think you were sexually assaulted. Gosh.
I was like, okay,
Did she come to Ethan or him to her? Probably she came to Ethan. That's the main thing. But I don't know. In fairness, it could be that like she was telling this story and Ethan's producer somehow caught wind of it and they were like, hey, do you want to come on H3? I have no idea of the background, actually. No clue. And before somebody's like, she for sure came to him. That's not necessarily true. Like when it comes to like, once you start getting into like, even people like just random mods sometimes will like link me random shit all the time and being like, you should reach out to this person and talk to them. That like I would have never heard from otherwise because I just like heard through a bird through the grapevine, blah, 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 blah. That's trying to fight for her. If she disagrees, yeah. What is she going to do? I don't know. It's a messy situation. You're 99% sure she went to H3? Okay, well, that's Sassy Baka. I was trying to be charitable, Jeeb. Look at first you blue pilled me, then I black pilled you, and now you're black pilling me again, Jeeb.
I'm gonna order
This is a Jeeb, we need to break up. Our relationship is passionate but volatile.
Uber now, and he was like, okay, like just acting like a complete toddler. Like in my entire I felt like I was looking in the face of a 15-year-old, like a 15-year-old boy that like.
Fresh and Fit talking in the pod was that she couldn't wait to relay this experience. Oh yeah. Oh, we have to go back.
I didn't give him a kiss or whatever. Like, but at that point I excuse me, I forgot the burp. But I ordered my own Uber.
Am I over medicated? This is water. What do you mean? Are you over medicated?
I'm like, oh my Uber's coming. Like, can you walk me downstairs? Because I didn't know how to work this building. So he walked into the elevator, pushes the button, and walks away. Like with no comment. He just pushes the button and walks back into this.
What do you want? Do you want a goodbye hug and a pat on the head and him to send you home with a White Claw and a goodie bag? What do you mean? He walked into the elevator, helped you get out, and fucked off. Because he's a fucking asshole. Because all he wanted to do was use you for sex. Because he's a piece of shit, by the way. Just water, Pisco. Just water. Nice try. You can't gaslight people nearly as well as I can, okay? to always correct him and correct him when he's wrong. And the reason I think she went to them is because of how his crew presented the issue, not Ethan himself. Oh, man. I actually love a goodie bag right now. Do you want some mints? Oh, man. Having sex, no strings attached is perfectly fine. Of course it's fine. What? Talon's like, I'm only listening for one thing, and that's people telling me I can't get my dick wet. You can get your dick wet. Consent. Non-committed sex, casual sex is totally fine. It's totally fine. You said it like it was bad. I think you just read into that. I don't think casual sex is bad at all. I have no problem with casual sex.
Studio, and I get into my Uber, and like
I think probably why you thought I said it was bad is because Fresh and Fit are bad people. And they're for sure the type who might like kind of lie to women to be like, yeah, I might be interested in a relationship to get casual sex, which is shitty. And blip.
Like at that point, I think that's when it kicked in. I started crying because I was like, I don't know what just happened, but I feel uncomfortable. And I that's where you could read the rest of the messages with my friend because I mentioned everything in there.
You started crying? I don't blame you. That whole thing is really traumatic. And I'll tell you what, I actually didn't know how crazy this story gets at the end. I'm sorry you went through that.
Am I getting more viewers than usual? No, I'm actually getting less. I'm low right now for my typical numbers. Why does it keep doing this?
It's alright. I just want to bring more awareness.
I mean, wow. This is the thing that's really crazy is like, if you're hanging out with somebody, you know, you don't always have to give someone a ride home. But what's messed up is they intentionally split you guys up, and then he took you all the way out to the studio, and then basically stranded you there. He's like, well, if you want to leave, you got to fucking pay for your own ride. I mean,
she's not stranded. She's in the middle of Miami, and she can get an Uber. He wanted sex. That's all he wanted. He's shitty. He's a shitty person. But after he thinks she's willing to have sex, she says no, and he's not willing to drive her home. Honestly, like, sure, I guess it would be nicer of him if he did drive her home, but she shouldn't be asking to be driven home. She's already said she's really uncomfortable. But, like, it's not a crime to not drive somebody home. It's like a little bit of like, it would be nice if you'd be willing to, but also, I know this is a good free screen. I can't get the double chin job. I can't wail as good as I used to be able to. Yeah, anyways.
what the fuck, dude? But anyway, it's a good thing he didn't give you a ride home because who knows what else he would have tried on you. Okay, so let me read this. He's disgusting. Wait till I get home. Is Walter driving you home? Yes, I'm still at the club though. Ask Walter if he
Have I seen the Abram Preach video? Absolutely.
can pick me up from the studio, drive us both home. I'm about to walk out. Answer, bro. Please let me know if you're okay. I'm okay. Dude, he's disgusting. I'm making him drive me home right now. Are you going home? Yes, I'm going home soon. Okay, I'm going to make him drive me home right now. Myron just tried to have sex with me. I said no, and he's mad because I said no. Lol, the fuck did he expect?
What do you mean? I'm sorry. There's a problem with this, right? Like, just because somebody comes back with you to your apartment, here's the thing. It's kind of cueing that you want to have sex, but should you expect sex? No. Should you get mad when they say no? Probably not. But he's also a misogynist, so it's not really surprising that he gets butt mad when he doesn't get what he wants. Erudite fishing for compliments. I'm so fit that I can't do the whale thing. It's not because I'm fit. It's because of my camera angle. Mostly it's my camera angle, probably. Like, if my camera was here, I'd get a double chin by, like, here. What can I say? I'm just prideful, and I want to have weird, humble flexes.
Dude, when are you going home? He's a fucking weirdo. Is Walter bringing you home? Because I told Myron you're going home right now so he can Uber me home. I'm leaving soon, but if he knows Walter is taking you home, he's going to be weird. Why is he texting Walter? I think so, but wait, leaving with Walter, right? Leaving now, yes, leave now. What are you doing 1 minute away? I'm getting my Uber. 3 minutes away. Bro, Byron's a fucking piece of shit. Home, need me to come down and wait? Now, I'm getting my Uber. Blah, blah, blah. Yes, please, Kay. Bro, I want to cry. I'm coming, we'll talk. I'm coming down the block. I hate to say it. I don't want to make you feel some type of way, but That was super. That's crazy.
The best part is the day after. This is the best
Wait,
part of
there's
the whole story.
more.
Yeah, and wait, there's more.
And remember, this is a 35-year-old man who's stranded a 19-year-old girl in his.
No, okay, no. Hold on. 35-year-old man, but he did not strand this girl. He drove her to her apartment, and at no point did she ever say no. Now, does a better guy ask for consent? Yes, but we already know Fresh and Fit are pieces of shit.
Apartment, trying to get her drunk all night, jumping on top of her, and then making her get her own ride home after he doesn't get what he wanted from you. Wow. Okay. So what happened the next day?
So basically, I sent those over too, but he.
Wait, there's more. Should I open something else? Screenshots of text from Myron. Should I look at this?
Yeah, just for backstory too. When I had gotten back to my friend's apartment, I told her what had happened. I was like telling her like this is what happened, and we basically.
She actually just wanted to come on and say, look how cringe this loser is, but it wasn't good enough for Ethan. He had to twist it into sexual assault. Interesting. I don't know if that's true, but obviously I don't have any receipts, but yikes. As far as like his side of things, but yikes. Yikes. This is yikes.
Basically agreed. I was like, okay, let's go to sleep. And in the morning, if I say the story the same way I did last night, then it happened. Because I felt like I was imagining the whole thing. So she was like, okay, so we go to sleep. We wake up the next day. The first thing we did when we woke up was like, I told her the whole story again. And she was like, yep, everything's the same way you said it before. And then right away, I look at my phone and there's a text from Myron. And then that's where you can read those.
Okay, here we go from Myron. I don't know if yesterday was planned with you, but it wasn't cool. I really didn't think you were that type of girl. Oh, he's mad at you?
Yeah, he was very mad because I didn't give it up.
Okay, and this is the exact fucking loser bullshit that I would expect from an insecure, fragile male after a girl comes over to his house and says no about sex. But again, this isn't like he hasn't done a crime here. He's pathetic. Like, it's fucking lame.
I say it further in the text.
So first thing in the morning, he's texting you hate messages. I don't know if yesterday was playing.
That's not a hate message. It's like a butt mad. It's like a,
I am mad because I want to have booty and you said no, and you, inferior woman, owe me this thing, and now I'm mad at you because I always want to get what I want because I'm a man and men should get what they want. That's what I thought. That's how things are supposed to go, and now I'm very grumpy at you because you didn't do that. I'm not even mad. I'm disappointed. Fucking lame.
Playing with you and your friend, but it wasn't cool. I really
Look, she didn't even have the decency to capitalize his name.
didn't think you were that type of girl. Very disappointing. Type of girl what? To just want
Immature, pathetic, creepy, slimy, don't do this shit. Like, I would even say, like, I'd be willing to be like bad to do, but not immoral, like not a crime.
I hang out and not want to fuck me the minute you see me? So you say, what do you mean by that type of girl?
You know what you did.
Should I just read his text but in his voice?
I don't know if yesterday was planned with you and your friend, but it wasn't cool. I really didn't think you were that type of girl. Very disappointing.
So what exactly is that type of girl? What do you think could have been planned between me and my friend? If I can't get an explanation what that type of girl is, then don't label me as that.
You know what you did.
She's so much more mature than him. I actually don't, so please enlighten me. It's ironic that she's more mature than him when she's coming on to get like a bit of clout and to shame him and be like, look how fucking lame this loser is. And then Ethan's like, time for my better moment. Let's twist this into something way more sinister. Blue balls suck. Masturbate, motherfucker. Blue balls also is like not a super real thing. It just goes away over time. Thou teasing wench.
Thou teasing wench, I shan't carouse thee with something.
I went away.
I shan't carouse with thee again. Hail thine own carriage, bitch.
You sound like Gertrude. She might be leading him on before in the convo. That can change the context. She might be leading him on before. Yeah, but it's still like lame to like text this and be like,
you didn't have sex with me, very mad.
It's just like, she wouldn't give. Yeah, these are men in their 30s, remember? So cringe. Are they the Wicked Witch of the West?
And what do you think could have been planned between us. If I can't get an explanation what that type of girl is, then don't label me as that. You know what you did? Actually, don't, so please enlighten me.
You can come over and we can talk about it.
Myron, she's already rejected you, my man. Give it up. Why the fuck would she ever come over? What makes you think that I would come over after you saying I had possibly planned something and then saying I know what I did?
You could come over and we can talk about it. How does this guy still want to hang out? He's still trying to get you back to his house. Holy shit.
Yeah, and during this time, like, I didn't want to say it right away. I'd rather him say it for himself. Like, you know, like, this is why I'm mad. And that's why you see me, like, avoiding it. At
Yeah,
first.
of
I'm like, no,
course.
what did I do? What did I do? And he just never says it. But he keeps going. He says, like,
So you say,
come over.
I'll continue, say, what makes you think I would want to come over after you saying I had possibly planned something, then saying I know what you did? You know what you did? He says, oh, wait, no. Not to my apartment. I was going to meet in the lobby and talk about it. Did you not read what I said? You're also texting me in a rude way and childishly saying you know what you did, but won't exactly explain what that meant or what you think I'm planning, and disregarding my question as to what the type of girl meant because I honestly want to know. Exactly. You can't call me anything because you're quiet. Don't project your anger on me because I don't want to have sex with you.
Who's this? What the fuck, Myron? Oh my gosh. They're such losers. He got butt mad and deleted her number, but he didn't even block her. He just deleted her. And there's, like, he must have, like, deleted the message chain as well. Like, he's like, ugh, ugh. I know, G, that you're saying, like, it could be a joke, but, like, it's so lame. It's so lame. He unironically probably deleted her name and deleted their message chain so that when she messaged again, he had no context. He was just like, who's this? That, or he's just, like, trying to be passive aggressive. It could also just be like, he's trying to be like, who dis new phone, like, fuck you, basically. Because that is what? February 3rd. What day was it before?
Can you say, what, you know what you did? He's not read what I said. You're also texting me in a rude way and challenge as to what the type of girl meant because I honestly want to know. Exactly. You can't call me anything because you're quiet. Don't project your anger onto me because I didn't want to have sex with you. Who's this?
Yeah, he tried to play the card. Oh, I don't know who this is. I deleted your number. Like, that really pulled a heartstring on that one. I cried for days.
Wait.
But,
He said that a day later or later that night? How long?
Yeah, no, because I after I had sent those texts, like there's the two last bubbles you see, the one before that, before you see the date, he didn't answer me for a few days, and I had gotten home from Miami, and I was like, he's not responding to me, so I might as well just say my piece, and then that's it. So that's when I had said what I said, like 2 days later, he answered. Yeah.
Can I put a theory forward?
Oh, no.
About these text messages and tell me what you think. Because obviously if this happened to you.
I cried for days. She's kidding. She's kidding. She's being like, she's pretty sardonic in her humor. So she's just being like, oh yeah, I cried for days. So sad. He broke up with me.
It's happened to a lot of people, I think. He preemptively texts you in the morning and accuses you of doing something, and he won't say what it is. Is he trying to give himself some kind of alibi in case there's any allegations against him? Because he he fucked up and will look really.
No, he's a pathetic butt mad loser. I think we need Destiny to cover this.
Really bad if you told this story. So that's how I read this, is he's like, I'm going to send this message saying you did something, and I'm not going to say what it is, so that if there's ever her trying to expose me, I have these texts that apparently you did something and I didn't do anything.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. What else? What do you think he's trying to do with this?
I mean, the problem is, like, it's possible. It's also possible that he's just passive aggressive and being butt mad and doesn't want to, like, it's possible that, like, the moment he said, like, that type of girl, he knows that he's, like, entering into a power struggle and he doesn't want to give on the power struggle, and neither does she. It's also possible what Ethan's reading would be the most uncharitable, which in fairness is Fresh and Fit. They don't deserve much better, but also, like, maybe don't use this girl's story to, like, peddle your own theories and, like, tear down somebody that you hate.
With these texts?
I think he was just like, I don't know. I agree, but I also, like, felt like, I think he really believes himself. Like, I'm some type of girl. Like, how dare you not want to have sex with me?
Sure, could have been genuine.
I have all these cars and all this money, and how dare you? Like, I didn't know you were that type of girl to have respect for yourself. I think that's
Right. I'm so disappointed.
Yeah.
I'm so disappointed that our elaborate plan to separate you two and sleep with you both after meeting you once. I'm so disgusted by you.
Yeah, that's exactly what I felt like, because I really think he lives in a world, like, I think he believes everything he says. Like, I do believe he's insecure, but everything that he says, I think he genuinely believes.
Well,
like,
he's never had a girlfriend, and he's
yeah, he said something too along the
35.
lines, like, on the episode I was on. He said that he never chased after girls in school because it was a distraction. And another friend of mine said, just say you didn't get girls. It's simple. Just say that. But
what's weird is, like,
If the guy gets teens drunk and dunks on them for a living, she did a nice karma move on him. Sort of, but I would argue like right now with all of the Amber Heard stuff and whatnot, like to be honest, like coming forward with allegations that are increasingly looking false in public media is going to do so much damage to actual assault victims. And in her case, like there definitely seems to be like some weird sussy stuff. She obviously wasn't comfortable, but like to what extent that is the case is also kind of in question. It's really tricky, and she's 19, so it's like it's possible that she's like manipulative. I'm gonna do all these things, and I'm gonna come forward and try to paint it in such a way so that people call it some sort of thing, and I'm gonna play it off. Like she could be playing 8D chess, or she's like a 19-year-old who's like, I'm gonna like hang out with this guy, and like once this whole thing happened and I was really uncomfortable after the whole situation, because it was in February, right? After the situation happened, I was like, holy shit, I could go on H3 and talk about this. I fucking love H3. Like this is my moment. He's trying to manipulate her. Yeah, I mean, it's just weird. Like he keeps on trying to be like, oh, so like you were like isolated, right? And she was like, well, no, not really. And he's like, oh, okay. And then he's like, well, like, well, this. And it's like, no, not really. Yeah, but it doesn't sound like a serious accusation, more like you guys are not getting any. Yeah, like I'm willing to give the girl the benefit of the doubt and be like, maybe she just came on to be like, look how pathetic these losers are, right? And try to get some clout from it. That seems right up the alley of what like a 19-year-old who's like maybe trying to become like an Instagram model or like social media famous in any way, or just like kind of wants to like get some like clout and connection with H3 or whatever would do. I think she's telling the truth. I think she's broadly telling mostly the true story. The problem is that like she's obviously like minimizing her culpability of like go home, call an Uber, go home. Don't go into his apartment. She literally said we were driving home from the restaurant and then we ended up in the like studio which has like the apartment attached to it. Like she's telling the truth. She's not really explaining. I don't know if she's telling all the truth about fully how she felt. I'm willing to believe that like she kind of hates him but was kind of attracted to him and was like toying with like what she wanted to do and wanted to like linger and hang out but didn't want to have sex. Like obviously I believe that. But like was like enjoying some of the tension and stuff like that. I don't know. And then Ethan is just being like, what can I do with this? But he's doing good by highlighting this bad behavior.
It's like if he wasn't such a creepy, brain-rotted weirdo, like he's tall and he's fit in the name, you would think that if you just...
It is extremely shitty, but it's not as shitty as like literally lying and making up an entire story about somebody, right?
would lighten up a little bit and be like a reasonable, normal guy, he had no problem attracting women and getting into.
The full exchange is very different from what she shared. Well, we know exactly why she probably cherry-picked the text messages, right? Like, in part, she probably sent all the text messages to H3. It's also possible, to some extent, that H3 cherry-picked the messages and stuff like that. And she feels really justified. Would it be fair to summarize it as she tries to dunk on Fresh and Fit by painting them as pushy losers that abuse boundaries? Well, pushy losers who abuse boundaries and get butt mad when they get rejected, basically. While Ethan tries to peddle as an actual conspiracy theory of FNF are actual rapists and sex offenders.
The relationship, but
Myron isn't 35? Wait. Now I have to check. Myron, age, Fresh and Fit. It's unknown. He's between 30 to 35. Everywhere says 30 to 35. He's in a range. Wait, what? This is its own bandwagon. Wait, what? He just nowhere? Okay, this is 30 as of this one says 30. Okay, why are they all okay? This one says 30. So ethnicity wiki. I don't know how confident I feel about this. Age 30. Date of birth 1990. Okay. Then why do these ones say anywhere between? Like, why do these ones say between 30 and 35? Is 30 to 35 years old now. He's 31? 45. He's not 45. No, he's not. He's not 45. Everything puts him... It's just really funny that it's an age range. Nobody knows his age. Well, he was born in 1990. He'd be 32. Depending on when this event happened. Was it 2022? It depends on, like, obviously what month he's born in. But he'd be between 30 and... No, 31 and... Hold on. Yes, he'd be between 31 and 32 if he was born in 1990. Assuming that he was born in 1990. It was between 0 and 110. Yeah. Could you imagine if I posted my age and I'm like, I'm between 25 and 30? And everyone would just be like, why are you giving a range? Like, why? You're probably one number between there. You're not literally a range of ages. You're like, age is really a construct, okay? While chronologically my body might be between the ages of 26 to 29, psychologically, I'm really more of like a 45 to 50-year-old, but personality-wise, I'm much more of like a 19 to 20-year-old. So when you put all those numbers together, really my age is 30 to 35. Like, what? Is there a rough recap of this situation anywhere? Who's alleging who? Okay, TLDR, really quick. Girl goes on Fresh and Fit podcast. Has a really weird experience with them. Uncomfortable. Doesn't like he. It seems like he's a little bit pushy with boundaries. Potentially full on kisses her when she's not super open to it. She never says no. When she finally does say no to sex specifically, he backs off, lets her go down the elevator, but won't drive her home after she asks him to drive her home. She came onto H3. We're not totally sure why. If we're being most charitable, it's because she thought she had a dunk on FNF, who she hates, and was on their podcast. In worst case scenario, she's literally trying to do something more sinister. Ethan was like, based, I fucking hate these guys. Let's go. And he keeps trying to push the rhetoric of hey, this was really sinister. This was criminal. This was really bad. He assaulted you. And she's being like, I don't know about that. And then they've, seems like they've cherry picked the tweets a little bit. And it's weird because everyone fucking hates Fresh and Fit because they're misogynist pieces of dirt. But it's still not cool to try to run false allegation stories on people. Got it. Come Gremlin, are you fucking kidding me? Rude.
There's something
with a 19-year-old.
I mean, sure, yeah, I mean... But there's something so disturbed about him. And
I mean, to be honest, he probably might have picked up on body. If we're giving it the least charitable, he was picking up on body language. She was giving clear no body language. And he was like, she didn't say no. Fuck it. Right? In the most charitable, she didn't really tell in this story that she was kind of into him. It feels like she's skirting over that a little bit for obvious reasons. So she might have been giving soft yeses or maybe at least not implicit no's. She was somewhere in between body language. Maybe she was giving implicit yeses and then he kissed her, right? That would be the most charitable interpretation you could give him. The truth is probably somewhere in the middle. Who knows?
I don't know if you're watching before, but...
How do we know it's false? We're not saying it's false. I believe that this situation happened. The problem is that they're trying to claim that it is aggressive, obvious sexual assault when she explicitly said no, he stopped. So...
He was a federal agent for human trafficking. What the fuck, dude?
Yes.
I will use my knowledge I've gained from watching H3 for 3 years to make a video essay about why he's bad faith and militantly selfish. Well, you can just switch H3's name with probably tons of people in social media and it would be an accurate video essay still. I really dislike H3's take on this, in my opinion, no matter what the other party is. In most cases, deserve for two, believing in one party. Yeah. If you take his whole identity into account, it's hard. I'm guessing you're meaning it's hard not to be uncharitable. Yeah. Take it to court.
My friend lives across the street from a prison, and when he had dropped off my wallet, he was like, "Oh, I was stationed here once," or something. He said something like that, and then that's when I found out that he used to be a law enforcement officer
for human trafficking department.
Yeah. He
takes one to know one, I guess.
Yeah, that's how he called them.
Whoa.
Yeah. He said something like that, and then that's when I found out. Lives across the street from a prison, and when he had dropped off my wallet, he was like, "Oh, I was stationed here once," or something. He said something like that, and then that's when I found out that he used to be a law enforcement officer
for human trafficking department.
Yeah. Yeah, he's
Takes one to know one, I guess.
Yeah, that's how he caught them. He knew where they were.
Wow. Well, this took.
Holy fuck. Did Myron used to be a law enforcement agent for trafficking? I don't have knowledge about other bad faith YouTubers. I only have knowledge of age. Fair enough. Yeah. Thanks for being perceptive of my typos. I got you. I'm terrible at typos, so. He's a CIA agent? Really? Oh, man. Fuck, dude. Don't say that shit. Oh, yikes. Yikes. Fuck. Oh, no. When I listen to this, I've only been streaming for like 4 months now. It stresses me out because I'm like, I'm not special. What does it take for me to become somebody who'd be willing to say this stupid shit? What mindset? And how far away am I from it? Am I in a year from now gonna have to look at my own clip of me saying this and being like, don't say this shit? And then a year from now, have me fucking saying this shit about somebody? Because, oh no. How do you do this? How does one become like this? This is stressful to watch.
An unexpected dark turn.
You know, I basically, when I spoke to Sam, also Sam, she's amazing. She's very sweet.
Wait, who's Sam?
You're Sam.
Oh my God, what is wrong? Wait, hold on. I need a minute to recover. Give me a minute,
Start over
please.
if you need to.
I thought she was talking about her friend. I was confused. I thought she was talking about the other friend there. She kept referring to Sam, and I don't know why my brain. Sam, I know who you are. I appreciate everything you do. I know your name. I need a minute to recover, guys.
She's cute. Oh, 1000%. I feel like I can't stream because I don't have the worst dog shit takes, so I'll never blow up. No, I'm not afraid of not blowing up. I'm afraid of how positive people are to like. There's obviously people who are like mean and blah 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 blah, but like for the most part, honestly, it's like robustly positive. And I'm worried that like, what does it take for somebody to like long term become willing to like do shit? Like say things like that unironically, like be like, yeah, it's a human trafficking agency, takes one to know one. I'm sorry, what? We're going from like maybe he, assault to he's also maybe a human trafficker. And I know you're making a joke, but also like, holy fuck, you're a really big podcast. Like,
Wednesday.
It is Wednesday, my dudes. That's true. Oh, are you really the apology podium, Dan? Shredder's opposed. All right, give me 1 sec. I just need to make a quick apology if you don't mind hanging on for a sec.
Okay, it's gonna be to Sammy.
This actually never happened. Okay. So, well, I'm not surprised, but I'm not surprised by your story, as horrific as it is. But
Yeah,
wow,
no,
what a piece of shit.
Yeah, I had told Sam, because the way that it happened was that, again, I was watching the videos, like, it was crazy because the day of the episode I was on, it was your first, like, episode talking about Fresh and Fit, and I was like, there's no way. There's no way that my favorite podcast is talking about the podcast I'm about to be on right now. And then from then on, I've just been like, I watch the videos every day, but I would, like, watch the highlights of Fresh and Fit, and you would ask questions, and I would scream at my screen, like, I know the answer, and I just got fed up, and I just DM'd everyone, and
Luke Lindbergh super chatted $4.99.
Thanks, Luke.
Don't forget the part where she's apparently so uncomfortable that she puts on their merch while in their studio. I'm losing my mind.
Not only puts on the merch, but then goes on to diss the merch. Like, come on.
Sam got back to me, and yeah, I needed to speak out about this, because I think you're the best podcast to speak out about it.
Thank you. Well, thanks for sharing that story. I actually think it's really valuable and a really good story, and I think it's brave of you to share it. I'm sorry you went through that. Really scary and kind of horrific. It's times that, as a man, you don't really understand sometimes how hard.
Is the merch any use? I mean, it's like a sweater. I think it was a sweater that she wore.
What was that, Zach? Did you say something? No. What? You took off your headphones and went, that.
Sam was asking me something.
Oh, okay. You responded really loud or something.
Apologies.
That's totally fine. You want the podium or no? Not podium worthy.
I'll let it slide.
I think it's really brave, and it's a reminder that, a simple going out as a woman can become really scary, and it's not something that men generally think about.
Okay. To all the ladies out there, if you're listening to this, if at any point you were uncomfortable, always, first of all, when you're going out for the first time with a guy, always have your own ride to and from the place you're going to. Uber, wherever. Okay. Please do this. In general, if a guy invites you back to his apartment, there's an implication of sex. Now, obviously, you can revoke consent at literally any time. Obviously. But if sex is absolutely never on the table, especially on the first date, I really encourage you not to go back to their apartment. Or in general, if you're feeling uncomfortable with a man, please don't be alone with him. Please don't go to his apartment, and please acquire your own ride. There is no reason that you need to stay with this individual privately the entire time. Please, please, please don't do this. And this isn't me saying rape good. Obviously it's not, but do things you can to protect yourself and not send cues that you're not wanting to send, okay? What if he has a sick Lego collection? Get him to send you fucking photos. Call him on Discord after and he can live stream it all to you, okay? Something to look forward to. Alternatively, burrow into his role. Hide in there until the next day and then take the bus home. You could also do that. You could lock yourself in his bathroom and scream and cry. And shit all over the floor. Everywhere. Just smear it on the on the mirrors, on the walls. Like a high-risk person to deny after clear cues. Yeah. You'd think. But in this case, she said, I said no, and he got mad and just wouldn't drive me home. That was like the worst of it, so.
It's not, I mean, maybe some do, but it's easy to forget just how weird it can be out there as a woman, as a young woman.
Which is true. Which is true, by the way.
And, well, I guess stay safe. What's your advice? I mean, how do you avoid these kinds of situations?
Please don't ask the 19-year-old who doesn't fucking know how to do anything her advice for other women. No. No, please tell me. Please tell me. She's like, I've learned from my mistake and I realized I probably should have left with an Uber fucking 6 hours before I did.
I mean, you never know. It could be, you never know, it's hard to live your life. And
Yeah, no, I feel like because a lot of people that I spoke to about the story, they told me, they're like, well, if you knew how he was like on the podcast, then like why would you go on it, or like why would you hang out with him one-on-one? The thing is, like, it's so like things are just so unexpected, and like the best thing you can do. I'm just glad that I got made it out safe. So like,
yeah,
I'm a very big believer in God. So like, I think praying. I mean, like not everyone's like religious, but like that's what I do. But I think it's really good to like speak out, of course, too, to like bring. That's why I wanted to bring awareness to it. So like people know that like you can share the story and like you're not like you're heard, like people hear you. So
look, it doesn't matter. You didn't deserve for all that to happen, and to be honest, like you said, you could.
True. Like if she genuinely didn't consent to being kissed, she doesn't deserve for that to happen to her. But also, like, fuck, please. Praying is not bad. You can pray, but also acquire an Uber. Do both. It's like asking advice about how to handle wild animals versus those people who climb the fence and get attacked by the lions. So I heard you recently got stung by jellyfish. How did that happen? Well, I jumped into a giant vat full of jellyfish. Interesting. Any advice to future people about how to not be stung by jellyfish? Pray. Oh no. Pray that the Lord spares you.
It ended up being like a sweet guy. Like, I guess you never know in a way, but
This type of interaction, miscommunication is so common. I know it's so common, Kate. I agree. Which is why we just have to encourage women to be like, hey, what are ways to assert what your boundaries are? And also, please do. Please do. And if he's hot and rich, but also makes you uncomfortable and you hate him, please don't go back to his apartment. Also, my final advice. H3. You know what you did. Fuck, I can't say it. Wait.
H3, you know what you did. You could come over sometime and we could talk about it in the lobby, but you know what you did.
I'm going to get in trouble for that. I agree with you that maybe she could have done things to not be in that situation. As a man, I don't believe it matters what positions you put yourself in. If someone commits a crime against you, it's their fault. Oh, yeah, absolutely. If someone commits a crime against you, it's their fault. But we also need to be teaching women, because here's the issue. Here's the issue, right? There is a lot of situations where both people are intoxicated and there is blurry consent. I think Kate said it really well with like these types of weird situations. Thank you. Money. It's my last paycheck of my job. Here it is, guys. You smell that? The sweet scent of hopefully you can pay rent next month. His name is Ethan. H3 is in combo with his wife. I know. I just keep saying H3. I don't know why. 'Cause I don't know. I keep saying it. You're 100% right, and you and I both know you're right. Thanks. I'm probably 90% right. There's probably something I got wrong here. It's still important to highlight, as creepy as it all was and all that happened, nothing illegal happened. Absolutely. Right? And this is an issue with like blurry consent. And like, this is the issue I've talked about. For example, let's get into Amber Heard's situation. Everyone at first just said Amber Heard is the victim, Johnny Depp, big bad, mean, bully, bad guy. Okay? And now everyone's saying Amber Heard is a fucking piece of garbage trash. Fuck her. She's just a fucking villain. It's pretty clear that there was some mutual abuse going on. And it seems to me that she probably did most of it. She seemed to be the instigator of it more often. And she did a lot of psychological and emotional abuse. But he also abused her at times, just to be clear. It went both ways. But our fucking brains can't do this. We're like, wait, both abuse. We can't do it. Which is the same with like blurry issues. Like there are unironically lots of situations where the woman feels sexually assaulted and the man swears that he didn't and he got consent. There is, especially when alcohol is at hand. And this is a problem. He verbally abused her and he kicked her at least once. Like for sure documented kicked her. And there was a documented something else that was confirmed by like doctors and stuff. She had like a bruise on her face and a cut on her lip and stuff. Yeah. As it often happens in toxic relationships, it's rarely one-sided. True. And the problem is that, but before any of you try to be like, well, you wouldn't be saying this if like it seemed like Amber was mostly the victim. No, I've actually been called ruthlessly a pick-me for years because I've tried to talk about the fact that in abusive situations, even when it seems like one person is clearly the victim, there's often mutual abuse going on, and that doesn't excuse either one of their abuse or potentially of the person who was doing the abuse more often. They're obviously more bad. Okay. Hello. Uwu. Uwu. I find the pantomime, a logic of side taking in court cases always a horrible. Just look at the obnoxious takes on Kyle Rittenhouse case. Really, till the case is complete, people should not be taking sides. True. We've only heard part of Amber's defense at this point as well. The best movie ever made about actual concept of consent is The Last Duel. Interesting. People don't really care about mutual abuse. People are up in arms about the malicious lying she did. Some are, which is fair. Some of the lies at this point are unsubstantiated. Some of the lies that people are claiming she lied are a little bit unsubstantiated. We don't really know. And to be honest, most of what I've seen is Amber Heard is an abuser, not Amber Heard is a liar. There are some people who are mad about that. There's obviously, it's complex. Not everyone's on the one side. And you're also going to see the most extreme takes. Is this the swing back to the right when I can expect the believe no woman? That's the concern, right? Is like, Ethan, what are you doing? We're literally in the midst of a woman that appears to have at least inflated certain allegations, defaming Johnny Depp, and there is a vitriolic, aggressive kind of like snap against that. That's like, there's some weird misogyny going on, like really aggressive comments made about Amber Heard that like, I'm like, I think she's literally like a fucking cunt, and I'm not even willing to say this stuff. Like, guys, relax. Like, holy shit, right? And if Ethan is making this claim, which is really weak, and trying to make it more than even what the girl is trying to say. Like, it's just like, it's so fucking bad for this rhetoric. And it is like, fuck. This makes me so mad. Because it's not like it justifies people who are going to react and become super misogynistic and hate all women. Okay, that's still on you, but it's certainly not going to fucking help. What's your thoughts on the mutual abuse as a myth, people? That they're fucking stupid. What do you mean mutual abuse is a myth? You stupid fucks. Of all of my clients, I've had one client who I would say objectively was in almost no reciprocal abuse. She was just purely the victim. But it was in the case of very extreme abuse, like hostage situation and then pimping out girlfriend type stuff. So like, yeah. No relax, only me. I know. Sorry, guys. Ethan just doing it for clicks, in my opinion, making it worse unknowingly. I agree he's making it worse unknowingly, but fucking think. Use your damn brain. You've got 3 million subs on YouTube. You have a huge impact and you have a big voice. Fucking use it well. Or why the fuck are you even talking? Like, it makes me so mad. And here's the thing. You don't have to, okay? You don't have to use your voice for good necessarily. But why are you using it for bad? Why are you doing that? Especially because you LARP as being a good person. At least Fresh and Fit are assholes. Everyone knows they're assholes and they kind of admit that they're assholes. And they're unbearable assholes and fuck them. Right? And I hope that we can plunge into the viewers of Fresh and Fit to pull them back to the bright side. What if a woman is being beaten? How is that reciprocal? Well, I did say there are cases where it is not reciprocal, right? Just to be clear. 2.96 million subs. Thank you for the correction. The allegations. Okay. Rarely any big YouTubers actually think on their actions. It's just for clicks. I know. It's just annoying. Ethan thinks he is being good. Yeah, that's the problem. He thinks he's doing good. That's like, no, motherfucker. This girl didn't know. Yeah. What? It keeps going down? Oh, really? Like, did it used to be higher? Watching Amber get cross-examined has probably ruined her reputation forever. She so obviously lied under oath. Yeah. She might get charged with perjury, too. But we should just wait. Like, there's so much behind the scenes that we don't know about yet. Like, so many testimonies and stuff, which is why it's like, this is my leaning. I think she's kind of a shitty person. I think she did more abuse overall than Johnny. I think Johnny did abuse her back. I do think that she was in some level of distress. And I think she had a lot of childhood trauma that absolutely played into some of this stuff. Just like Johnny did, by the way. But also, we should probably wait for more evidence to come out before I'm like really firm on anything. Funny enough, last stat I saw seemed to indicate that non-reciprocal domestic violence seems to be women beating men. Interesting. I'm not sure on the stats on that. I'll have to look. Was the gaslighting that most made it kind of distrustful of people, which has never really gone away. Yeah, and this is the thing of like, how do we quantify different types of abuse as well? Like, I think always physical abuse is, particularly if it's like physical abuse that is a genuine risk of like serious, like if it does serious harm to body or is like a serious threat to life, any type of those situations like is always like the most extreme. And I'm always going to say like, yep, that is the worst. I think that's pretty fair to make objective. But then when you compare like, what if one person slaps a person once in like their whole relationship, like there's like one, maybe two slaps, and it never escalates beyond like one slap, and the other partner never touches them, but psychologically like gaslights the fuck out of them, convinces them that they're crazy, and then that partner like ends up in a mental hospital with a mental problem that they don't actually have. Like, I would say that in that case, the psychological abuse is actually worse. The psychological abuser is worse. So it's really, this is the issue, is like how do you quantify abuse? Because there's this huge mantra in psychology, especially like we don't quantify trauma, because as well, there's an also reality of like, we're objectively talking about these things, but also your subjective experience is still going to be different. So like somebody who experiences like one slap might be exceedingly distressed about it. Whereas like the person who is being gaslit, especially if they don't have it in a mental hospital, might be pretty resilient to it. The slap is still worse. It's physical violence. I don't know if it's just one versus like extreme gaslighting. I don't know. And we can't deal with it. And I'm meaning this not from a moral standpoint, by the way. I'm talking about like measurable sequelae. I don't know. How common is it to only hit your girlfriend once? I have no idea. You're also assuming that it was a girlfriend. What if it's a boyfriend? What if a girl hits a boy once, right? Do you think trauma should be quantified? To some extent, yes. For therapy purposes, no. For diagnosis purposes, no. For issues of like court case stuff, probably a little bit. There's also an element where a male victim doesn't actually realize they're being physically abused. I've experienced something along those lines. It's not uncommon. I guess you'd rather be slapped than driven to homelessness, friendlessness, and institutionalized. Yeah, it's just really hard. And I get it. I get why I also lean towards like, maybe it is the slap. And I'm just saying, I genuinely don't know. Because there's a lot of factors that go into it. And it's not just the subjective, like, yeah, but our society says that obviously this is worse. And they're like, well, our society can be fucking stupid about shit. Might be wrong. Allegations are kept behind closed doors. All right. What are they trying to say Fresh and Fit did? I don't even... assault, basically. Apparently they doubled down. Let's see. Fresh and Fit are panicking. Okay, hold on. Let's jump ahead because I don't want to listen to all of this. New masterpiece, Kendrick Lamar, TikTok lawyer, Fresh and Fit. Okay. Apparently they doubled down.
Very nice young lady, smart, eloquent, who told a story about how Fit from Fresh and Fit.
That's his wife, right?
She doesn't want to characterize it as essay, so out of respect, I won't say that. But let's just say had a really, 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 really bad time with Fit.
Yes.
And they're preparing a response. Here it is. Of course, it's got me in a diaper, you know, which is basically, you can pretty much count on that anytime anyone has anything to say about.
Oh, no. Their response is going to be so fucking pathetic, isn't it? Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. Oh, no. I know they're going to double down, but guys don't... I really dislike Fresh and Fit. Way more than I dislike Ethan. Way, way more. And it's going to be bad. And everything that I just said before, being like, look, we have to be reasonable. I'm going to just want to be like, these fucking losers. Fuck it. Fuck them. I don't know. Do the voice.
Ethan was very mean to us and we didn't like it, so we put up a picture of him in his underwear and look how fat and ugly and hairy he is. I am smooth like a baby and I don't wear diapers even though I look like a baby in many ways, and I'm very tall and strong and have many muscles, and he's a stupid poohead who doesn't like me and it makes me mad, and the girls had fun. They had fun and it was nice. It was nice time they had fun, they lie, and girls should just put out. I want what I want, and I want it now.
What do you guys think about that diaper?
Ethan is at least entertaining. Fresh and Fit are just incel. I agree. Ethan is much more entertaining.
Fit. Is it a total dunk?
His I really like Ethan's like exchange between his like staff and stuff. He's got really good like rapport and banter with them.
It's a dunk in their world.
It's me in a diaper. They got me.
I mean, yeah.
This dude's never had a girlfriend, and I don't mean, and I'm not trying to say that no one has a girl as a loser, but this guy, whole life is about.
I'm not trying to say that nobody, blah, 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 but like he hasn't had a girlfriend, and he's a dating coach, so he's basically a loser.
Of dating, and this motherfucker never dated. That makes him a fucking loser. Fucking loser. And by what a beta he is, this homie who we were goofing on is the one that owns the whole show. Fresh is the brains and the money.
Oh, really?
Yeah, this guy's a broke idiot. This is the guy that he actually made all the money. She taught us.
Walter.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know if like the one girl who's been on his podcast once is your best source for all of the behind the scenes logistics of the Fresh and Fit podcast.
Barbados. Fucking coconuts in Barbados. Hey, Walter, there's got to be better people to give you dating advice, like to look up to. How about people that actually have been in a relationship before? To start me. Talk to me, bro.
Also, I'm dubious of like, I'm sure he's had relationships. He's just a dickbag who like probably won't commit. Like when he says I've not been in a relationship, I think he means it as a badge of pride, which is probably to some level like denying the level of commitment that he's had with different women. His crew, I don't know if he understands that people like his crew better than they like him, but I think he does. His wife is gorgeous. She is really gorgeous.
So anyway, it says false allegations.
She like, man, if you can pull off like round glasses, based.
When Believe All Women goes wrong. Accusations debunked with facts and evidence.
They put the clown emoji on her.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Classy.
The other thing is, they needed a long time to prepare this. It's not even going live till tonight. It's like, bro, you guys getting your story straight or what? Oh wait, they already recorded it. We have a trailer.
No, I think they were just hyping it, I guess.
They went in the studio with girls?
Well, they had an episode yesterday.
Oh, okay, so it's from that.
Yeah, yeah.
Apparently they've been deleting comments like crazy. Look at the side. Hey, how dare you censor bloated corpse? That's her username. So let me see this. Let me catch this trailer. 11 pages. Shout out Def Noodles.
14 pages.
11 pages. Fresh and Fit Podcast say they are being Me Too'd with
This
lies.
announcement right now while y'all are here.
I think, first of all, you have to have some clout and relevance to be Me Too'd. You're not being Me Too'd, bro. Somebody just said you...
Okay, come on, H. You keep saying this where they're like, "Oh, they're just like a small podcast." Okay, if these motherfuckers are a small podcast, then most podcasts are literally unmentionable, which in fairness, a lot of them are. But they've got, what was it, 700,000 followers? They average like 3.5K on their lives.
bad day.
They're not that small. Like, they're smaller than you, but they're not that small.
I mean, but okay, that's why.
So, guys, we're going to go ahead and address the bullshit allegations that came in. As y'all know, Ethan let a girl call into the show that had been on the podcast before. She said a whole bunch of fucking lies.
Yeah,
whole
I know
bunch
what
of fuckery.
all that stuff from, man.
And her biggest mistake is she doesn't realize.
What the fuck
I
did
love
he
that.
say?
He's the best. No, he's the best.
All that stuff from, man.
And let a girl call into the show that had been on the podcast before. She said a whole bunch of fucking lies.
Yeah, I
whole
know
bunch
what
of fuckery.
all that stuff from, man.
And her biggest mistake is she doesn't realize.
What the fuck
I
did
love
he
that.
say?
He's the best. No, he's the best. I love him. He just adds so much to the show.
Yeah.
Can we see that again?
He goes, he's like Boomhauer. I tell you what, man. You need to watch that again with pleasure. Did you see the part where we found out he's a Fed?
A Fed, yes. Mm-hmm.
Fucking this guy's a Fed who worked on the human trafficking department, and he's fucking friends with human traffickers.
Yeah.
Fix.
What's his relation to the other guy? They're just friends.
Cobra
Friends?
Tate? Yeah, he's been on a bunch of.
Oh, okay. That's the Tate guy was found to be a human trafficker. Okay. Yikes.
Times, and they love his abs. They build him up like, you know.
Did you see the Ab and Preach video about it? Yeah, I don't think I finished it, but I did watch it. I watched like half of it. I've never seen anything from Fresh and Fit. What's with all the girls? You know when guys get trucks that are super, super lifted, but they never actually use it for any reason, that you get your truck super lifted, and then they also hang like a pair of balls at the back of their truck? That's basically the Fresh and Fit podcast. That's like the image of the Fresh and Fit podcast. Let's see. Yeah, this. None of them are lifted and with balls. Like, this is kind of the best I can get. Somebody should send this to Fresh and Fit. This should be their new, this can be their new logo. They can just put it on. It's supposed to look like a ball sack. Genius, Malachite. They're called truck nuts, yeah. Oh, man, they were so cringe. So cringe. If somebody wants to send this to them, you know, just let them know that I think this would be a really good logo for them. Because this is basically the level of cope that their entire podcast is.
Anyway, here it
Now
is.
while y'all are here. So, guys, we're going to go ahead and address.
Who was just arrested for human trafficking and was on video raping and beating women. Holy shit. Holy shit. Get out of here, Tinder! Block. It keeps cutting.
The bullshit allegations that came in. As y'all know, Ethan let a girl call into the show that had been on the podcast before. She said a whole bunch of fucking lies.
Yeah, I
whole
know
bunch
what
of fuckery.
all that stuff from, man.
And her biggest.
What the fuck was that?
I understood you said, I don't know where she got all that stuff from, but the second part I did.
okay.
Boomhauer to the bear.
I didn't know that stuff, man, but I did a bit of that.
The Boomhauer.
It's like, you're on a podcast, bro. You can't even speak. You're doing a show where you speak, and you can't speak.
This mistake is she doesn't realize that, and I'll tell y'all this, there's a reason she didn't show text messages, there's a reason why she was very ambiguous in what she did, and there's a reason why she sent screenshots versus the entire conversation. So I got all that stuff because I always keep receipts. And then also,
Listen, if you weren't doing what you're doing, I wouldn't be so paranoid about keeping all the receipts. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You'd be like,
No. Come on. Keeping your receipts anytime you get into social media is always a good idea because people are actively motivated to lie about you, right? That's why people started keeping their receipts in the first place, was to like protect against this stuff. And like Ethan's lying. He keeps his receipts too. Like that's a pretty standard thing. That's the advice I've gotten from tons of people. Keeping your receipts is standard, but let's continue to watch Fresh and Fit fucking cope for
You're like,
10
yo,
minutes.
I better, after that encounter, I better save all the correspondence in case she talks about this.
Also, how do you share somebody a text message conversation other than screenshotting it? I don't really get
Well,
the
he was like,
criticism there.
he expected us to read the totality of all of their texts or something.
How?
I guess she
would have to screenshot it.
Is it? Yeah, I think.
don't
I
really-
think what he meant was that
There was missing context or
Yeah,
something?
yeah, that's what
okay.
I'm saying.
I mean,
By the way, which is why she's so brave for sharing, because the obvious response was going to be this. So
From him, obviously. Oh, I mean, fucking obviously. The problem is that, like, you guys didn't vet her well. You guys didn't do the service you deserved. If you think she's so brave and all these things, you didn't do a good enough job protecting her from her own 19-year-old stupid self.
I can't get over the boom hour.
come on now, man. Coconut in Barbados this Wednesday. Come on,
Boom
man.
hour to Barbados, but hang
Coconut in
on.
Wednesday, Mike. Yeah, again, coconut in Barbados on Wednesday, Mike.
I got 11 pages of fucking notes where I got it down to the fucking second, guys. Every single thing she lied about. So I was meticulous about this, man. She's about to take a big fat fucking L because I'll tell y'all this right now. You can't be too Myron, baby. You can't. You about to take this L. So what's up?
And I'm sure. I don't know how you're going to disprove.
I don't know if the way...
You can't be to me, little lady. I went through all of your stuff and I wrote timestamps of when you lied. I got it all here on my notes. I know there's coffee stains and cum marks all over it, but it's real. And you should believe it. I did my homework. I'm a researcher.
Young lady. Where are my glasses? Oh, fuck. They're not in here. Shit. That would have been a good moment to put on my glasses. Such a high level of cope. What do you mean protecting her? Oh, you just tuned in. That's a good question. I don't know want to TLDR what I mean by that because I've like coped for a long time talking about it. Stop.
That you
A New York baby? Do I sound like a New York baby?
jumped on her in bed. But okay. And I mean, I saw her text message
Imagine.
to her friend.
Imagine. Gosh. Okay, but fucking look at his notes. He's just like torn out of a scribbler. Imagine your defense is you holding up 11, not big pages. He's like, I got 11 pages, tiny pages, little pages. I got 11 of these bitches. Imagine just holding up a bunch of just torn out notes and like holding it up and being like, I got evidence. It's just like, dude, at least put it on like a nice printout, you know, if you prepped so hard, you know, why are your notes handwritten? If you're so good at keeping your receipts, why aren't they typed? What if somebody steals this in the great conspiracy? What if somebody steals your little notes and then they use it to make paper airplanes or chew gum or whatever they're going to use it for? Hello, Black Yamato. Hello. I know he didn't even tear out the perforations. Cringe. He's probably got the cheap paper that doesn't even have the dotted line so that you can easily tear off the perforations. He's got like the dollar store bullshit notebook because he didn't have one in his house. And then he saw this video drop and he's like, oh, fuck.
I gotta take my notes.
And then he like ran off to the dollar store and got this little notebook and then tore out the pages and was like... I was gonna mention that earlier that your foot was silhouetted on the wall behind you, but then you showed your feet on stream and flashed your pay packet, so I just shut up. Is there something about feet that I'm missing beyond just people being into foot stuff?
Baby, you can't. You about to take this L. So what's up? And
I'm sure. I don't know how you're going to disprove that you jumped on her in bed. But okay. And I mean, I saw her text message to her friend where she was like scared and said she was crying and stuff. But okay, dude. Right?
And she forgets that like I was there in person, so I actually know what happened versus what you said because
Yeah, you're in on it. Why the fuck would I believe you, dumbass? You helped separate the friends, you fucking loser.
obviously you're gonna put me like to make yourself look good.
I mean,
but,
yeah.
you capping. Yeah, make this announcement right.
I love him.
We got the
Oh, there's
text,
more?
we got the proof, we got the pictures, all that shit. Hey, oh, we got witnesses too, by the way. So
Yeah.
you really about to look stupid.
Yeah, they're
so,
coming in tomorrow.
Yep. So when you guys, all I gotta say is this: we learned from
Witnesses? You were in the apartment, just the two of you.
There was somebody in the wall. It was Cum Gremlin. Cum Gremlin was in the wall, and she was like watching, and she was like, "This motherfucker's lying." We're on to you, Cum Gremlin.
Witness that.
Meg, right? The Stallion, and we learned from Amber Turd. You can't believe all fucking women, and H3 is about to take another L because y'all go ahead and bring this cloud chaser on your show. Let her say a bunch of fuckery 5 months after the fact, thinking we don't got receipts.
And they're reaching, man.
Oh Lord, you about to look stupid tomorrow, bro. So, yeah, guys, we got the text.
Look at
Unless
my
you have like
receipts.
a camera in your apartment, in every room.
Look at all of them.
How about 11 pages?
They're everywhere.
I got 11 fucking pages.
I've
Y'all
got
about to
so
look
many
dumb as
papers.
hell. My guess for his evidence is just going to be that it's like text where she's being nice to him. Where she's being like somewhat receptive and saying like, let's hang out or something.
Well, I mean, she said as much in the conversation.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the whole thing.
But I think that's it. He's gonna be like, look, she said she wanted to hang out. Look, she was being nice to me here. She's obviously, I think that's basically all he's got.
I guess we'll see.
17 pages.
Oh, we got 11 pages.
Come on now, Dad, man. Dude spends all of his time with women and he can't get a girlfriend. How fucking sick are you? You can't get any girl to date you because you're so repulsive.
No, H3, you know that that's not true. You know that that's not true. This motherfucker is probably the most commitment diverse fuck in the world. Like, for sure. There's no way that he can't get a girlfriend. That's not it. If you get all these girls to come on the podcast, knowing that they're going to get roasted the entire time, called bimbos, and made fun of by these two fucks, misogynistic fucks, the guy can get a girlfriend. That's just the reality.
Repulsive. That's nuts. Man,
It is Wednesday, man.
It is, bro, man. It is Wednesday. Shit. Anyway,
All right.
so that's...
Okay, that's him doubling down. Still fucked that a 30-year-old separated a 19-year-old from her friend. Yeah, I mean, Fresh and Fit are fucking creepy. I still don't know if the age gap is as big of a deal as everyone's like making it out to be. It's more the power dynamic of like him being a like decently semi-famous rich podcaster, separating like a 19-year-old podcastee from her friend. That's like the weirder thing to me. But I guess the age is a simple heuristic. Yeah. The intentional separation, super weird. Yeah. Because that's his behavior. She should have gone home at that point. I'm not fully convinced that she wasn't a little bit into him. And I'm also willing to believe that she was made uncomfortable by him. But like based on some of her behavior, I think that she was a little bit into him. But like maybe it was like a love-hate. Like she was like, oh, you're kind of attractive, but you're also a fucking dick. You know, I don't know. Yeah, how do we know that she lied? I'm not saying that she lied, but I haven't seen any evidence that she's lied. Because people are creeps. Also important, you can't just show off your feet when requested to. Especially just framing the feet individually. It's for whatever the fuck reason considered fetish content. Oh, I see. Well, I will never say, if you give me $5, I'll show you my feet. Okay? I'll never say it. I should make it my sub sound. I know I shouldn't. I'll get banned. Oh, the Abram Preach video? Okay. Okay, let's see. I didn't obviously watch the end of that. Why is my computer dying? Hello? Wanna work? You wanna work? Okay. Abba and Preach. Okay. Bum bum bum. Update proof she's lying. Okay. Uh-oh.
On Saturday, we put out a video in regards to the whole H3 versus FNF stuff, right? We said, yo.
Okay, I have to go to the bathroom really bad. And I've been told it's bad to play videos, even though I'm listening to it while I'm on a stream. So, bye. I'll be right back, though. We haven't earned Borpa motes yet. Okay. Let's go. Fucking love Abba and Preach. I'll start by saying I will probably always be a little bit too charitable to Abba and Preach. I love them. I've been watching them for a bit more than a year now, which for me is a long time because I don't have like a YouTuber that I consistently watch except for Abba and Preach. So
yeah. See, this girl's story don't make no sense. And so,
I'm going to be too charitable. I already know it. I just love them. Do you love Abba or Preach more, though? I like Abba more overall. I think he's funnier. And I think he gives more base takes. But I like Preach, too, obviously.
Their own little live stream, and then posted a couple of long form conversations. And I thought it would be important to cover some of these receipts, see if what we said was correct. It was. I don't think I need to place it. Well, come on, it was.
We got back to the apartment, and I left my wallet, and I guess it was a gift from God, but I left my wallet in Myron's car because he was the one driving. And Myron gets the wallet, and Walter was like, "Oh, he wants your friend's number if he's gonna bring back the wallet," meaning me.
I need your friend's number if I'm gonna bring back the wallet.
Here we go. Okay. She asked me, "What did he say?" So at no point in this does he say, "I need my key. I need your number." He ends up going and giving her the keys. Okay.
Okay, what did he say? He's going to check. Please, thank you. It's like a black wall. Okay, cool. Let me know ASAP. He said he's going to check the car, then the apartment. Okay, perf. I'll stay on him. Okay, wait. Hold on.
He was the one driving. And Myron gets the wallet, and Walter was like, "Oh, he wants your friend's number if he's going to bring back the wallet," meaning me.
I need your friend's number if I'm going to bring back the wallet.
Here we go. Okay. She asked me, "What did he say?" So at no point in this does he say, "I need my key. I need your number." He ends up going and giving her the keys. Okay. So that's the
bitch. You're a whole bum.
She made up the whole. Okay.
You're a whole.
This whole quid pro quo.
You're a whole ass bum, my girl.
Hold up. And so this is the second part. This is the part that made me laugh. So remember, she's like, "Oh, I don't know how to get home." All this other stuff, like, yeah, I feel stranded.
I'm gonna show y'all how lazy and entitled these girls are, and how close they actually were, where they could have went ahead and gotten it themselves. Bureau of Prisons down in Miami. You guys want to see how fucking lazy these chicks are? 1 mile.
If you don't get the fuck out of here.
1 mile.
Girl, my girl.
1 mile from what?
1 mile.
From what? Sorry, what is this? Is that where they were at to... What is this? They're 1 mile from what?
I feel stranded.
I'm gonna show y'all how lazy and entitled these girls are, and how close...
From their office. From her place. Okay, from her place... From his house to her friend's place.
They actually were, where they could have went ahead and gotten it themselves. Bureau of Prisons down in Miami. You guys want to see how fucking lazy these chicks are? 1 mile.
If you don't get the fuck out of here.
1 mile.
Girl, my girl.
1 mile.
Whoa, wow.
1 mile. Okay. Everybody got data on their phone. You punch in the GPS, boom, you gone. I'm stranded. You getting out after these dudes to get your keys back? They're 1 mile.
In fairness, she didn't say she was stranded. Ethan did. Just to be super clear, she never said that she was stranded. Ethan wait, is it Klein? I don't know. Ethan did. H3 did.
So wait, do you know how entitled and fucking lazy you have to be?
There's like 2 Ethans, and I know one of them is like super Yankees, and then there's H3 Ethan. I think it's Ethan Klein. I feel like it's Ethan Klein, but now I'm worried that I'm wrong.
To forget some shit after you get a ride from somebody and to demand that they come deliver it to you? They're 1 mile away. But anyways, let's keep playing.
He's gonna bring back the wallet, meaning me. So I was like, sure, like I need my wallet. Like I'm not gonna text this guy anyways. He gets my number, and then he tried to maintain a conversation with me, like through text, and I was like not answering him because I had gotten my wallet back.
But wait, who initiates the fucking conversation?
Oh, uh-oh.
Yo, don't say that now.
Clout chaser. You look like Tim Pool. This you.
So she contacted me. So how would I demand to get her number if she was the one that contacted me first? Right? So she's saying, "Oh, I didn't talk with him. I didn't text him back." Just go play it through real quick, Chris, and we're gonna analyze parts of this conversation later on.
Shout out to Tim Pool, man.
Shout out to our guy Tim Pool. But look, she's not texting me. Look at that. That looks like a fucking conversation to me.
Wow.
Okay? That looks like a conversation to me.
You're free to link. I was gonna get food, but I'm starving, so I'm gonna just go. Izzy just got home from work and we're chilling right now. I don't want to leave her like that. Can Walter come with us? What happened to this double date Walter told me about? I'm not sure what Walter's doing. You can't leave your friend's side. What are you planning on getting to eat? I was going to get something here in Brickbell. They have a lot of good spots. I need an answer, though, because I'm starving and I don't want to wait. If you can't leave your friend, it's totally cool. But I'm hungry as fuck. If you can't leave your friend, it's totally cool.
God damn, we got my essence.
He said she looked like Tim Pool. I know.
Again, I don't like these two. I think, for all intents and purposes, Amrun Fuddle is a loser. That's my personal opinion. It doesn't matter. It has no bearing on this at all.
Based.
None whatsoever. And all these people are like, why would you defend these scum? I don't care if they're scum. I don't care if they're saints. Did they do what you claim? No? Then shut the fuck up. That's it. That's the end of the story. What am I looking at? She's out here claiming all like he's so desperate and creepy and all this stuff. You out here having full-on conversations and and then lying about it in the aftermath, and you want to still be taken as credible. How many lies does somebody have to tell before you start to look at them and say, why should I believe anything you say? You've already tried to misrepresent things for your own personal gain. Why should I believe any part of this?
The only thing that I have with Abram Preach is they were doing what I think I was doing originally, and then Bless Chat helped me correct to the real issue, which is that yes, she is lying, which is a real issue. It seems like she might be full on lying. But also, Ethan should not be putting this on his thing. Because, yeah.
Oh, well, maybe she misremembered. Bruh, this is a conversation on text. You have records of this. You have time to go send screenshots to H3 to try to expose this dude, but you don't have any records of these conversations? Really? Get the fuck out of here.
And me and my friend were saying, like, it would be fun to sit here and, like, make him look dumb. Like, he sits here and he thinks that he can get all these women, but then a 19-year-old, like, doesn't, like, rejects him.
We brushed over this lap.
This is a hit piece. And that's exactly what the fuck I told you. That there's girls that act exactly like that. I said that. That's what I meant. That age will go and do that for ego because they need to prove some fucking shit. That was 100% ego.
Right.
Just to prove something. Oh, you think you're good? You think you're good? Perfect. That's a hit piece. Now, this kind of behavior does not show whenever they say that, you know what, it's only that.
Oh, she's lying and Ethan shouldn't put it on, but it's still cool to make fun of a mad, ugly, stuttering incel loser. Hans, are you coping right now? Does somebody make you mad? Are you a little bit mad? It's okay. We still accept you. Ethan should be platforming her. We need some quality Drama Frog content. Z? Ooh.
Hi.
Do you have food for me?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I have to cook it though.
Oh.
I got you fish and chips.
Aw. Thanks.
It was on sale at Costco.
Ooh. Yummy. Is Abram Preach like the anti-venom to Fresh and Fit? I don't know. They're very different. I feel like they've got a little bit of some toxic masculine traits. A little bit.
Like Venom.
Like Venom?
Like Venom.
Because the anti-venom?
Like Venom and then like the bad Venom.
Venom.
It's like they're both a little rough around the edges. They both might like bite your face off.
No, they're saying that they're the anti-venom to Fresh and Fit.
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought it was like Venom, but in the new movies or whatever.
I'm specifically criticizing you for the last 2 hours. Maybe it's lost in translation. Make your funny voice again. Oh, you've just been being mean for the last 2 hours? You've been doing a terrible fucking job at it because I didn't even know that you're being mean. Explain yourself. Oh, yeah. Are you linking the thing I tweeted about Doobie? Hi, Doobie. And it's fitting that Ethan and Hassan have a podcast together. They both love spreading misinformation. Yeggies. I told
Ethan
you.
and Hassan?
Yeah. What? Hassan and Ethan have a podcast?
Like Ethan
Cl-
Klein?
H3?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What the fuck? That's so weird.
I guess so. I mean, sometimes chat is filled with lies, though, so I don't know to what extent I believe that, but. Yes. They're at least doing something. It's not clear if... Oh, yeah. They're doing a podcast together called Leftovers. Oh, it hasn't been running for a while. Oh, I didn't see the tweet. I just saw the article. Yeah. Did you read the tweet, Doobie? I told you, and you think... And I think you'll now agree I'm right. She called in to tell her experience with him being a fucking loser, but it wasn't good enough for Ethan. She wanted an essay. Okay. Big pet peeve of mine is they like to show extreme videos from places like Haiti and Mexico and talk about how dangerous life is. That's your pet peeve? I'm still curious how Hans is bullying me. I must know!
10% of claims that are false claims. This is a false claim, but it's not reported because Fresh or Fit are not going to report that shit. But things like that happen because they feel ashamed, because it's pride, because of whatever, whatnot, because they need to prove a point, because they dislike someone. Someone will do that. Will do that. Just because I dislike to do so, I'm going to go out of my way to lie, to create a whole story to do that. But it's not going to be reported. Why? Because guys, shut the fuck up about that shit. So whenever you come and talk to me about false claims that are reported as only that, shut the fuck up about that shit because that shit is not real.
I just want to appreciate something. We glanced over this last time, but just think of how manipulative and how much of a fucking loser you have to be to despise someone, go out of your way to interact with this person so you can then afterwards reject them. So you want to lead somebody on, pretend you have interest, so you can be like, you fucking loser? You wanted me? Get out of here. I would never. How much of a loser you have to be to go out of your way to spend time with people you apparently dislike.
So, basically.
a loser, but also like 19. Like 19-year-olds do some dumb shit. Oh, they act like it didn't happen. Ever? What Supreme Court? You guys are getting caught up. Yes, Canadian Supreme Court had a semi-contentious ruling on intoxication as a defense. Yeah. They basically said that there are cases where intoxication may be so severe that you cannot prove, I think, intent, because if you're like basically blackout, it's hard to prove that you have any intent. So a lot of people being like, this is super sussy baka, but it'll probably almost never be used. But I guess we'll see.
He kept like texting me every day.
She goes, okay, if only we didn't have plans for the day, I can ask Isabella to text him too. Okay, don't sweat it. What time are you guys done with your day stuff? I'm thinking sometime around 7 to 8ish. Okay. And then I respond, oh, she sends me that at 1:22 p.m. I don't send her anything. She sends me a message the next day, 2:52 a.m. You should add the Jeopardy song to the soundboard.
No, he's texting me so I hate your show so bad, but here's a tip to make it better, because I hate it so bad, so it would be better if you... Who give my...
Bro, I don't get mad about this though. I just think, what a loser.
What fucking loser.
And you know what it is?
Fucking loser.
You know what it is?
You're abominable.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you guys two things. One, there's people who take a tremendous amount of pride in rejecting people.
Absolutely.
Okay. Absolute dweebs. I remember one time I shot my shot with this girl in person. She said no. I said, cool, have a good day.
Do I have friends that are women? Can I give you the benefit out and ask why you're asking?
Come to find out, she went to tell half the people in her community. Yeah, she rejected them. I was like, why would you tell people? I asked you on a date. You said no. Let's keep it pushing. Why would you go tell people that I was like some fucking? But some people are like that.
The number of time I've heard girls talking about, hollered at me the other day. Who that guy? Creep. Yo, for real. And then he just love and boast about that shit. Girls do that.
But this girl did it even worse. She raised him up so she could try to shoot him down and then brag about it. Fucking dweeb.
Low-key noble, right?
So this is the part where she kind of claims like, yeah, Walter did this whole plan to separate.
So you can steal if you're drunk enough? No, I don't think it actually gets rid of like all of the charges against him. I think it just like reduces something. I haven't read it in full detail.
The two, and he's like, nah, you come with me. She's going over there. This is what she claims. So let's see what they say.
So eventually, like we pull up in front of the podcast apartment, and Myron's coming out of the building, and I get out of the car, and Walter leaves with my friend and took her to like another club. So I'm with Myron by myself. So we get into his car, and he drives us to like this like.
See how she's trying to spin it as if she didn't know that was gonna happen? Let's pull up the text message conversation. Listen, the club closed at 5 a.m. right? And she goes, "Are you down to get food in 20?" Right? So she hits me up. It says, Walt, he's leaving in 20 with Izzy. Okay, cool. Is Walt gonna bring you to Brickell and I can get you? And he goes, Walt said he'll bring me to Brickell. Boom.
Yeah, I'll bring her there. First off, let me ask something. If you are going somewhere.
Discord will reach for your
Jeep has not responded. Jeep. No, it's not Jeep. It's Jeeb. This question might seem in bad faith, and I'm sure you can find many reasons to attack that I asked you this question, but I'm curious. Do you have friends that are women? Imagine having friends. I think you come off as the pick-me type, and maybe you have an easier time making friends with men than women. I'm curious how you respond to that. Almost all of my friends are women. IRL. She
has one male friend.
Who?
Other than me. Riley.
Yeah, but we're not even close, and he doesn't live nearby. All of my friends are girls.
You guys would be friends if he was still around.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I'd say he's your friend.
Yeah.
He's like the only one though.
Yeah.
There's nobody else.
Yeah. All
Other
of my
than me.
True. All of my closest friends are girls. I have a large. Yeah, I get along just fine with girls. I wouldn't say that I have an easier time being friends with.
There's only one
honestly,
type of deal. Okay.
It's actually, I would say, easier to be friends with girls in general because girls are like nice. They're comfortable with me. Obviously because I'm a girl. And they're easier to be like vulnerable with. So yeah. There you go. I know I come across as a pick-me type, but I'm not. I'm actually very good friends with many women.
Somewhere with somebody. You don't say, yeah, I'll bring them there. You'll say, we're coming.
Is that my husband? Yes.
We're all coming. Whoa. Clearly, these are premeditated. There. You'll say, we're coming. Yeah, we're all coming.
Not even one of the boys, true. I said to see him go, but I love watching him leave.
Okay.
I'm not like other pick-me girls, true.
Okay, so do you want to try using the...
Hi, Erd. Thanks for the gifted subs. Not while I'm streaming, no. There's no way I want to set it up while I'm streaming.
You rat.
Because the angle's going to be like here.
Well, no, you can put it anywhere now. I got you a new
USB. Do you guys want to see my new camera? Let's see if it works. No, it's not working.
That's because it's not turned on.
Cool. I don't disbelieve you whatsoever. I was just curious to what you'd say to that. Yep, that's super fair. I think I do come across like a pick-me girl. I'm just not. I've never been the girl who grew up being like, I can only be friends with boys. Ooh, it's working. Wow. Rotate it again. Oh, look at that internal balancing. Hello. Hello, GoPro.
Contrast super chatted $10.54. LLLLLLLLLLLLLL greater than LLLL greater than LLLL.
Blah, 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 blah.
Well, it wouldn't even fit in there though. I don't know what we would put it on.
Oh, problem.
What's the problem?
Well, now you guys can see me from 2 angles. How fun is that? Wow, so many of me. The most important person in your life. I'm kidding.
Oh, we might even be able to put it on top of that.
Is that your doggo cam? Well, this cam now is going to be my doggo cam, and this is going to be my face cam because it's better quality, and my editor Contrast is going to be very happy that I have not a shitty. Remember the degrees. There are some crazies out there. True. Are you showing my degrees on screen? You bad?
I'm a rat.
Wow, it's so crisp. All right, let's all right, there we go. Oh, and it's long. I've got the real camera now. Oh, you guys can see my disgusting thing in the background. Don't ever press that video. That shit is disgusting.
Can you zoom it in more?
I can try like that. It's not easy to do though.
It's not easy to zoom it in. Maybe I can do it on. Okay, well, you should probably use your other webcam for now, but...
He did incidentally, but it was fisheye. Thank fuck. You did flash my degrees. You bad?
I think it's probably low light enough that you can't even see what it says.
Yeah. Whip, whoop, whoop.
Yeah,
whoop.
The fisheye is
Like
kind
how
of fun.
smooth my finger looks. Woo. Woo. Referring to your husband as a disgusting thing in the background is a little harsh. You know, we keep him for his body, not for his face.
That's true.
Thanks for getting this all set up for me.
You're welcome. Butterface is the new dad bod.
You're not supposed to be a real person. What do you mean? How am I being a real person? What real person does this? This is clearly AI.
Yeah, it's the quality is a lot better, eh?
Yeah, it's way better. Contrast, are you so happy?
We'll need higher light though. The GoPro is really rough in low light.
This light isn't on either.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why it's not on. But...
Okay, well, I'm gonna leave you now. Bye.
Goodbye. Thank you.
Love you.
Love you too. Beep beep. Aha! Much better. Wow.
Oh, what's it look like now?
Just lit up properly. It's on my lamp. See? Lamp. Lampin'.
Oh, maybe we should turn lampin' on too. How much does that change it?
It just makes my face very orange.
I think it's good.
Obama.
It warms you up.
Obama.
What do you guys think? You like warm or cold?
I don't know if they can hear you very well. Lampin' on, lampin' off. Lampin' on, lampin' off.
Warm or cold light, guys? What do you think?
Beep, 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 beep.
Warm? Okay. They all want it warm, baby. Whoa, lampin'. Okay, bye.
Bye. Freya, where did that fucking stick come from?
Did she bring it inside?
Look it.
Freya, you little rat.
I don't know if I can show them it.
Rat. This is going back outside.
She brought a fucking fence post in. All right, we're gonna get this angle fixed up in a little bit, so I apologize. It'll be better once we play with it a little bit more. We'll probably get it zoomed in more. How does being drunk absolve you of wrongdoing? First of all, I am not the Supreme Court. I did not make this decision in any way. I haven't even read it enough to form my opinion on it. It's kind of cold in here. Why did you make this decision? Which decision? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong camera now. That's weird. Having to look over here now. Now when I watch stuff, though, my face is going to be like this the whole time. Just looking at the back of my head. That's not ideal. I know Canadians are high mind. True. All right. Let's see if I can pull it out. I think the article is mentioning drugs. I don't know if the decision... Wait, we said we had to finish this. We have to finish this. We have to finish this. I keep bailing. Contrast is going to be sag at me if I don't watch the fucking video. All right.
Whoa. Clearly, these are premeditated plans, but she's trying to make it sound like she got ambushed with a separation.
I was wearing a Fresh and Fit hoodie, and
the fact that me in that whole story, my 2 points was the hoodie and the Listerine.
Yeah, because she got there and she decided to get so comfortable, she changed out of her clothes and put on his clothes.
I hate that. I hate everything about you, but let me put something with your name on there. If you don't get the fuck out of here.
Oh, now you're in danger. You're in danger. Oh, you're putting on your potential attacker's hoodie.
Put on the ops hoodie? The ops hoodie.
What
is going on here, bro? So she was cold and she put on a hoodie to have more clothes on.
Oh, she actually changed clothes.
Oh, she did.
I think I gave her some shorts or some shit.
She said that herself. She said after that, she went and changed back in her clothes. She did say that.
She changed. She even grabbed some of his shorts.
Bruv, she said it.
I'm trying to leave.
Uh-oh.
Nigga, let me put on my PJs. I'm trying to leave. Where's my blankie at? I'm trying to leave.
Get out. Get out.
And so I'm like, I have my hands like on him where it's like, I don't want him like laying on me like intimately. So I'm just holding my hands up and I'm like, no. I'm like, this was about like max a minute long. And I was wearing like this shirt and it's like a very loose shirt, whatever. And he basically lifts up the shirt and made a comment. And then I was like, I'm done. I'm over this. Like, and
Wait,
I
he
said to
lifted
him,
up your shirt and kind of looked at underneath it and commented?
Yeah, my chest. Because I have piercings.
I'm sorry, you said what?
And I said I have piercings, so he made a comment on it.
Oh, okay.
Wait, I didn't hear that the first time. I just heard in the original thing that he made a comment and then like left it out. I don't remember that. Or did I thank you for the subs? I don't think I did. I apologize. Thank you. Appreciate you. Thanks, buddy.
Okay.
And it was very creepy. It was very weird.
I don't want to...
No, it was not creepy. She's mad because I basically made a joke about her titties being lopsided. Whatever. It is what the fuck it is, man.
Gosh, fucking hell, dude. You suck so much. If you're trying to get with a girl, why would you make a comment about her breath being stinky and then make a comment about her tits? Yeah, but I just assume you don't need to every time. No worries. You did, though. I must. Gratitude is important. Based Doobie. What is Doobie doing? Hans, quit simping for Doobie just because you got a hate boner for me, all right? I demand all of the passion, all right? If you're going to be hating on me, I need it with all ounce of your soul, all right? No time for simping for Doobie while hating on me, okay? That's not how this works. I need every inch of passion. You don't get it, it's nagging. I'm gonna be honest. Lifting up a girl's shirt and then going, your boobs are lopsided, or like whatever he said. Yikes.
All right. There you go. Ta-da! Okay.
Okay. So we got to just add on to some of the lies that she told and all the mischaracterizations. You know, maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm just different. Maybe I'm weird. I couldn't imagine looking at somebody's naked body and then just making a funny comment.
Then next she lifts up. Nagging is yikes. I don't think all nagging is yikes. I think making fun of somebody's tits for being lopsided is almost never nagging. Like, that's not nagging. It's at least very, very ineffective, socially unsophisticated nagging.
Like that, knowing how self-conscious women traditionally are, or how we all are. The same thing, like if a dude shows his dick for the first time, let's say you had a small thing. Last thing you think a woman should be saying is like,
yeah, it sounds like you just insulted her.
He's gonna take that, or he's gonna take that. Listen, women.
They match our floors.
Oh, we got new knives? Yeah. Are they steak knives or paring knives?
Steak knives.
Oh.
La viole.
I really want paring knives. We don't have any.
You can probably use these for paring, not too bad.
They're serrated.
You're a rat.
It's nagging if you think nagging is just insults. Yeah, exactly. If you think nagging is just being like, you're dumb, you're an ugly bitch, well, then sure, I guess it's nagging, but also you're fucking terrible at nagging.
Women are super self-conscious about their titties. Okay? They don't like the way it sags, they don't like the way it's shaped, they don't like, because
Wait, there is no way you say paring knives like that. How did I say it? Paring knives? Are you saying it should be paring knives? Clean chemists come back. Tell me. It's actually more malicious, trying to degrade the self-esteem of the person for easier hookup standards, PUA tactic, though. I know that that's kind of what it's been turned into, but I don't actually think that like most nagging is or should be that. We can obviously, some people are like, well, why don't we use a different word like teasing? Because nagging is the word that people broadly use for it.
the world keeps telling them stuff. And a loser like you gets in
paring knife
bed with a girl, okay? And then says that shit.
I say words
That's a loser
weird.
move. When you sit here laughing and giggling about it, sure, you don't like her. But why would in the moment you just be like, damn, your titties are crooked? Who the fuck talks like that? Throughout the
I hate symmetry. In fact, I love lopsided things like your tits. Oh, man. You're cool and all, but your commentary is super dragged out, and the stream in general is too. Put some effort to stay on point before you move on to something else. Hey, Thomas. No.
This whole thing I've said, the way that they're doing this narrative, even though she said, oh, I don't think he did a crime or whatever. Listen, the way you said this story, the way that you guys have framed it, the fact that Ethan keeps implying it, the fact that most of the people in the comments said that's what he did, we all understand what you're framing, okay? You can't say, I didn't say he did that crime, but you're like, oh, yeah. Well, you know, he did grab a knife and then put it inside me. Oh, so
wait,
he stabbed
Thomas,
me.
were
No,
you?
I'm not saying he stabbed.
Thomas, were you nagging me?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, you know, I was uncomfortable. What? Okay? We all understand the implication of what's being said. That doesn't mean that this dude's not a loser, okay? That doesn't mean that this dude's not a goober, okay? Who doesn't know how to act with people. Who gets naked? See, man, who does that? Losers. That's what it comes down to. He had no interest of courting her, which, hey, all the power to you. You don't have to do that, okay? My point being is, like, we know these dudes are losers. That's okay. You're allowed to. That's legal. And you can feel any type of way that you want about that. But to come on and frame things with lies like that, if you would just come on like, man, this guy was a loser. He made a comment when I got need, everybody would have been cool with it. But you have to lie and do all this extra stuff, and I gotta look at you crazy now.
It's gymnastics, bro. And that's the thing. You could have just said that. You could have just said that. And even if he said that, he made a comment about your boobies. Was it worth all the lie? All of that? Now you just look stupid, Danielle.
Yeah.
I'm saying your name because motherfuckers have to know your name. The same way you try to frame a motherfucker like that, people need to know who the fuck you are.
Yeah.
Just so they know that you're a piece of shit. You want to frame them as a piece of shit, but the biggest piece of shit in this story is you.
Yep.
It's you. Yep. It's you, my girl.
You and Ethan Klein, who didn't even say anything to the story and kept these like, what?
You a big ass loser. That's you. You want to frame us as a big loser? It's all you. All you.
Yep. Wow. The whole story could have been easily avoided by both parties. That's like, guys, it doesn't cost you anything to be half decent to the people you gonna fuck. It costs you nothing.
Why would they do?
Wow, you guys are just going after Thomas. Look, Thomas had a very fair critique. I do draw things out because I'm extremely distractible. I'm just giving you advice because although I enjoy your stream, I find myself leaving answer rest overall. It doesn't happen during Destiny's 10-hour streams, although I don't have time. That is fair. He is more concise. I am more distracted, but I am also not Destiny. I will maybe take it to heart. What is this? Ooh. I'll maybe take it to heart after this next distraction on a knife. Beep. Thank you.
You put it backwards.
You guys be mean to Thomas. Don't be mean to Thomas. Thomas has a valid critique. I can choose to do with it as I like. He's just saying, here is a critique on a platter. If you would like to take it, that's fine. If you'd not like to take it, that's also fine. I just sometimes get a little bored. Fair enough.
You don't respect these people.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like, who talks like that to human beings?
Doesn't give a fuck. Come on now.
And I say this because I know every dude would get so upset if a woman saw a nigga's dick for the first time and said some shit like that. But you guys gonna say like that about the women's private parts? What's wrong with you guys?
Listen, he talks like that to his co-host.
Right, but you wonder why so many of these ladies go out and get these titty jobs and do all this stuff. It's because y'all be out here mocking the way that they look physically in terms of like their naked body. You got women doing labiaplasties and shaving off all parts.
Thomas, I've defended you. It's okay, bud. We got you.
It's like, oh my God, there's too much. Who cares? You want them to lose their sensitivity? It's like, it's so stupid. I don't know. It costs you nothing to just be a tad bit considerate. I'm not
In fairness, most of them came out and started memeing on your name, but yeah.
ask you to simp or to white knight, but don't look at somebody's naked body and then say some crazy stuff. That's wild to me, bro. Why you trying to contribute to like people's bad self-esteem by saying some shit like that? You know what I mean? The things they can't even. I don't know. To me, that's the part where he's a complete loser in that regard.
Oh, you knew that already.
But we knew that.
You knew that already. You went there to frame here.
I'm so sorry, Thomas. Here's the problem is if we say like one name on stream, chat turns it into a meme immediately. Like fucking Dave. Do you guys remember fucking Dave? Fuck Dave, man.
Because you thought he was a loser, now you're just astonished when he's a loser. Come on now, B. You're.
Let me raise something to you. People say, well, she's 19. And you know what I find not so fascinating about people who say that shit? It's like they always.
My homies don't hate you.
They choose when people are adults. Yep. Oh yeah, if a 19-year-old gets OnlyFans. Yeah. Go ham. You are mature enough to post yourself naked all over the way. Just go.
Yeah, you can go to the military.
But you don't
Well,
know
that's a
better
good
when it
point.
comes to
I didn't actually. Why are we talking about Dave? Fuck Dave. That's a good point that I didn't think about actually. Because like people kept bringing up the age disparity being like weird, and I was like, I don't know. I don't think it's that weird. I think it's like the power dynamic that's more weird. Yeah, there's lots of people who watch like 19-year-olds on OnlyFans. Do you guys think that's weird? And fair enough. If you're consistent and you think that's weird, based true. Well done.
Go to the military.
Run a train on Thomas. Give me, yeah. You guys all must write Thomas a card. Okay, you got to make it very pretty, and you got to send it to him. Thomas, show us a picture of your feet so we can find you. We're going to send you a card so we can apologize. Chat memed you a little bit hard.
Contrast super chatted $10.54. Out of the way, Thomas the simp train is coming through. Choo choo.
No, Thomas is the anti-simp train. He's giving me constructive feedback because he's not a simp. I'm so sorry, Thomas. I'm so sorry. I need to stop talking about you. He's gone. He's for sure gone. He's like, fuck this bitch.
It's okay. Oh, yeah, you can take students on.
And that's
you're
how
younger than that.
And that's how you know the whole age thing is just a front to be able to control the situation. Because even if they were the same age, guess what? A man, you're still more liable. Why? Because you're bigger. You're stronger.
This is all about Thomas now. The stream is about Thomas. Twitch chat is like, no, we're simping for Thomas. We're ready. We're ready to get behind. Did she change her outfit? I changed my camera. I've never put a picture of myself online in the last 20 years, and I'm not starting now. Just give us a photo of your feet, Thomas, please. Please, why won't you? We're so invested now, Thomas. We can't stop. I said I was going to stop talking about you, but your name is so talkable about. Thomas, the YouTube chatter, thank you for showing up. I'm sorry that your constructive criticism, which is honestly completely fine criticism, has now turned into a giant raging Thomas train where all we're doing is talking about you. I might make an emote. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. I wonder how Thomas pronounces paring knife. Thomas, do you pronounce it par, like a civilized gent? Or do you pronounce it pear, like a fucking inbred knuckle dragger?
And so therefore, they think it's always the man's responsibility to be a fucking mind reader, to assume the girl's mental well-being, to do all this other stuff. People are saying crazy stuff. Like, he gave her alcohol. He did not give her alcohol at any point. She went to the club side to have some drinks on her own, okay? Then she gets to his apartment, all right? Apparently, he's lucid enough to remember this whole fucking story. Opens his fridge, says, yo, you got White Claw? He's like, yeah. He's like, can I have some? He's like, if you want, but don't tell anybody. How is that him offering? You went through his stuff to ask if you could have some. I don't know. It's just, at every turn when he comes to these stories, everybody who
Luke
defends a woman
Lindbergh super chatted $1.99. Thomas, stop hiding. We know you're still here.
I'm in between feeling really bad for Thomas and hoping that maybe he's having fun with it. You know, Thomas, if you're still here, let us know. Do you consent to this? We're just nagging on you, okay? We want you all for ourselves, Thomas.
And expects a man to have 150% agency. He has all the power. He has all the ability. It's like, are women just these helpless creatures who are fucking useless until they're 25? Is that what we're trying to say here? Mm-hmm. Then how was she able to call the Uber at the end of the night when the guy said, okay, you can leave?
She could have done that any time of the night, but whatever.
No, but it's really important, this whole thing, because people keep mentioning the age. Listen, I think young women are annoying as fuck. I never want to be around them. If they come around me, I'm always disgusted. I don't like being around them, okay?
Disgusted, Emma? Disgusted? I get finding young women annoying. Fair enough. Young people could be annoying. Disgusted? Why disgusted specifically? That's a weird thing. This is the one thing where I'm like, I love Aaron Preach, but there's a little edge towards women where you're like, you're a little, especially Abba, he's a little jaded, you know? You know, when you know, maybe in his experiences, it's understandable, but anybody notice Preach is like the Ethan in this duo and Preach is that Hilla? Is that true? I don't know much about them.
There's nothing appealing, but I also accept that they're adults. They may not be the most mature adults, but they are adults. And if they want to go and fuck whoever they want, that's it. And if you got a problem with that, that's cool. You can say they're not mature enough. Their prefrontal cortex doesn't develop to the 25. Fine. But then change, and you have to keep the same energy for changing the age of consent to 25 in all categories. They can't vote till they're 25. They can't do OnlyFans until they're 25. They can't take student loans until 25. They're really not an adult, and they can't do anything with their parents without their parents' consent until they're 25. That's the standard we have to set. If you want to say they're too fucking baby to choose who they want to fuck, then you have to keep it consistent across the board. Until you do that, I don't want to do nothing about it. That's not good. Go ahead.
No, we're good.
All right, let's.
All right, we did it. We got through it. I'm sorry that my 40 minutes of React turned into fucking, oh no. Noah Samson, guys. I don't know what to do with Noah Samson. I have a lot of feelings about Noah Samson. A lot of feelings. Thomas is back. Oh, guys, Thomas is back. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I don't care at all, but Thomas.
Kuro the Black Prophet super chatted $5. Thomas, run. I'll fend them off. I won't let them have you.
Thomas, you're so loved. Who knew that you critiquing me would turn into a giant love boner for you? I don't care at all, but Thomas is a founding father and wrote many good books. Age of Reason, Rights of Man, Common Sense, and was pretty base for a guy of his time, although I'm a Canadian European. Thomas, you're very hard to flirt with. Chad is trying hard. All right? Give him some love. Give him a foot pick. Okay? Okay, guys. Is there anything else soul draining that we should watch or do tonight? Anything we need to talk about? Any facts? Any clips? Can you give some brief thoughts on Samson? His opinions are about as solid as his haircut. Yeah. Is that TLDR enough? How is H3H3 doubling down? It basically responded was like, yeah, there's no way they can come back from this. Blah, blah, blah. Let's talk about Dylan and Loser Souls.
Phoenix_77 super chatted $2.51. This is for you, Thomas.
Based, brave, proud, beautiful. I'm so impressed with you, chat. YouTube chat is fucking killing the game today. You know, Twitch, it's usually you guys. You guys come in heavy swinging. But man, is YouTube chat killing the game today. They are riding this meme train till the fucking end. To the miserable, miserable end. Oh, I'm so excited, guys. Look at my new camera is now full screen, baby. Hell yeah. Ready? Woo! Wow. It's my face, but from the other side. Does it look different? Everybody just nagging Twitch chat right now. It's true, Twitch chat. I'm disappointed. I'm not nagging. I'm voicing motherly concern, okay? I have a letter for you guys. Dear Twitch chat, usually I can rely on you for the sickest memes and the most beautiful and incredible. By the way, there's an audio desync. Oh no!
JB super chatted $1.99. Who the TF is Thomas?
Chat, tell him who Thomas is. Okay, if it's desynced, I'm just going to cover my mouth a little bit. All right. A letter to Twitch chat. Usually, I can rely on you, Twitch chat, to be funny, to get my jokes, to run some inside jokes between all of us. Remember Dave? Fuck Dave. But tonight, Twitch chat, I have been underwhelmed. Some might even say disappointed. And do you want to know why I am disappointed? It's because even though you're all beautiful, even though Zoog25 is trying to fix this issue that I have.
Contrast super chatted $10.54. My sprinkler goes like this.
Even though I love you so deeply, I just have to say, sorry. Thanks for the tip. The chats are lopsided. Twitch chat, I believe you can do it. I think you guys are heavy hitters. You're brave, beautiful, big boobied goth GFs. Okay, all of you, every one of you has big booby goth GF energy. But tonight you have not been a big booby goth GF, Twitch chat. And YouTube, I must tell you, Twitch chat, YouTube has been incredible. Not only, I wish I could pull my mic off so I could walk around. Not only has YouTube chat been hilarious, okay? Hilarious. Not only has YouTube chat been hilarious, but they've also been on point with the memes. Have you heard all of these chats?
JB super chatted $1.99. Twitch chat the worst chat. YouTube chat beat chat.
Thanks. YouTube chat has been so delicious and attractive. They have the best feet. Truly the best feet. And, oh fuck, somebody asked me to show feet. That was not in response to that comment. That was full generative creative artistry, okay? And I believe in you. You can do better. You can do better, Twitch chat. With love, sincerely, Mama Erudite. I think actually YouTube chat has more viewers too. Damn. That means a bunch of Twitch chatters just converted. You were like, oh no, Twitch chat sucks. I'm not Twitch chat. I was always part of the cool kids. We're fucking on to you. And we know that you're not part of the cool kids. I know who's part of the cool kids. It's JB, the not butthole. It's Thomas. Thomas Payne the train. Andrew Smith, Contrast, who keeps, putting in super chats that are annoying and I have to skip them. Look at them all. Look at them all coming into the church of YouTube. That's right, Patrick. Erd! I see you. I'm on to you, motherfuckers. Oh, chicken sandwich. You are a real one. All right, guys. Is there anything else we need to do tonight? Checking my DMs. Let's see if there's anyone who's yelled at me. Oh, yes. I have one thing to share with all of you. Have you guys seen this ad? Oh, I don't have it on screen. I'm stupid. But you can see it on my video, which is weird, and I'm not sure how I feel about that. I mean, this is the one I always project, so I don't know why I feel anyway, but I do feel away. Okay, so I want to tell you guys one thing. On Thursday, I am having a KDA. It's my first time having this show, so I really want people to come out because otherwise it's going to be awkward. Like I'm just sitting at a table full of breadsticks and then the waiter keeps coming by and they're like, are you sure you want to keep waiting? I don't think they're coming. And I'm like, shut up, bitch. They're coming. Fuck. They're coming. I promise. They're just really late. And then you never come. And that's what I'm worried is going to happen on Thursday. So on Thursday, I'm having an e-dating show, okay? But it's going to be based more than just e-dating. It is e-date-education. So you get to come on. You get to strike up a conversation. You're going to try to flirt with me a little bit. Yay. That won't get clipped. Clip it, bitches. Clip it. Don't threaten me. Don't threaten me. I take any clip. This is me popping my collar because I don't have a collar today. She's trying to psychoanalyze. Yeah. YouTube chat, you guys are even welcome. Okay, you've earned your place. Look at this fisheye. It's so fun. Anyways, I'm having a KDA. You can come on. You can flirt with me for about 10 minutes. And at the end, we'll give you feedback about how you can do a better job at flirting with people. It's to practice your skills. You come on. Tell me what you'd like to work on. You can do a cold approach. You can do like first date. We can practice a couple of skills. You come on. It'll be a fun time. First time chatter, long time, yes, a long time witch. I'm strangely aroused by the voice. Thank you. Those brave souls. Erd, you better be there. I'm a professional chat e-dater, erudite with the alpha jawline. Thank you. Thank you, truly. Look at this jawline in this photo, right? It's edited. I don't actually have a jaw at all. It's a lie. It's all a lie. My freckles are a lie and my face is a lie. Could you imagine if it turned out that this was like the best VTube that's ever been created? And then one day I go to like TwitchCon or something, and there's like maybe I get big enough that I get a stand. Is that how TwitchCon works? Do like people get stands? I don't know. Let's say I get a stand that says not so erudite, and then you walk up and some other motherfucker's there, and you're like, who are you? And then she speaks, and it's my voice. And you're like, what? And I'm like, psych on all of you. You know that clip of the guy from a long time ago when people said, what's in the fridge behind you? And then he was like, there's no fridge behind me. It was a cardboard cutout the whole time. And then he like turns it around and it's like, oh my gosh, wow, it's crazy. Yeah, it's going to be like that, except it's my face. It's all a lie. What I should do is invest in very expensive plastic surgery right before TwitchCon so that you guys think that it's actually a lie when I actually just got aggressive facial surgery. What am I talking about? I don't know. KDA, come on, Thursday, 7 p.m. Eastern. Do it. Don't stand me up. I'm going to be a sad little butthole if you don't come on. I'll probably just watch some obnoxious video of like a sad violin playing or something. Curvy and complicated. You do know that meme? Does anybody have the clip? Somebody sent it to me today, and it was so funny. Who sent it to me? Was it Cope? It might have been Cope. I was messaging Cope a fair bit today. Nope, it was not Cope. Okay. Poop. Who was it? Nope. I don't know. Was it chicken sandwich? You did. Okay, guys, we have to watch this quickly. It's the best clip that I've ever seen in my entire life. We'll watch this, and then I'll raid out to somewhere, okay? Hold on. We got to fix my camera. It's too big. Okay.
Someone put their persona pointing a gun at me and said, show us what's inside the fridge, Wayne. You want the truth? You want the truth? You want the fucking truth? Oh, there is no fridge! It was never real.
Oh, it's so good. I love that. How long will KDA last? I don't get out of work until like 9 p.m. Eastern. Hard to say. Sorry. Hard to say, depends on how many people come on. It sounds like there's a couple people who said, I will do my best to be there. Ignoring chat said he'll be there. So Handsome Juan. I just made that name up, but I think it fits. If it fits, it sticks. I'm special. Does it matter? Do I write because I want attention? That's aired at TwitchCon. Yeah, true. Top 10 anime plot twist will be erudite face revealing, and it's not. I was always just like some random dude.
Contrast super chatted $10.54. No. Rice cookers go wow.
Yeah, skipping that, don't know. What is KDA? It's Kyla's dating advice or kill, death, assist. Let's improve your win-loss ratio on this dating show.
Showing like half of this or what?
Probably not half. I'll probably have like a quarter of it. Thanks. Erudite is Doobie in the next evolution. Doobie, please get a V-suit that looks just like me. Not a V-tube. I've been hurt and betrayed. You know what? You deserved it. That was a dumb thing. You keep doing all these. This sounds like this. You know what? That's it. I'm not paying you next time. Next YouTube payout. I'm going to keep it all. You go like this. Nah. No, just kidding. I said it live, boys. Clip it and ship it. Okay. I said that I was going to raid out, so I need to focus for like a second. Thank you, Chicken Sandwich, for resending me that. You are based. I love you all. We're going to go over to IRI because he's fucking on again at like 11:30 at night. Weirdo. He gives it all back to you anyway with super chats. It's true. It's so true. Bye, guys. I love you. I'm sorry if you just got here. I goo, but it will be on YouTube later. Love you all. Big hug, big kisses. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. All right, let's go. Let's quickly search them out. Hey, let's go. It's me and you. YouTube. Let's find him. Oh, fuck it. It's not typing. Really? Important. Hurry. Oh, man, it's not working. Why is it not working?
And I've got myself a little less than 15 minutes or so, and then I'm logging off for the night. It's been a long one, but we don't know who the Republican candidate is because it is a difference of 0.1 between these two candidates. Out of 1.3 million votes cast, it's about 1,100 votes between Mehmet Oz, Dr. Oz, and Dave McCormick, a hedge fund manager. Crazy.
All right. YouTube. Redirect to
We
start
did
off.
see that
I
the,
was told not to
Idaho
redirect for a little
endorsed
bit because
candidate
apparently there's a really bad bot. I also have no idea how to redirect, but I will try. Okay, let's try. Let's try it. And if I, raid her with a bot, it is what it is. The intentions were pure and noble. I literally have no idea how to do this. Now I'm just listening to myself. That's cringe. I think I'm going to have to figure this out. I really don't know how to raid out. That's embarrassing. Okay. Raid the bot. I don't know how to do chat raid on YouTube. Okay, hold on. Let's just pull up Stardust and I'm just going to link her, okay? She's screaming, so let's do a soft raid where I'm going to link it, okay? Get in there. Go. Go in there. Go in there and give her love. And tell her we come. We come in peace. We come in peace and friendship. Our first YouTube soft raid. I want to see you in there. I pulled it up. I know if you motherfuckers haven't gone in there. There we go, Kuro. Good job, Kuro. Good job. Well done, Kuro. Come on. Let's go. Come on. Let's get some more in there. Go in there, YouTubers. Go, 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 go. JB, you said you'd go in there. Get in there. Go. I want to see you. I want to see your beautiful slut face. I want to see it. Get in there. Japanese businessman. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Well done. Well done. Well done. Oh, I'm so proud of you guys. Oh, well done. Good job, guys.
Right after they bring in, who was the other? I don't know. Some other faggot.
Okay.
She's on the faggot lawyer.
That's not what I expected to open up to. Goodbye. Night, guys.